It had been exactly half a month since James was kicked into the lotus pond by Henry. The lotus pond in a Ujing garden was vast, and the water was icy cold. Rain in March would occasionally carry a few frozen snowflakes, making the chill deeply piercing. James, wrapped in broken branches and dried leaves, looked so battered he nearly lost consciousness. Luckily, it was just barely avoided. This world was a storybook, and he had just happened to be inside it. At first, James thought it was all a joke. But this storybook was one he had personally signed an investment contract for, and the adaptation was already underway. Given James' own temper, not breaking someone's ribs after being kicked into a pond would be considered remarkably restrained. There were two reasons he did not act on it. First, the person who kicked him was someone he could not afford to challenge. Second, his current situation simply would not allow it. Overall, the story centered around Henry and another main character, Andrew, two childhood friends whose paths diverged in adulthood, leading to a complicated plot filled with twists and dramatic turns. And James was essentially Andrew's replacement, a bird kept within the garden, carefully maintained for show. The scene of falling into the pond happened right after he first started accompanying Henry. James had even highlighted it in red when reading through the story earlier. The original version bore the false title of a favored companion, with ambitions far exceeding ordinary limits. His main task was to win Henry's attention and secure his position, while secretly undermining Andrew on the side. In the future, he would be involved in all sorts of dangerous incidents, accidents, poisoning, kidnappings, whatever put him at risk. The worst part, he lacked sharp judgment. Either Henry, the real protagonist, would arrive just in time to save him, or he would unintentionally push Andrew toward romantic connections with other men. He was clearly nothing more than a disposable pawn used for plot convenience. As an investor, the fact that another character in the story shared his name was not just odd, it was worse. That other version of him was widely hated and lived a life so miserable it felt like being treated worse than an animal. James felt a sharp pang in his mind as he read it. A moment later, sitting at his office desk, tapping his pen, he said, "Either change the name or pull out your investment." Then, right after stepping outside, he was hit by a car. Wet and shivering, crawling out of the pond, he truly became a soaked-out-of-place dog. Now things had gotten seriously complicated. It was not just about changing his name. It was that this role he played only lasted 3 years. Getting thrown into the pond was actually a mild punishment. In 3 years, Henry, the main supporter, would personally order someone to end his life. For most people, being in such a situation might mean lowering their head and changing completely, striving to become kind-hearted and good-natured, winning back others' respect, and eventually making the powerful figure fall deeply for them through dramatic reversal. But unfortunately, James was not truly a good person, and he could not pretend to be one either. He came from a wealthy family, and in his view, as long as one does not commit murder or arson or break the law, most things are just ordinary. Henry needed someone who looked like him to convince others he had moved on from his beloved, and now that role was set, his reputation was already damaged. He could not end up losing everything, even his life, in the end. There is no way this kind of situation is fair. The He family was a long-standing dynasty with generations of internal power struggles, so much so that their history alone could fill an entire book. Henry was the future leader, someone who had fought his way through the heart of political turmoil. As for the original James, after investigation, he would made numerous enemies just to get close to Henry, had no surviving relatives, a gloomy personality others disliked, low education, and negative financial status. Going up against Henry in this situation was like trying to fight a stone with an egg, hopeless from the start. That left only one path forward. As long as he played his part well, the master would not even think about turning against him. After all, when you cannot win head-on, what else can you do? Just go along with it, use his connections, spend his money. Mr. James had grown up in nightlife circles. He could play any role, a glamorous seductress or a pure-hearted innocent, as long as the payoff was right. With Henry's wealth being labeled, his person carried real value. The benefits were far greater than struggling to invest a few million in some half-baked project that might end in total loss, and who knows, maybe even get beaten by his own father afterward. As long as he stayed alive, this was a guaranteed winning situation. 3 years was not much time. He could afford to wait. Tonight was the most vibrant night since James had moved into this garden. A banquet was being held on the grassy area beside the pond where he would fallen in. Ujing Garden, one of the most well-preserved ancient garden complexes in Shengjing City, was suddenly announced to be fully privatized just 2 months ago, leaving many people wondering who the mysterious buyer behind such a bold move could be. It is the Huo family, no wonder. Why would the Huo family suddenly get involved in garden investments? They have always been so low-key. What I heard, it was second young Master Huo buying the place personally, just for a private residence. Know the more shocking news, Mr. Henry's recently taken up a young man as his companion right here in this estate. Seriously, just over some personal connection, even if he looks like a charming rogue, that would not justify the price of an entire garden. Any conversation about romantic relationships across social classes is always guaranteed to spark interest. And especially when it is a man being kept. In the hidden corner behind the rockery, someone picked up the conversation with a smirk. Nowadays, who hasn't heard of this rags to riches story? Just half a month ago, this young man clashed fiercely with Hudson's companion from the Real Estate Bureau. In the end, Hudson himself came personally to apologize. He must have some real influence, otherwise, how could he ever gain entry into such an elite circle? Does not the Huo family care at all? The second young master himself is willing to indulge him. What family member would dare interfere? James thought, nonsense. Henry indulging him. If it were not for the fact that he would just happen to take over this body, the original owner would probably be long gone by now. Mr. James, Mr. James. The waiter, wearing a bow tie and the standard black and white vest, could not help but speak up to the person standing still on the lawn. The waiter's movements were extremely polite, yet his eyes betrayed clear impatience and disdain. He spoke up, Mr. Oliver is still waiting in the back room. The surroundings were beautifully lit, with couples and groups of people chatting and laughing freely. As the main family, even these waiters had been hand-picked from the core Huo family lineage and passed through multiple rounds of screening before being allowed to work in this garden. Mr. Oliver, that is Oliver. One of Henry's most trusted aides, a high-ranking assistant who ranked just below the top. James knew that many misunderstandings between Henry and Eshu Riking had been cleared up through this loyal and sharp-witted assistant, who played a key role in their story despite having little screen time. No wonder these lower-level staff members were showing him disrespect under Oliver's name. Rumors claimed he was Henry's new favorite, being cared for and pampered in the garden. But anyone working here knew perfectly well that Henry did not actually live there. Even James himself had only caught a distant glimpse of Henry. Back on the day he was thrown into the pond and pulled out, after 2 weeks, he still had not seen this so-called patron face to face. He understood exactly what these subordinates were thinking, but he did not let it bother him much. I will explain when I get there, James said, finally growing tired of the gossip as he turned away from the crowd. The waiter looked down on him with clear disdain deep in his heart. Mr. Oliver is busy, there is no time to listen to your explanation, the server snapped. James turned around and raised an eyebrow. What is your name? Meeting those eyes, the server did not know why his heart skipped a beat. Why do you ask? It seems like the Huo family is preparing for someone to take over leadership, so everyone below has gotten used to judging by status, James said with a slight bow and a smirk. So tell me, do you think I will ever get my chance? The server felt dizzy from that smile. Trying to hide his fluster, he frowned and said, You are crazy. Yeah, James straightened up, hands in pockets, voice calm, who would not be off their rocker for being here. The server was stunned by the sudden outburst. His gaze at the man before him filled with doubt. Everyone knew Mr. Henry's new companion had an exceptional face, but anyone who had met him knew looks alone could not hide a person's true nature. Ever since joining Mr. Henry, he had been draped in flashy designer labels and looked down on others like that could mask the rough edges beneath. But now things were different. It was still the same face, but he had ditched all the visible logos, wearing a loose black outfit without any brand markers, slightly oversized yet giving him an even more upright posture and strikingly balanced proportions. Even those eyes, once seeming overly dramatic and slightly gloomy due to their subtle outward tilt, now carried a gaze that exuded confidence with an almost mesmerizing intensity. He stood at least 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered but not bulky, with long hair and fair skin. Tonight he had pulled his hair up into a neat bun on top of his head, exposing a graceful neck with a clearly defined Adam's apple. It was hard to believe that words like handsome, captivating, bold yet refined could all fit perfectly onto one man. Even the way his lips curled, when mocking someone, seemed to whisper that he truly embodied the image of a strikingly beautiful man, exactly what people would call the type. That intensified aura, a refined version of charm mixed with allure and boldness, left the waiter speechless. Only then did James remember why Oliver had called him tonight. The whole point of tonight's event was to fully bring him into the spotlight, so everyone would know who he was. In the original story, James had endured weeks of neglect and cold shoulders. When Oliver told him about this plan, his spirits immediately lifted. He looked down on those gossiping behind his back, yet still felt a quiet sense of insecurity inside. Eventually, he ended up arguing with someone who had been speaking ill behind his back in private, causing quite a scene. That incident had made him the laughingstock of the entire circle on his very first encounter. But tonight, since James had not gone to find Oliver in time, the assistant actually appeared on his own. Yet it did not seem like he was coming for James at all. A young assistant in a well-tailored suit and black-rimmed glasses rushed past with about half a dozen people, barely noticing him standing by the roadside. Frowning, he was on the phone while confirming details with those around him, only to snap after a few words. "What are you doing? You only just got word that they have returned." "What else can we do? We need to pick them up, make sure someone keeps a close watch." The usually meticulous and detail-oriented assistant hesitated for a moment before adding, "Let me know the instant second master is free. Tell him the person has returned." The need to notify Henry directly speaks volumes about how important this returning individual must be. James suddenly realized he would overlooked the real key point of tonight's event. This gathering not only revealed that Mr. Henry had taken in a young woman, but also signaled that the Iuo family, who had remained low-key in Ishengjing for years, was now stepping back into the public spotlight, marking that their internal conflicts were finally coming to light. That is the factual situation, but more than that, it is a dramatic emotional story where relationships take center stage. The one who has come back is not just anyone. It is Andrew. This stage of the story, the romance between the main characters had not yet become clear, but Andrew had long held feelings for Henry, his childhood friend. Born into the Iuo family, emotions were just a minor part of Henry's life at that time. He did not realize then that he would eventually fall for Andrew. Still, the bright and warm-hearted protagonist was destined to leave a deep impression on another quiet and reserved character growing up in a heavy, stifling environment. He would always looked out for him since childhood. With current tensions escalating and the Ishu family now involved, Henry quickly found an excuse to send him abroad. If they are back after being so far apart, it is definitely something unusual. So the dramatic twist unfolds. Tonight marks the protagonist's first major emotional conflict. Andrew, far away from home, heard something about Henry keeping a sparrow from some unreliable source and rushed back from abroad despite his family's objections. One was unwilling to accept the truth, heartbroken, but pretending not to care. The other, seeing someone return after all this time, could only respond with cold words. James was furious with jealousy. He knew full well why he would have been able to take his position, which is why he panicked when the real person showed up, leading indirectly to his embarrassing meltdown at the banquet. James cleared his mind and noticed the waiter beside him peeking toward the entrance. He had clearly heard Oliver's remarks, especially when he caught sight of who was standing at the doorway. His eyes nearly lit up with excitement. His words dripped with sarcasm, though it was not clear whom exactly he was mocking. "Ah, it is young Master Andrew from the Ishu family. I thought he would gone abroad. No wonder he is a true heir compared to some people. The difference is obvious." Saying that, he shot James a sideways glance. James nodded in agreement. "Yeah, there is definitely a difference. I am the better-looking one." James studied the figure emerging at the entrance carefully, recalling how people often said he and Andrew looked somewhat alike. This was why Henry had originally chosen him. But he quickly reached a conclusion. Some people just cannot see clearly, no remedy for that. The descriptions of Andrew, words like fresh, pure, sincere, and passionate, did seem fitting, but James saw a person with classic almond-shaped eyes, a small face, soft features, and chestnut hair that gave them a youthful appearance, the perfect image of a well-protected young master. But if the original version had truly put in effort, Andrew would not even be on the same level at all. The previous James had really wasted such a good appearance. Oliver soon received the guest and guided them inside. Andrew seemed to be asking Oliver a question, and Oliver tilted his head slightly as he listened, even the way he furrowed his brow showing respect. The person truly trusted by the boss was someone you had to flatter carefully and serve with care. Unfortunately, fate brought them face to face on the same path. When Oliver looked up and saw James, he instinctively frowned. The situation could not possibly be worse. James spoke up first. "Mr. Ao, I heard you were looking for me." Behind him, Andrew's voice followed right after. "Oliver, who is this?" For some reason, Oliver's eyelid began twitching uncontrollably. He had not even had a chance to speak when he watched, frozen in place, the man who had recently upset Second Master and seemed to have learned some restraint, now stepping into the light with a smug smile, reaching out toward him like an overconfident flirt. "Hello, James. It is quite a gesture for you to come out personally to greet someone clearly important. Second Master is busy right now, our hospitality may fall short. Mr. He, make sure he is well taken care of, do not let him feel ignored." A perfectly poised host's demeanor. Perfect, so elegant. The waiter trailing behind James was utterly stunned by the bold move. Not only was the nearby waiter speechless, but even Oliver, who had faced countless high-stakes situations, was completely caught off guard. He felt frozen in place as if James' words had pinned him there, unsure how to respond and too hesitant to react strongly. Behind them, Andrew seemed to suspect who he was. His expression shifted sharply. Perhaps the author was determined to paint this main character as a radiant light, not just shining into Henry's heart, but also reaching deep into the minds of various supporting figures like Second Master, Third Master, and beyond. That is why Andrew's background is so simple. Still in college, the most beloved younger son at home, with no experience facing life's harsh realities or hidden shadows. Naturally, he had not learned how to hide his emotions. James noticed the flash of unease in Andrew's eyes and thought, "This one is not completely naive after all, at least his instincts are sharp." Andrew immediately became distant, giving only a stiff nod and saying, "Hello." Even that hello sounded forced, let alone offering a handshake in return. James shrugged and quietly withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. He turned and casually took a glass of red wine from a passing waiter's tray, then heard Andrew ask Oliver, "Where is second brother? Where is he now?" Second brother referred to Henry, the youngest son of Jack, the late patriarch of the He family, who had an older half-brother. After Jack passed away, only these two brothers remained in the direct male line of the family, but as internal power struggles intensified, their relationship had become little more than a formal arrangement on the surface. People referred to him as Second Master, because he would earned immense influence within the He family in recent years, already showing clear signs of surpassing his older brother Daniel. But Henry was only 27 this year. This background naturally meant Henry would carry a heavy burden. Yet Andrew, the only one still using the old habit of calling him second brother, was different in Henry's eyes compared to everyone else. James did not feel like criticizing this overused trope. "You are the only light in my dark life." Back when he was reading, he would thought to himself, a quiet, innocent young man like Andrew would be torn apart in seconds if thrown into a family like the He family in real life. But there was no helping it. Everything existed just to serve the dramatic romance plot, while everything else was secondary. Regardless of what James was thinking inside, Oliver finally snapped back to attention. High Assistant was just that, quick to switch into a polished, professional smile. "Master Henry is still in a meeting. Andrew, tell me as soon as he is free. I need to speak with him about something important." Now not only did James understand perfectly, but Oliver realized too, Andrew had returned specifically to confront Henry face to face. What he wanted to know was simply whether James's presence in the family was real or not. Oliver felt a growing sense of unease. Andrew's timing could not have been more suspicious. "He has already been informed," Oliver said, his expression unchanged. "I had a fresh courtyard prepared for you. You must be exhausted after your long flight. Later, I will have the kitchen send up some of your favorite dishes." He clearly knew Andrew well, aware of every preference and how best to handle him. His words and actions were perfectly composed and appropriate at all times. Only James saw through Oliver's real intention: to calm Andrew down and get him away from this public setting as quickly as possible. But James knew he would be wrong this time. According to the story in the early part of the book, Henry had planned for Andrew to leave overseas right after orchestrating a scandal that made things appear messy between the main characters. And the scene at this gathering was already drawing major attention. If Oliver managed to slip away so easily with just a few words, how would the story possibly move forward? Just then, a voice came from nearby. "Andrew." There were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. They seemed very close to Andrew, approaching warmly and asking, "You were not supposed to be abroad. What are you doing here?" Andrew looked genuinely surprised and quickly started chatting with them. Oliver noticed the group was not going anywhere soon, so he began glancing at his watch repeatedly. James casually lifted his left elbow and rested it on Oliver's shoulder, ignoring the brief stiffness in Oliver's body, while raising his glass and slowly finishing half a cup of red wine in one go. He was not any shorter than Oliver, using him as a support to hold up his drink, quite the sight to see. Oliver looked confused, but James' action was so casual and effortless that he did not push him away right away. He even noticed James' throat moving slowly as he swallowed and frowned to say, "There is still an hour before the formal dinner. Do not drink too much, lose your composure." After all, the incident with Hudson had already caused enough embarrassment. As personal assistant, it was his duty to protect his boss' reputation, and one such mistake was more than enough. James finished the entire glass in one go. He patted Oliver's shoulder and said, "You do not get it. No matter how anxious you are now, it will not change anything. Let me put it this way. When you know something dramatic is about to happen, having a drink to calm down is better than anything." Oliver gave a flat expression, almost ready to say that he would be grateful if James just did not make things worse. After all, he was always the one left cleaning up the me. Before he could react, he suddenly realized someone was standing right in front of H. It was a few friends of Andrew. James still had his elbow resting on Oliver's shoulder, as he tried to recall the specific details of the banquet described in the bow. That was definitely one of the earliest moments, when the original version of him made a fool of himself that evening. The author introduced Andrew's friends to heighten the tension between the main characters, showcasing how supportive and upright people around James truly were. There was no need for Andrew to go looking for Henry. Within moments, it became clear who James really was. This not only intensified the conflict between the 2 main characters, but also gave a strong rebuttal to the side character. James pressed his fingers against his forehead. His head was powundai. He felt a deep sense of dread toward the countless awkward and unpleasant scenes still ahead, as if the world itself were conspiring against H. Andrew's face had gone pale. Clearly he had just heard what his friends said about Jam. As loyal allies to the main character, their sense of justice made it impossible for them to stay easily. "You are James, right?" one of the boys said, eyeing the way James and Oliver were standing. "People who are not serious always act so recklessly. Cannot they see where they are? How dare anyone behave like that in such a plaque?" James gave Oliver a look so innocent it was almost startling, just in time to notice that Oliver seemed to be turning slightly red in the face. He guessed Oliver might have been trying not to give the wrong impression about their interaction. James quickly lifted Oliver's chin, blew a soft breath toward his face, then arched an eyebrow and glanced over at the others. "Little brother, you mean like this?" His skin, pale under the light, had taken on a flush from the alcohol. The corners of his eyes, raised in expression, carried an unmistakable sense of boldness. The group across from them clearly had not seen anything like this kind of brazen move before. Their faces cycled through expressions in quick succession. Finally, one of them muttered, shameless. James, wow, do you all really talk like that? Oliver had been on the receiving end of James' antics more than once tonight. He really wanted to ask what gave this guy the nerve to act this way. Who even gives him that kind of confidence? But as he looked at the smirk curling on the other man's lips, he realized he had not once felt the urge to push him away. So he just played along as a polished assistant, saying nothing. He did not understand why the guy had become even more intense than before, but he knew the earlier move was not really meant to harm him. He was just an assistant and did not need to dwell on it. Andrew immediately stepped forward, tugging at the boy's arm with a frown. Stop talking. James had not even had a chance to react to the casual way. The name Michael was used when another voice chimed in. Andrews, leave it alone, Michael is not wrong. That is true, everyone in the circle already knows about this now. He knows exactly how he got close to Henry. Who does not know what kind of person he is? Just looking at him feels like it stains your eyes. He has probably been with so many guys, hey. James pulled back the highball glass he would just shattered against the boy's head, ignoring the girl's scream, the stunned stares from others nearby, and the growing crowd drawn in by the noise. He tossed the remaining broken piece, just a glass base, into the waiter's tray with a soft thud. Then he slowly wiped the wine stains off his hand on the dazed boy's shoulder. His long, well-defined fingers looked strikingly elegant. After wiping them clean, he glanced briefly at the man's head and said calmly, "No blood, so I guess I did not hit too hard." Andrew was the first to come back to his senses. "What are you doing?" He frowned, stepping forward. "How can you just hit someone like that?" The commotion drew quite a few people's attention. "Is this guy crazy? Who even is this? Wow, I heard he is the one following Mr. Henry. Wait, so he really has a short temper. No wonder people have been saying he does not know how to hold back. He has already made enemies with so many in such a short time. Someone like this might climb up on luck, but they will not last long. What kind of family is the EUO family to put up with someone with this kind of attitude?" James was someone who had never learned what restraint meant in 2 lifetimes. "Do you know why I did that?" He ignored the murmurs around him, speaking at a steady volume so only those nearby could hear. "The reason is exactly what you just said, too dirty." James glanced at the group of people who had suddenly appeared like sparks igniting something, feeling deeply exasperated, yet his tone stayed perfectly steady. "Each one of you is young but spouting things that pollute your own eyes. I am starting to wonder if you even know where this place is. It is the Jade Capitol Garden. Have you counted how many top families and elite social figures have arrived today? Do you understand what happens when something goes wrong?" James adjusted the collar of one of the boys, saying, "You are still a student, are not you? I am around your age too, and honestly, I haven't studied much. I do not exactly fit the mold of a proper person. But who I am is not for you to judge. This is young Master Henry's territory. No one just walks in and acts recklessly here." Oliver, who had initially been slow to react after James' sudden move, paused mid-step when he heard those words. From Oliver's silence, James knew he was on the right track. No matter how the situation unfolds, Oliver would always put Henry's interests first. As long as he brought up that big boss, even someone small and insignificant could be intimidated. Speaking with such righteous words, James thought the feeling of bluffing was actually not too bad. The original him had been furious and powerless after being humiliated because he would already had something to hide. So naturally, his fake act fell apart at the slightest touch. But he was not the original James. And as the main character, Andrew certainly would not just stand by and do nothing. His personality was not someone who would only hide behind friends like a helpless little waif. He reached out and pulled the boy who had been hit to stand in front of James. "I admit my friend's words were a bit too harsh just now, but you cannot just go around hitting people. Apologize to my friend." First acknowledging fault, then reasoning, eyes firm, brave, and kind-hearted. This is the innate glow of a protagonist, pure, genuine, and without pretense. As the side of justice, how could we end up being taught a lesson instead, right? But if he does not teach a lesson today, the one who will end up getting taught is himself. James crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at Andrew, clearly unfazed by any teacher's advice since childhood. James remembered that throughout the entire story he would stay a bright, positive presence, despite all the dramatic twists and over-the-top moments. He was spoiled by his family as a kid, then endlessly pampered by various male supporting characters, with Henry always watching over him from behind the scenes. If not him, who else could be innocent like that? When someone is truly innocent and pure-hearted, someone has to pay the price for it. Like the fourth male lead who ended up imprisoned for murder, the third who died in sorrow, the second who lost everything. And even him, the unnamed supporting character who became useless halfway through and was forced to vanish. He had done so many foolish things, acting just like a fool. James suddenly let out a long laugh for no reason at all. Everyone around him looked completely puzzled. "What if I do not apologize?" he asked. Andrew frowned. "I cannot believe second brother would keep someone like you around. You are right, this situation is unusual, and I do not want to cause trouble for him. But I will find out the truth myself." "You will end up crying," James said, annoyed yet still showing quiet concern for the genuinely good-hearted guy he was. "I mean it." Andrew looked utterly insulted, his face turning red with anger. But in an instant, he fixed his gaze steadily behind James. James immediately realized this kind of situation usually meant someone important had arrived, and could not help letting out a quiet sigh. This drama was just getting started, no end in sight. The next second, he blinked and turned around to face the newcomer. "Second Master," he said, stepping forward naturally and gently taking hold of the man's arm. His smile carried familiarity, layered with warmth, almost like a playful reprimand. "We agreed on an hour. Why are you so late?" Oliver watched as Andrew swayed slightly, his posture unsteady. Then he glanced at James across from him, appearing quite composed on the surface, yet every move screamed recklessness. There was only one thought in his mind. This night was going to be far from over. The moment finally arrived after half a month, just as the original book's title described: Injury at the Banquet. Originally, James, the overlooked one, was exposed by Andrew's friend for pretending to be someone he was not. He acted out in anger and nearly caused harm to Andrew out of jealousy when Henry suddenly appeared. He grabbed James' wrist firmly, his eyes dark with stormy emotion. He held back his emotions, saying nothing and showing no reaction. The way he held James seemed like protection, but was actually a firm restraint. Meanwhile, the person he truly wanted to shield looked right past him, clearly confused and hurt, eyes filled with unshed tears, before uttering that iconic line. "What exactly does he have that is so special?" The main character replied coldly, "You are getting way too involved." One was heartbroken, the other silently enduring pain. Does a tool person have no dignity? No, the original version might not have, but he does now. The situation of a friend causing trouble stayed unchanged, but he was no longer the laughingstock everyone stared at in the crowd, nor a puppet creating misunderstandings without any soul. He did not even need someone to forcefully grip his wrist bone anymore. Instead, he naturally became the wind, the rain, and Uryar's little cotton coat. Starting with a seemingly scolding tone about being late, he quickly added, "Andrew has been waiting for you forever. I got a bit flustered earlier and unintentionally hurt his friend. Can you quietly find a way to make it up? Let me apologize properly, okay?" He admitted fault first, then took the initiative, handling the situation with balance and grace, showing generosity and composure. Perfect. Those people had just seen how precise and decisive he was when smashing the glass, and now their hearts trembled as much as leaves in a breeze. Just had to admire, no wonder he is the one who can stay by Mr. Henry sighed, the way he shifts his demeanor so quickly, most people could not even come close. James did not care about any of that. He would always followed one simple rule since the beginning. In this story, his role is clear. Taking care of the boss is basically doing good deeds for himself. Treating the boss means obeying without question, go east when told to go east, do not turn west. If you are meant to be a charming figure pulling strings, do not even dream of becoming something more. He had not altered the script at all, just look at Andrew's expression now. He probably will not even ask what is so great about him anymore. Without Henry saying a single harsh word, the man looked like he had been struck through several times and stood frozen in place. James did not know whether Mr. Henry felt anything seeing him like this. He would just done his part. What happened between the main characters? Sorry, he could not read minds. Sure enough, sticking to the right role meant no emotional reaction from Henry showed up at all. James soon realized his arm had never been pulled away, still held firmly. He heard a question come from above. Why did you get involved in that fight? The voice was deep and steady. No emotion, no blame or pressure, as if he were just asking out of genuine curiosity. James paused instinctively. He had been so focused on figuring out what kind of expression or words would seem natural that he had not even noticed anything else. He just instinctively knew the man among the group behind him was Henry. Yes, a whole group. He must have just finished hosting guests and was coming out with them. James only just realized now that a faint scent was drifting from the person beside him. It was not anything overly strong or commonly used. It seemed more like he would picked up the lingering fragrance of the reception hall. James glanced sideways. Their eyes met, and a slight jolt ran through his fingertips. Henry stood at least half a head taller than him, dark eyes that were deep and intense, with sharp, well-defined features. Dressed in a dark suit with a long coat draped over it, he had broad shoulders and a strong frame, his legs unusually long. No wonder he was the main character. Though commanding in presence, he carried himself with calm elegance rather than aggression, someone who easily drew respect at first sight. But James knew that appearances could be deceiving. In just 1 year, he would take in full control of the He family, and over the next 3 years, his influence across Ashengjing City would become nearly unmatched. It was probably just a bias from first impressions that made James feel instantly watched, so much so that he felt a chill run down his spine. But he quickly pulled himself together and regained his composure. Answering his earlier question, he gave a faint smile. Nothing much, just a small misunderstanding. If the second young master is curious, he could ask Mr. Andrew privately. After all, they are friends. I would rather not risk making things worse. Henry shot him another brief glance, and James looked up at the sky as if he had not noticed. Henry did not press him further, quickly shifting his gaze to Andrew. Andrew opened his mouth, but the moment Henry looked at him, his thoughts scattered. He wanted to explain that it was not his friend's intention to cause trouble, yet he realized it was indeed his friend who had spoken up first. Why would this happen? His older brother was not like this. He did not spoil him like their father or elder brother did, nor did he gently call him Little Ye while ruffling his hair, but Andrew knew deep down that things were different between them. This should not be happening. How could he just stand there and say nothing? Was he truly angry with himself? Yes, it must be. He even allowed another man to hold his hand so casually, something he never did easily. Especially the man by his side. He always laughed so freely, like a deep red rose or a vivid oil painting, radiating an unshaken confidence that seemed to come from within, as if he was born to stand right there. Andrew's state could not even be described by words like dazed anymore. James caught a glimpse of him and was momentarily surprised, wondering just how much impact this had made. Though the story did involve misunderstandings, Andrew was supposed to be someone with strong inner resilience. James remembered clearly that even during all those times he would staged kidnappings or created dangerous situations, Andrew never lost faith. He believed Henry would eventually show up, and that their bond was different from others. It was not until 3 years later that they finally found their way to each other. James did not want to crush someone so badly before he would even finished what he set out to do. If Andrew actually ran off with the second or third man, he was afraid Henry would never forgive him. James was still wondering whether he should find a chance to make things right when he noticed Henry giving a glance in Oliver's direction. Almost instantly, Oliver went over to Andrew and whispered something before leading him away. More than half an hour later, the formal dinner began with polite exchanges and cheerful toasts. The first event at Ujing Garden opened less than 1/3 of the entire grounds. Although many guests came primarily for the sake of the He family's reputation, everyone who stepped inside was genuinely impressed. Ponds, gardens, winding corridors, and intricately carved eaves. Every detail reflected the craftsmanship of skilled artisans with a timeless charm, while seamlessly integrating cutting-edge modern amenities. Luxury and taste are not mutually exclusive. Every single element was clearly backed by substantial investment. Yet what set it apart was that people did not see it as flashy or vulgar. Instead, they admired the refined elegance and cultural depth. Even the sparrow you keep seemed to glow under their gaze. James stepped away midway to change into another outfit. A well-tailored suit hugged his slender yet broad frame, and every movement invited quiet admiration for how perfectly balanced the form beneath seemed to be. His hair, just long enough to fall softly past his neck, was neatly combed back to reveal a smooth forehead. He maintained a warm smile as he moved effortlessly through the crowd, his every gesture graceful and captivating, naturally drawing people toward him for conversation. Mr. James, the plump man handed over a gold card, clearly quite fond of him, and warmly invited. I have got several private clubs down in the southern part of town. Feel free to come by sometime. James smiled as wide as he could, taking the card with a nod. Since John invited, I will definitely make it. John, your formal tone just gets funnier and funnier. Indeed. You know what kind of place you run. Be careful someone's second boss hears about it. Go bother someone else. That is a proper spot, I tell you. James acted like he was on familiar terms with them. No problem at all, second boss will not be that petty. I will bring him along when the time comes. James, I knew you were someone easy to get along with. Still, John, your influence really is something. That is right, when you have got time, I would love to have second boss come visit my country estate. And of course, James' brother too, if he would like to join us. James had already downed 2 glasses of wine and was holding at least half a dozen business cards. He grumbled under his breath that these people were all sharp as foxes, yet still had to keep up the polite act. From this moment on, he knew he would firmly become known as Henry's man. It was only a matter of time before people started seeking him out for all sorts of reasons. If he wants to solidify his position and gain some influence, he will have plenty of such social obligations to handle in the future. After all, he is representing Mr. Henry. James did not think this was particularly difficult. He would grown up navigating similar social circles before, where mixing with people of all kinds came naturally, and sometimes it was just a way to pass the time. James, someone from the group stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. We get along well. I noticed you are someone I would trust, so let me offer this piece of advice out of goodwill. I have heard Mr. Henry has an unusually close relationship with the young man from the Issue family. I will not say more about Mr. Henry, but you should be careful. You do not want to end up being used without realizing it. James finished the last sip in his glass, watching the stranger beside him through the clear surface of the cup. He gave a slight upward curl to his lips. Thanks for the warning, I will be mindful. That is good to hear, the man said, eyes lingering on James' reddening neck before quickly letting go. After the man walked away, James narrowed his gaze slightly at his retreating back. The sudden warning stirred curiosity. Was this a shift in the story's direction? After all, in the original path, he was meant to be a key figure creating obstacles between the main characters. There was another possibility, someone sent by the He family. The reason Mr. Henry sent Andrew abroad in the first place was due to rising tensions within the He family. There was no telling if someone there would try to test just how far the relationship between Mr. Henry and Andrew had progressed, hoping to exploit a weakness. James let it occupy his thoughts for only half a minute. Soon, he resumed chatting with the next person who approached him. The central lake of Udging Garden was also open tonight, offering the best view, nearly allowing a clear sight of everything across and around the lake. However, the pavilion in the middle of the lake was actually quite empty. Only a few wooden sofas were placed on the deck outside the pavilion, with a dark tea table in the center where wisps of tea smoke curled upward, almost as if it had been specially set aside as a quiet and peaceful retreat. Henry sat on the left-hand sofa. With his left hand pouring tea, the watch on his wrist was unobtrusive, and he gave off an overall sense of calm and unhurried composure. Someone across from him teased, "You still have time to drink tea. Look over there, everything's almost become someone else's territory." "You can always go show off now if you want," Henry said casually. "What do you mean someone else?" The man beside him picked up. "That is actually Henry's own person. It is strange, really. I have seen him before too, back at Hudson's place." Then he acted like a child throwing a tantrum over something minor, completely failing to read the room, utterly reckless. The man seemed increasingly puzzled as he asked Henry, "Did not Oliver say you once lost your temper and shoved someone into the pond? It must take a lot to make you angry. But I see that instead of scaring them off, it is almost like you gave him courage." If James had known the names of these two others, he would have recognized one as Sebastian, Henry's longtime friend. And the man who said someone got bold was Benjamin, a quiet supporter of Andrew throughout the story. Though they grew up together, he never confessed his feelings for Andrew and passed away in silence. At that moment, Oliver walked up from outside the pavilion, interrupting the conversation. Benjamin noticed him and spoke first. Was he settled in? "Everything's taken care of," Oliver replied, stepping behind Henry with a slight bow. "I have already contacted the parents of the He family, and arrangements have been made at the overseas school where the young master is studying." Henry gave a quiet nod and set down the teapot. Benjamin looked at Henry. "What are you planning to do? Should Andrew stay here for now? Once he is rested, send him abroad." "You are still as cold-hearted as ever." Henry clearly did not want to continue the topic. He held his teacup and leaned back on the sofa, glancing across the lake for a moment. "You taught him?" Henry asked while sipping tea. The words seemed out of place, yet somehow everyone in the room instantly knew who he meant. Oliver, standing behind him, realized everyone at the table had turned to look at him after Henry's remark. He paused, then mechanically replied, "No." "Did he ask for anything?" Oliver shook his head. "Nothing at all." Henry rested his right leg on his left knee, his slender fingers turning the empty teacup slowly as he seemed lost in thought. "He has come a long way. Whatever he asks for, no matter what. I meet his needs." The next morning, James was sound asleep when he was abruptly woken up. Grabbing his phone, he saw it was barely 6 of the clock, feeling like the whole world had cracked open. He yanked the blanket over his head and groaned. "Chloe, do you know what time I passed out last night? I just laid down less than 3 hours ago. Please let me sleep." "Young master spent the night at a Hangyu garden," Chloe reminded, tugging on the blanket. Chloe used to serve in the main branch of the He family and was in her early 40s. She was the only one who stayed behind in James' courtyard after Henry had shoved him into the pond nearly half a month ago, remaining to take care of his daily needs. The Ujing garden contained many separate small courtyards, and the one James lived in was called Longakui Garden. It was still early April when he fell into the water, cold weather, combined with being deeply frightened by Henry at the time. So shortly after taking over the body, James ended up catching a severe fever. During his recovery, when he finally started to understand what was going on around him, he truly realized just how extensive the He family's lineage was. Not some ordinary wealthy family. This was a clan with hundreds of years of history and countless strict rules. The original owner likely was not good at navigating social dynamics, and his low birth meant few people respected him. According to the story, he was an orphan raised by a street scavenger who passed away just a year before James came to be with Henry. James considered himself raised in a wealthy household. His parents ran their own business, and later he entered the entertainment industry, meeting many well-known figures. But this was still fiction, so things could not be judged by real-world standards. Fortunately, this place belonged to Henry's personal estate, and James rarely encountered other members of the He family in daily life. Chloe was not talkative. She preferred wearing faded, old-fashioned cheongsams, saying it was a habit she would kept from serving the He family matriarch. The matriarch had been Henry's grandmother, who passed away years ago. Chloe had chosen to transfer here herself, saying it was for peace and quiet. Having served the elderly lady, she ranked second only to the head steward Jackson in influence within this courtyard. James did not say it out loud, but he thought Chloe reminded him a bit of his own mother, gentle on the outside, yet firm in her decisions. Still, because she was part of the He family and held to its traditional values, even though everyone whispered James was Henry's kept companion, she had taken care of him with great attention since he arrived. After half a month, James felt quite at ease around her and began to act more casually in her presence. Holding tightly onto the blanket so it would not be pulled away, still half asleep and irritable, he snapped, "Henry can sleep wherever he wants. He owns this garden. Even if he slept on the stone path, I would not care at all. Get up, Uchloe gently tapped his blanket and said, Normally, I let you be, you are the only one living here, but if second master is staying tonight, dinner must be served in the kitchen by 6:30. James peeked out from under the blanket with a few strands of hair sticking up, grumbling, I am not eating. You still need to get up, even if you are not eating. James snapped awake and rolled over in the blanket before sitting upright. Scowling deeply, he said, Is he some kind of odd old man who wakes up at 6:30, who even does that? It is a Huo family tradition and rule, Uchloe said calmly as she opened the wardrobe, gathering up the scattered ties and shirts from last night and folding them neatly. The family members have always followed this schedule. Though it is not strictly enforced since the old master and mistress passed away, second master has kept this habit since childhood. He is very disciplined. You cannot just stay in bed like this if he is staying tonight. James had messy hair and redness at the corners of his eyes from sleepiness, nothing like how he appeared at formal events. He was mentally cursing under his breath, but he knew Uchloe and the others did not know about the arrangement between him and Henry. Even though the original version had broken the agreement and ended in disaster to them, James was simply Henry's person, someone deeply involved in a private relationship. Uchloe once mentioned that among the Huo family, only the old master and mistress had truly stayed together for life. All of their descendants had questionable personal lives. Many of the old master's sons, Henry's uncles, each had mistresses kept outside the family. Even Jack, Henry's own father, though he was the previous head of the household, had been married twice and carried a reputation for being carefree with relationships. And now the current mistress of the house, Henry's mother. James remembered that although Ameliae was Henry's biological mother, their relationship was not close. He had been raised by the old master and mistress, so in reality, she became one of the biggest obstacles between him and Henry, what people would call a difficult mother-in-law. The so-called difficult mother-in-law. But James had not encountered her yet. Maybe she would seem too much. Uchloe did not seem to think anything was wrong with James being with Henry. She continued, Young master is someone I have watched grow up since childhood. He is naturally cautious, partly because of the family he was born into, but his temperament is not bad at all. I do not know why you two had a clash last time, but do not let it get to you. It would be better for your own sake. What could it have been about? He was trying to blur the line between pretend and real. Yes, he did offend Hudson, but Henry was not someone who could not handle a real estate bureau official. The true reason he was pushed into the pond was because the original person started having other thoughts. James remembered that incident. It happened when he pretended to bring water and ended up sitting on someone's lap. What had Henry said back then? Oh, do what you are supposed to do. Do not dream of things you should not. Next time you will not be coming out of the pond. That was how he acted, playing a role in public while keeping himself untouched behind closed doors. A strict and unforgiving figure. James rubbed his face, forcing himself to stay alert. I would not dare give him attitude, he said grudgingly as he took the clothes Uchloe handed over, playing his part perfectly. Frowning slightly, he added, I do not have any background at all, never even finished college. Last night I pushed myself too hard just to impress someone, and look what happened. I threw up when I got back. Now my head's pounding. Uchloe looked at his pale face and seemed genuinely concerned. Do not push yourself if you cannot handle it, Uchloe said, her movements slowing as she handed over the jacket. Young master is not really a hard-hearted person. But if I do not try hard, how can I stay by his side? James pulled off his sleepwear with a slight grimace, slipping into a shirt as he spoke in a tone that sounded genuinely downcast. I need him to see I have value beyond just my looks. Do you really think he stayed last night because of me? It is because Andrew came back and is staying here now. Speaking so smoothly, James never thought he would end up in a situation like this. He was acting so convincingly that even he almost believed it himself. Uchloe definitely knew Andrew had stayed here yesterday. James did not realize it, but Uchloe, who had grown up moving in and out of the Huo family, was someone James could not quite figure out where she stood. Still, deep down, he really did not want to hear her say anything that would make him step back. Maybe it is a little like bird instinct. After all, the only person here who ever felt truly close to him was her. Uchloe did not disappoint him. Her expression softened slightly at the mention of Andrew, and after a brief pause, she said, Master Ashu has known second master since childhood. That boy's got good intentions. She said it with calm words, but her expression did not quite match the warmth in her voice. Does Chloe have a problem with him? James asked directly. What could I possibly have against him? Chloe finished hanging up his clothes and turned to look at him. But do you really think being simple-minded is always a good thing, especially for someone with second master's position? Even though it was clearly meant to protect Henry, James just laughed outright. He thought if Chloe were written out in detail in a story, she would definitely be the villain. She did not even like the main character. Chloe, James said as he finished buttoning up his clothes and stood up, giving her a big hug with a smile. I really do love you the most, truly. Stop teasing, Chloe said, giving him a light shove. Hurry up and get to the sink, your hair really needs a trim, it has gotten so long. James scratched his ear as he headed toward the bathroom. It felt oddly familiar, like how his mom used to nag him back then. He would found it annoying at the time, but now he was glad he was not an only child. Otherwise, his parents would not know what to do if something ever happened to him. When James went downstairs, he realized it was still just beginning to get light outside. The heir.He garden had plenty of plants and high humidity, making the air quiet enough to hear the breeze rustling through the leaves. He usually ate alone in his small courtyard and hardly ever left. But now that the estate's owner had arrived, he had to move to the designated dining area, almost like being ruled by a strict landowner who treated staff like servants. As James stood in the corridor, he noticed more people were gathering. To reach the dining hall, he had to pass through a small garden. Normally quiet all day long, it was now full of movement early in the morning. The moment the master arrived, the whole estate came alive. Most of them were busy cleaning up after yesterday's banquet. Clearing away wine glasses, folding tablecloths, tidying everything back in place. Few of the people seemed familiar to James, but they all appeared to know him. Each passing by gave a quick nod and greeted him with, "Good morning, Mr. James." James did not know that it was mainly because Henry had said something, which made Oliver feel it necessary to greet every staff member on the estate after seeing how the waitstaff treated him. Even if he did know, James probably would not have thought much of it. He treated this role as just another job, aiming for a comfortable working environment. While not everything could be achieved overnight, he believed that effort should eventually lead to results. He deserved them. But in reality, the outcome seemed even better than he would expected. He was not fully awake, so he just nodded in response to their greetings, perfectly maintaining his usual image of being somewhat unfriendly. James knew where the breakfast area was. He would imagine something like the grand long tables seen on TV, with a wide array of Chinese and Western dishes, desserts, fruits arranged like a buffet, and everyone sitting far apart as if they had personal grudges from a past life. But in reality, it was nothing like that at all. The meal was not held in the main hall but in a side dining room, no long tables, just small round ones. James could already hear lively chatter from inside as he approached the door, and upon getting closer, he realized he was indeed late. There were 4 people present: Henry, whom he would met yesterday, Andrew to his left with an empty seat on the right, and 2 unfamiliar men across from them. But the butler Jackson, who had led him in earlier, had already mentioned that Benjamin and Sebastian were also here. As standard companions for the lead character, one of them being a supporting figure from the book, it was not hard to remember. The moment James appeared, the room fell silent. "Morning," James said, acting as if he had not noticed the odd atmosphere, walking straight to the seat on Henry's right and pulling it out without hesitation. He glanced at the food spread on the table, then turned to Jackson beside him and smiled. "Jackson, a bowl of plain congee, no sugar, no salt, thanks for this." Jackson was Henry's longtime personal attendant, an elderly butler who followed him wherever he lived and served accordingly. James did not make it seem forced when he gave orders, instead creating a sense of ease that came from being truly familiar with each other. Jackson was not just an ordinary servant. He smiled and said, "Sure thing," then turned to have someone bring over a bowl of plain rice porridge. His relaxed demeanor actually eased the tension, and no one commented on where he chose to sit. Sebastian was the first to speak up, going for such a light meal. "Cannot help it, I drank too much yesterday, and I am still feeling queasy. Everyone who gets up at 6:30 for breakfast is just crazy in my book. I do not even care what expressions everyone else has right now. Benjamin shot him a sideways glance, half smile playing on his lips. I saw you drinking quite heavily last night. Several bosses even stopped by Henry after the event to say they would want you at their next gathering. Is that so? James raised an eyebrow, then turned straight to Henry. Really? Henry had a relaxed air about him, even during meals. He was dressed casually in a simple white shirt, lacking the intense presence he would shown at yesterday's event. His look felt more like someone who belonged in a quiet, well-kept home, gentle and unassuming. But whenever he stood still, the whole room seemed to settle into calm confidence. He glanced over at James when he heard the question, his gaze briefly passing over the faint dark circles under the younger man's eyes. There were a few people who said that. He set down his spoon as if pausing deliberately to ask, "So, do you want to go?" James spoke without hesitation. "Honestly, I just want to be with you." The moment he spoke, James heard several clinks as spoons tapped against cups. Even worse, Sebastian was so startled by a mouthful of soup that he started coughing hard, waving his hands and saying, Sorry, do not mind me, really." "Mr. Sebastian, take it slow," James said politely, handing him a napkin while continuing the conversation with deliberate tone. "Now tell me, is it unreasonable for me to want to go, given that second master has been gone for half a month without a word?" Sebastian's hand froze mid-motion as he reached for the napkin. He could not help but think this was not how James used to be at all. Back then, James should have been sharp and quiet. His subtle edge seemed carved into his bones, suddenly emerging without warning and leaving others startled. In a setting like this, he would have stayed in the background, trying to disappear, like vines growing deep underground, making everyone feel uneasy. But even now, James made people uncomfortable. Yet there was an obvious yet hard-to-define shift. His thoughts and desires were no longer hidden. They felt sharper than ever, laid bare in plain sight, almost daring you to notice. Sebastian glanced at Henry, whose expression gave nothing away before awkwardly muttering, No, not unreasonable." "Exactly," James said with a smile. "I agree too." James smoothly picked up on the remark, then casually grabbed a plump white dumpling from the table and placed it gently onto Henry's plate, grinning as he said, "Second master, you heard that this was not my idea." Henry lifted his gaze from the dumpling on his plate, meeting James' steady look. Leaning back slightly, he said, "I have been busy lately. I will have Oliver give you a separate card, no spending limit. You can buy whatever you want." The way he dismissed his companion was now straightforward and blunt. James smiled. He was not bothered by being showered with money, but he stayed clear, minded enough not to forget that the support came with purpose. The real reason was clearly there. James knew exactly what it meant. Still, he played along with a light complaint. "You always know how to brush me off." He let out his slight annoyance but quickly added, "But I recently spotted a pair of limited edition cufflinks. I will forgive you if you buy them." Henry raised an eyebrow, playing along smoothly. "Just that." "Otherwise what?" James looked back with a hint of meaning. "If you really mean to spend, I might go all out, and you would probably regret it." Henry tapped his fingers lightly on the table without giving an answer. Someone in the room could not take it anymore. Andrew suddenly stood up, making a loud noise as he knocked over his chair. His expression was strained as he said, "I am done eating. You two enjoy your meal." Henry spoke calmly. "Pack up your things. Oliver will take you to the airport this afternoon." Andrew froze in place. He stared at Henry, disbelief written across his face. "Brother, are you kicking me out?" "No one is pushing you away," Henry said, sitting still with no expression visible. "You haven't finished your studies yet, and your parents are deeply concerned about your sudden return home. Finishing school should be your top priority right now. Do not act out over nothing." "I am not acting out," Andrew said, clearly struggling to grasp how things had come to this point. Especially seeing James and Henry's exchange made him feel choked up. He pointed at James and snapped, "What kind of person does he think he is to be sitting here?" James raised an eyebrow. "Which kind of person?" "Do not you know what I mean?" Andrew glared at him, unashamed. Henry spoke up sharply, and the atmosphere instantly tightened. He did not sound angry or harsh, just coldly composed. "Is that really the way to speak? What about your upbringing?" Andrew's face turned pale in an instant. Even Benjamin and Sebastian held their tongues now, not daring to speak up. For the first time, James truly felt the weight of this man's demeanor like snow atop a volcano. Just the hint of it made tension rise, and no one could tell whether what came next would be icy sharp or violently erupting. James realized Chloe still did not understand Henry. He was not exactly easygoing, he just never let anger show easily. It was genuinely surprising. James thought the atmosphere between these two now felt more like an older brother reprimanding a younger one than someone treating their romantic interest with care. And he would never expected something like unashamed to come from Andrew's mouth, especially not given how he saw him earlier. But in just 2 days, first his friend had called him out for being shameless, and now Andrew himself had said it. Even James, usually calm under pressure, could not keep a straight face anymore. He was already in a bad mood from being forced to start acting early this morning. Henry tried to stop him, but James still could not resist giving a sharp reply. I may not be as polished and distinguished as the book's young master, but you have already seen what kind of person I am yesterday, James shot back with a taunting smile. Still, what can I do? The second young master happens to like me being shameless, especially when we are in private. He said the last words softly, but everyone in the room clearly heard them. The number of people glaring at him went from 1 to several. They had not expected him to be so bold and reckless under the circumstances. Benjamin spoke up first, frowning as he said, "James, you have gone too far." "Oh, are you actually feeling bad for him?" James was not in the mood to play nice. "If you care so much, then go comfort him yourself, better than sitting alone later, watching others enjoy each other while you are stuck pulling your blanket over your head." Benjamin was completely taken aback. He would clearly believed he would been hiding it well, instinctively looking to Henry for support. He thought he should explain, but when he saw that Henry was not even glancing his way, the moment deflated. James knew Henry would not say a word at this point. He would planned all along to push Andrew abroad, and Andrew would indeed be staying overseas for quite some time. That is where he met the second male lead, Samuel. This whole situation, he was certain to come out on top. Watching Andrew turn and storm out the door, watching Benjamin hesitate for a long moment before finally chasing after him. James let out a cold laugh. "No wonder you have been spoiled all along. Those who cooperate smoothly and act wisely can just follow the script as planned. Why insist on making things unpleasant?" Andrew's return to overseas was practically certain, and James had already met his goal. He was ready to leave. He would only taken a couple of spoonfuls of congee, and now just wanted to go back to bed. "I am leaving," James said, still unable to switch back into his obedient lover role. His tone was flat and impersonal. Not sure what Henry had in mind, but instead of sending someone after Andrew right then, he simply told James to sit down. "Finish your meal." Not hungry, James thought with a roll of his eyes, his tone carrying an unintentional edge. Is it really a rule not to leave food in the bowl? "You clearly do not know how to write rules at all." Henry shot him a glance, his voice calm. "If you do not eat, you will not get another meal until 2 p.m. Something's up." James reluctantly sat back down. "What do you mean?" "There is a Chinese painting exhibition today morning hosted by Fuo Group. You are coming with me." James paused for 2 seconds, half convinced he would heard wrong. Utterly surprised, he pointed at himself. "Me." Sebastian, sitting beside him, seemed surprised, glancing at James twice before remaining silent. Henry finished eating and picked up the napkin, folding it slowly as he said, "Yes, you." Why me? James thought back. This moment was not in the original story at all. In fact, the previous version of him had never been involved in any business matters, let alone Henry personally inviting him out. All his appearances so far were tied only to the romantic subplot, like a trusted companion used whenever needed and then set aside. Though that comparison was frustrating, he had assumed that is all he would ever be asked to do. Earlier, he would even considered using the rewards from this identity mission to plan some investments, just a way to lay groundwork for his life after completing the task. Henry wiped his hands and tossed the napkin onto the table. "The elderly man with glasses you met yesterday is the president of the National Association of Art Masters in China, and also one of the company organizers of this exhibition." As James briefly pictured an old man's face, Henry continued. He told me last night that you two had a very pleasant conversation. That makes me curious. When did you start developing an interest in Chinese painting? James felt a sudden jolt inside, locking eyes with Henry, and realized the man's gaze was deeply unreadable. At that moment, James truly understood he had underestimated Henry, or perhaps been too careless. He would always treated this world like a storybook, and those people he interacted with as mere plot devices, forgetting it was now his actual life. But luckily, his mental composure held strong. He casually picked up the spoon and stirred his porridge as if nothing had happened. Self-taught, he said with a thin smile. After all, I am now under your guidance. I should at least have something worthwhile to show, would not you agree? Would not want to embarrass you. The mood around the table shifted abruptly, making Sebastian visibly uneasy. He could not quite put his finger on it, but ever since meeting James yesterday, something had been quietly changing, and if asked to explain exactly what, he would not have known how. Henry had always been the guiding force for all of them. He had been involved with the He family's affairs since early on, which meant there were many recent matters even their close circle of friends could not fully grasp. Now he truly felt like the rightful second master of the He family. His composure and control were absolute. It was better not to get involved. Stepping back was the wisest move. He glanced at the two of them, quickly stood up, gave Jackson a quick signal, and left the dining table in a hurry. Right behind Henry, he rose from his seat. I do not care what game you're playing, he said, looking down at James, then suddenly leaned in, reached out, and gently gripped James' face as if trying to see through him, before flashing a smile that looked perfectly ordinary. If you are going to pretend, go all the way. Your current look is far more bearable than it used to be. James felt the warmth of the man's fingertips and had no choice but to tilt his head slightly upward. He knew that most people would not even consider something as far-fetched as being from another book. He was not worried about Henry sending someone to investigate him. In this world, he was an orphan, just as the story had always portrayed him, even until his end. He knew calligraphy and painting because his mother had studied them. After marrying his father, she switched to business matters, but James grew up surrounded by those influences, so he was not afraid anyone would uncover the truth. James let out a quiet, mocking inner laugh. Those eyes, so striking and hard to ignore, seemed fragile like glass at first glance, but in an instant, a flicker of cunning slipped through. No one noticed him slowly running his tongue along the man's palm. I could fool the whole world, but never you. Feeling the sudden grip on his face, James laughed so hard that he and the chair trembled. His laugh was like the early buds of a locust tree in March, just beginning to form, yet sharp at every tip. He was not afraid to call him young master. The voice was soft, like a whisper against the ear, chilling and unforgettable. It was still early spring, the sun just rising above the green-tiled wall at the entrance of a budging garden, drawing a faint line between light and shadow. The air still held lingering mist. Jackson caught up with James, reminding him, "It is chilly in the morning. Do not forget to remind young master he needs to return home for dinner tonight." James looked at the coat in his hands, a clear mismatch, and glanced at the butler, surprised. "You want me to give this to him?" "Of course it is you," Jackson said. He was a man well past middle age, wearing a short style button jacket. James had never underestimated the quiet and gentle old butler, someone who had stayed with the family for decades and now managed all matters concerning Henry's estate. Such a person was not just clever, he was indispensable. Yet here he stood giving advice. From now on, when you are out with young master, the most important thing is to stay observant. James wondered if Jackson had misunderstood something. Only those who have served Henry for years truly belong at his side. With someone like him, how could the old butler possibly have such a mistaken impression? "I am fine," James said, nodding toward the door. "He is still upset." 2 cars were parked at the entrance. James could see Henry's back as he bent to get into one of them ahead. Jackson followed his gaze and smiled as if reassuring him. "Do not worry, he is not angry." James raised an eyebrow. He figured he would at least get shoved to the ground this morning, considering how the previous version of himself had been kicked into a pond just for pretending to sit on the man's lap. But instead the guy simply let go of his face and walked away. James rubbed his jaw, which still felt slightly sore, and made a quiet clicking sound with his tongue. As he stepped out past the main gate, he noticed several men standing by the cars, tall security guards all wearing sunglasses. One of them opened the door to the long luxury car Henry had just entered. "Thanks," James said with a nod as he stepped inside. Before he even straightened up, a woman's voice came from inside the car. "So you actually know how to say thank you? I thought you were mute." It was a woman's voice. James looked up and met the gaze of a young woman with bold red lips, striking figure, but a cold, professional expression that seemed to disapprove of him. Nora. James immediately connected the name with the face in his mind. The Ixiu siblings were two other major figures around Henry besides Oliver, appearing prominently in the book. Mason, the older brother, was head of the security team, while Nora, a graduate of a prestigious foreign university, was one of the most well-known strong women close to Henry. The two siblings had been supported by the Huo family since childhood and shared a bond with Henry that went beyond typical superior-subordinate relations. In the original story, Nora was extremely capable, almost on equal footing with Oliver, but she also stood as one of the obstacles in the protagonist's romantic arc. It was not that Nora had feelings for Henry, her entire focus was on her career. She simply could not stand Andrew. She would hidden critical dangers from him multiple times, and later was apparently reassigned by Henry under some pretext. Known for her sharp tongue, James wondered what exactly the previous version of him had done to earn her disapproval. Thanking people is basic courtesy and common sense. James settled into the seat casually, glancing briefly at the woman's bare legs before adjusting the car's heating with a raised eyebrow. "I also know that while ladies' worlds may not feel cold, staying warm is still important. No need to thank me, just a small favor." The woman stared at him as if he were some kind of odd creature. James had grown used to such looks lately and no longer paid attention. He handed the coat over to the man across from him. "From Jackson, remember, you are expected back at the ancestral home for dinner tonight." Henry, who had been bent over his documents, looked up at the coat and then toward James' face. "Got it." He reached out, took the coat and set it aside. Then he returned to his work without pause. With just the three of them in the car, James settled in comfortably. He clearly was not unfamiliar with luxury vehicle interiors, adjusting the seat into a relaxed half-lie position before picking up a magazine and flipping through it. Nora kept watching him, wondering if there were any drinks in the car's cabinet, whether he would be tempted to pour himself one. She frowned as though about to say something. James noticed and glanced up from his magazine. "Something on your mind?" Nora rolled her eyes, clearly struggling to find a proper way to complain before finally muttering, "You are sitting all wrong." "Sweetie," James said, pressing his thumb down to close the magazine. Nora narrowed her eyes. "Who did you just call?" All right, Nora sis," James said, flipping the magazine shut with his thumb. "I have never let a woman get under my skin. I have learned from experience that even the most successful women are not really men. The stronger they are, the more you need to go along with them." He reopened the magazine and continued, "I'm just saying girls in this kind of car should be enjoying themselves. Some people, they are stuck working even while riding. That is just how fate rolls for them." Who was he even talking about? He must be out of his mind. Nora immediately glanced at her boss. But to her surprise, Henry was lounging back in his seat, papers spread across the knee of his raised leg. There was not much room, there was no way he could not have heard, but Nora noticed he did not react at all. She would seen James before, and she knew how Henry felt about him. Normally, he would not even have been allowed on this car today. But not only did he get in, he went ahead and made a jab at the boss. What was more surprising was that young Master Henry just let him talk freely. Nora stared at James, who looked unusually well dressed today, and asked skeptically, "Did you take the wrong medicine this morning?" "Maybe," James said, not looking up from his magazine as he shrugged. He would already acted on that scene earlier. He was not about to pretend to be anything else now. Just doing what felt right was enough. Nora nodded, letting out a quiet laugh. Impressive. She turned and called, "Young Master." Before she could finish, Henry spoke up. "Send me the quarterly report I asked for last week." Got it. Her professional habits kicked in immediately. As she quickly pulled up the report, she could not help but wonder if the timing was too convenient. But then again, she knew Henry efficiency meant everything to him. Working under him meant staying sharp at all times. He was not harsh, but he did not tolerate repeated mistakes. 2 laps around the same basic error, and it was time to step back on your own. While others talked about work the whole time, James just fell asleep. He could not remember when he would drifted off. There was always a sound in his ears, first, occasional exchanges between Henry and Nora, then faint dripping from pipes in an empty space, like someone whispering softly but too hazy to make out. He felt as if he were awake yet not quite, his thoughts floating and heavy, like they were tied down. Later, images began to form, flickering one after another, warped and fading. The final image he saw was him returning to the real world. He saw his old, familiar living room and his parents sitting on the sofa, crying while holding a photo of him. He would never seen these two, always so fond of escaping for romantic outings, look this worn out or broken before. He asked them what was wrong, why they were crying, but it seemed like they could not hear. Then he saw his older brother, the real one. The two brothers had always been close. James was not exactly obedient, relying on family wealth and having an older brother to fall back on, so he tended to do things his own way. He would refuse to study finance and later dabbled in film investments, each time pouring money into projects, always with his brother covering the losses behind the scenes. But the usually calm older brother now looked so much thinner. James watched as his brother walked over, gently took the frame from their hands, and knelt down in front of them. He said, "Mom, Dad, James has passed on. We all need to accept that truth." He was such a joyful person in life, carefree and bright. With his intelligence, wherever he went, he would thrive. I believe he would want you both to be happy too, not see you like this. If he could see you now, it would hurt him. Friends used to call him Lee or James. After starting the film investment company, people began calling him Mr. James, but only at home did they still say James, as if he would never really grown up. James found his vision blurring without realizing it, and the faces of his family slowly faded from view. He began to retreat, drifting farther away from that familiar place and the people he knew so well. No matter how hard he tried to shout, no sound came out. He reached desperately for something to hold on to, but nothing would stay. "James, James." James gasped for air as if surfacing from drowning. Then he turned and saw Henry with a frown, and beside him, Nora looking surprisingly concerned. "Yes," James exhaled slowly, feeling the breath settle into his chest. This was truly his present reality now. A golden caged bird for a future family leader, a stand-in for a kind-hearted protagonist. The luxury car soundproofing was excellent, silence filled the cabin. Outside, scenery blurred past, but James kept seeing the last image of his family. His heartbeat raced. He frowned unconsciously and gripped the fabric over his chest, curling slightly inward. In an instant, someone forced his hands apart. The man's jawline was sharp and tense, his grip firm and unyielding. His one hand held James' shoulder while the thumb pressed against the damp skin at his neck. The other rested over his heart. "Have you ever had issues with your heartbeat before?" he asked. James sounded dazed, whispering, "No, I do not think so." Henry's gaze swept over the sweat-drenched hairline and then to James' pale face, and without hesitation he turned to Nora. "Have the driver turn around, take him to the hospital." "No need," James heard that, reached out and grabbed Henry's arm, meeting his eyes as he said, "I am fine." This body had never shown any health issues. Back when it was pulling off all those schemes, it was full of energy, like a resilient survivor. What kind of heart problems could it possibly have? James figured he must have just been drinking and staying up too late, which likely caused this. It had been half a month since the last time he dreamed of his family, and the vision was so vivid. He was just feeling worn out and had a bit of a headache. Henry pulled his eyes away from the hand gripping him, looking at James curled up in the seat. After 2 seconds he said, "Tell the hospital to prepare for tests, call and cancel the exhibition plans." Nora was clearly startled by James' condition. Someone who seemed perfectly fine when they got in the car now looked like someone pulled from a rough swim. She would seen people haunted by nightmares before, but never one so shaken, drenched in sweat and unresponsive no matter how she called out. So she did not even think to mention how important the boss' schedule was today. She simply said, "Got it right away." James was thrown off by the quick exchange between boss and subordinate. He tried to sit up, but was immediately pushed back down. "Stay still," Henry said, his expression not calm either. "I do not need to keep reminding you that I know how my body reacts to stress, or what happens when your delay affects my schedule. If we find a medical history, the contract will be terminated. You will not want to lose every cent of payment. If it were the original owner, it would not just be about lost pay. Having the contract ended would have been his worst nightmare. Sure enough, the straightforward alpha male, his threats hit right where it hurts. Go on, James nodded. You have got the money, you are in charge. If that is really the reason to end the contract, then finding anything out would be a miracle. That is not how it is written in the book. James raised his arm to cover his eyes, and then something landed on him. Cover up, he heard Henry say. It was the jacket he would handed him that morning. James doubted his ears. He reacted immediately with, "Did you get me mixed up?" At the top medical facility in Aishangjing City, the leading cardiologist on duty gave him a sharp look, unimpressed by patients who constantly questioned doctors, and frowned as he said, "Pulsation in the chest and neck area, classic paroxysmal palpitations, likely triggered by some external factor. Are you certain you have never had similar symptoms before?" James thought, how would I even know if he would ever had such symptoms in the past? Probably not, I guess, he said, leaning back on the bed. This was a high-end private room. Its interior setup resembled a suite, complete with a living area, sofa, coffee table, and even a private bathroom. Do you mean probably? The doctor, nearing 50, rarely met such uncooperative young people. If not for the man's likely important background, he might have already snapped. Now he merely tapped his medical file firmly and said, "Do not treat palpitations as minor issues. Prolonged episodes can lead to serious complications like angina or heart failure, and in worst cases, they could be life-threatening. Do not assume youth gives you immunity from taking care of your body." All right, I guess I worded that poorly. James, having been examined and poked at for over 2 hours, except for the brief moment in the car earlier, now felt mostly fine, sighed with resignation. It is not that it should be happening, it never happened before. I just had a dream, woke up feeling uneasy in my chest, that is all. What kind of dream? Really, you need to ask that. The doctor immediately turned toward the man sitting on the sofa, Mr. Henry. Henry, who had been focused on his screen, looked up from his documents and locked eyes with James in the hospital bed. Cooperate properly. To be honest, he could not understand why someone as busy as Mr. Henry would spend over 2 hours here. Should not just having someone bring him to the hospital have been enough? All right, James said, meeting both Henry's and the doctor's gaze without blinking. I dreamt about my parents. I am an orphan. I have never met them, so suddenly dreaming of their presence made me a bit, emotional. Oh, and I would had alcohol earlier and stayed up late. That is all. Psychological factors can play a big part in triggering palpitations, the doctor said, frowning. Until we figure out the cause for sure, try to avoid any potential triggers. First and foremost is quitting smoking and drinking, avoiding cold environments, staying calm mentally, and getting proper rest. The doctor went on listing precautions at length. James suspected the doctor was being extra thorough because the Auo family had invested in this hospital and Mr. Henry himself was present, so it felt like the doctor wanted to cram every single warning into his head. Finally, once the doctor left, James let out a long breath. The room suddenly fell quiet. Nora had already left, unknown what she was busy with. Now the room was just them. James casually glanced at Henry and felt a sudden jolt when he realized he would been still for a while, quietly watching him. It suddenly struck him. This was the first time since he would entered this story that he was alone with this person. Henry sat silently on the sofa. It was noon now, and the weather was unusually pleasant. Sunlight streamed into the hospital room, landing perfectly on the sofa spot, leaving half of his shoulders bathed in warmth. James looked at those eyes, once always deep and hard to read, and suddenly had an odd thought, as if this man were sitting in a sunlit study on a lazy afternoon, reading some harmless book just to pass time, surrounded by quiet calm and ease, much like the image he gave off. Sorry to bother you. Do you really care about your childhood? They spoke almost at the same time, their voices breaking the stillness in the air. James only realized what Henry had asked a moment later, feeling somewhat confused. Huh, he said, letting out a questioning sound. Henry placed the document beside him. As soon as he moved, the earlier illusion vanished completely. He was once again that deep and heavy presence, still someone hard to read. Are you really affected by being left behind in childhood? He asked. Left behind, James felt like question marks were floating above his head. He almost asked when exactly he had been abandoned, but caught himself afraid of giving something away, and instead said, "How do you know I was left behind?" The book only mentioned that he was an orphan raised by an old man who scavenged trash, but it never hinted at being abandoned. It is probably because he was just a minor character, so the author never went into detail. You were already around 7 when you were found and taken in. Having memories at that age is perfectly normal, Henry said calmly, his voice steady with no clear emotion. The police could not find any information about your parents, and no one came forward to claim you. In such a situation, the likelihood of being abandoned was the highest. James did not really care whether the original version had been abandoned, or if his parents had passed away. He was just curious, you know all this. I would not keep someone with an unclear background around me. Oh, Henry stood up from the sofa. Oh. What else could I do? I cannot just assume the second master has taken a special interest in me, so he is paying extra attention to my past. Henry walked over, meeting James' defiant look like he was saying, "That is just how I am. What are you going to do?" Then suddenly reached out and brushed his fingers across James' eyebrows. James had been sitting still when the sudden movement caught him off guard. For a moment he felt frozen in place, unable to move, with a shiver slowly rising from his spine. "Second Master, what are you doing?" he whispered softly. He could sense the danger. This time was different from anything before. Henry always seemed to push the limits of his understanding. Henry seemed to take quiet pleasure in the subtle tremble beneath James' eyes, finally satisfied with his reaction, before saying, "Instead of wondering what I am planning, I would rather hear your explanation." His voice remained calm and steady as always, almost as if he genuinely cared. James felt a finger gently move toward his eyelid. "What explanation?" he asked. "Explain which version of you is the real one." No matter what thoughts raced through his mind, James' first instinct was denial. He let out 2 short laughs. "I do not know what you are talking about at all." "Do not play dumb." Henry's voice dropped slightly as he locked eyes with James. "At first I thought it did not matter. After all, you have improved more than a little. But now I am beginning to think keeping you around is not wise." "Is it because your composure's slipping?" James thought back only to the moment earlier that morning when he had touched his hand. In that instant, he would felt a sudden wave of emotional unrest, just for a second or two. James nodded. "I get it. You are afraid you might actually grow attached to me, and for someone like the second master, that would be dangerous." Henry smiled. Not a laugh of amusement, more like he was genuinely entertained, as if James were an amusing little puzzle. James stared at the curve of his lips and suddenly realized how it looked when Henry smiled. A quiet thaw after a long winter in the valley, where you could hear distant streams flowing again and spot green shoots pushing through the soil. The charm of the main male lead was truly unmatched. Even as he quickly suppressed his smile, the tone that came from his lips felt like it could snap your neck in an instant. "Do not keep playing this guessing game with me." Henry finally lowered his fingers and traced his thumb along James' throat, speaking slowly. "We both know the truth. I am giving you a chance now. Just use your health issue as an excuse to take the money and leave." James hesitated for a fleeting moment. The reason he would stayed before was twofold. He feared causing unintended consequences, and Henry might not let him go anyway. Plus, his current identity had no financial foundation and too many enemies. Without payment, survival would be impossible, and even if he lied, life would not be worth much. But now an opportunity was right in front of him. He opened his mouth to ask, "How much are you willing to give?" In an instant, he doubled over in pain, nothing like a racing heart, but the feeling of being twisted inside by a machine. He barely noticed Henry's hand still resting on his neck. Even shallow scratches from fingernails breaking the skin on Henry's wrist went unnoticed. In that moment, James seemed to understand something. He thought again about leaving with money, and immediately the pain surged back, forcing him to roll into the blankets. His mind was flooded with frustrated thoughts, a storm of helpless rage. He must not break free from his role as the caged bird. He had not thought about it before, but he would always made sure not to disrupt the story too much. Since nothing had gone wrong so far, he assumed everything would stay stable. But any idea of changing his identity triggered a reaction. Maybe it was the world's internal system protecting the narrative, or perhaps something else entirely. In short, he now knew one thing for sure. This role as the caged bird was one he had to see through to the end. Even as Henry lifted him up, frowning and asking what was wrong while reaching for the emergency call button by the bed, James managed to gather enough strength to grab his hand, whispering weakly, "Do not save me, just let me go." "You are not going to die," Henry said, glancing down at him with an unexpectedly sharp tone. James knew what was happening but could not explain it clearly, so he pushed against Henry hard, lying there like a broken thing. "If you do not want me anymore, then I might as well not be alive." Henry was not blind. Seeing the obvious act of defiance made him take a deep breath. "I am calling the doctor." James held on tightly. He was now absolutely certain that for a long time to come, he would have no choice but to stay bound to this person. Earlier, he thought the man only controlled his future comfort level, maybe even allowed him to leave midway if things went wrong. But now, he was sure the man had power over whether he lived or died, either die along the way or survive only after completing the task. There was no other option. This messed up life. James looked up, gripping the front of his clothes and kneeling on the bed. "I will not just walk away for money. Not now, we are not discussing that right now. Using my health issues as an excuse to ditch me. What is that if not abandoning someone you have been through hard times with, like a selfish man? If you cannot even use metaphors right, then just shut up. I am not going anywhere, and you can forget about it." James let go. "No way, first you have to promise me." "Are you going to let go?" "No." With a sudden bang, the hospital room door flew open from outside. Oliver and Nora, glasses on, stood frozen in place at the doorway. Inside the room, James, once bold enough to hit someone with a wine glass, now looked pale from illness, his hair damp with sweat as he clung tightly to Henry's shoulder, clearly clinging on like a persistent shadow. He muttered under his breath, "Hey, what was that for? You nearly knocked me off my feet." Henry, facing away from the door, snapped at him, "Get down." "Sorry to interrupt." James stayed in the hospital for 2 days. After the first day, Henry never showed up again, but the 2 bodyguards who remained constantly at the doorway of James' room made it clear that he had no intention of ending their agreement. This also sparked many guesses among hospital staff about James' true identity. People speculated he might be a wealthy heir, a top celebrity, or even the secret child of a political figure. Chloe came to help him get ready for discharge. "Such a young person should not have something like this," Chloe said, still going on about it half an hour after stepping into the room while packing his toiletries. "You will need to take proper care of yourself once you are back home, no shortcuts." James sat on the sofa playing a game on his phone, one long leg casually resting on the coffee table. He gave a half-hearted reply. "The doctor said there is nothing serious, do not worry." Chloe could not stand seeing someone so careless in posture, so she walked over and tapped his shoulder. "You are getting more and more relaxed these days. I bet young Master will have something to say about it when he finds out." "He would not bother anyway. Besides, is not this just because he is not around?" James said casually. Chloe suddenly set down the packed bag and sat across from him. James paused what he was doing and looked up. "What is wrong? Do you really like young Master that much?" James froze, of course. "I heard he personally brought you to the hospital." What is wrong with that?" Chloe let out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with concern, but she went on. "I need to tell you something. Grandma used to have heart palpitations and no doctor could help her. Their relationship was very close. That has always been young Master's biggest worry." James suddenly understood, finally grasping why he had reacted that way in the car that day. James looked at Chloe. "How does this have anything to do with what you wanted to tell me?" "Of course it is related," Chloe said, her tone growing increasingly earnest as she regarded him like someone who had never faced hardship. "Grandmother passed away, but in second Master's heart, only 2 elders from the EO family were ever true family. His kindness toward you likely came from pity over your condition, but that does not mean you should think of yourself as special. This may sound harsh, but after all these years working here, I feel I must tell you this." James felt a twitch at his temple. Chloe's words gave him a clearer sense of where he truly stood. He suddenly felt like an overly dramatic love-stricken protagonist, endlessly longing for something unattainable, so heartbreaking it was hard to watch. For a moment, he could not decide which version of himself was worse, the one who used to stir up trouble and ruin everything, or the current image he was giving heir, helpless and heartbroken. But either way, it all felt utterly exhausting. James put his phone down and sat up straight, speaking with intense seriousness. Heir, this situation is not quite what you think. Honestly, my relationship with him goes far beyond just emotions. It is not something that breaks easily. That is just convincing yourself. Heir frowned. If it were not for him, would you even be in the hospital today? The doctor said your condition is tied to your mental state. Life is not about holding on to one idea too tightly. Try to stay open-minded and let go. If things keep going like this, you need to make up your mind yourself. Second Master hasn't had anyone close by his side for years, yet he chose you, so clearly there is something special about you. The real key lies within your own heart. It was only because I look like some certain bookish guy from the family. Though truth be told, I have confirmed with myself that plenty of people must have bad eyesight. But now James regretted pretending to be deeply devoted in front of heir. He rubbed his temples and asked sincerely, heir, what do you think I am like? Hey, doubting yourself now? heir smiled slightly. You are a morning person only if forced, love sweet treats and picky about food, always leaving your clothes scattered after a shower, restless all the time. Honestly, you have got quite a few quirks. James felt a wave of exasperation. You are not the heir who used to love me anymore. Heir laughed softly, then grew serious. But I really like you. At first, I did not know much about you, but after I took care of you when you were sick from falling into the water, I kept feeling you are a genuinely kind-hearted person. The heir family is a complicated environment. Getting involved might not be good for you at all. Hearing her say that about the heir family, James felt a quiet sense of warmth. He did not feel like arguing or explaining anything to her anymore. All right, since you clearly care about me so much, I promise you I know exactly who I am. I will not chase after things that are not mine, whether people or anything else. So heir, can you please just relax and trust me? Heir looked at him and let out a soft sigh. Guess it is tough on you, huh? James was speechless. He knew his image in heir's mind probably could not be changed now. He had been carefully shaping himself into the kind of person Henry would keep. A companion someone might pursue for wealth, status, or personal advantage, someone who stays close out of ambition and strategy. He could be gentle and affectionate with Henry, even bold when needed, but he could not stand feeling like someone lost in love to the point of losing themselves, or worse, developing serious health issues just from emotional stress. He could be affectionate and attentive in front of Henry, or even act a bit bold when needed, but he truly could not stand being seen by others as someone who is completely infatuated. And worse still, being viewed as someone so obsessed with him that they would lose themselves, almost to the point of developing health issues from emotional stress. That kind of misunderstanding was just as ridiculous as claiming he would come from another world through a book. He quickly put his phone away, grabbed heir's arm, and said, "Come on, let's go. I have been really missing the fish soup you used to make. You know, they have been forcing me to eat plain rice porridge every day. I am starting to get a mental block just thinking about it." James had one hand on heir's shoulder and the other reaching for the doorknob. When he opened the door, he nearly bumped heads with someone standing just outside. Damn. Whoa. Looking for someone, James said, giving the stranger a long, careful glance from head to toe. The newcomer had bright blonde hair, looked barely in his teens, and was dressed in flashy chains and jewelry, like a street-smart troublemaker. As James studied the other man, the stranger was doing the same. You are James. The guy clearly had bad intentions. James leaned against the doorway, saying, You are here to see my grandfather. Hey you. Try adding another mom into your words and see what happens. heir just then stepped out from behind, gently pulling James back as she spoke, Young master. Miss Lan, the other man looked genuinely surprised. What are you doing here? I am currently taking care of Mr. James, young master. What brings you here today? When heir addressed him as young master, James was briefly surprised but quickly realized who the man was. William, Alexander's only son and Henry's nephew. In the book, William had been largely left to his own devices since childhood, sent abroad at a young age and only brought back around 15 or 16. He knew nothing about the power struggles among the heir family brothers, remained loyal to Henry, and thought his uncle was far better than his father, who was often absent. All of these changes happened after he met Andrew, the main character. William was no exception to Andrew's widespread appeal. Andrew's kindness and care helped heal his emotional wounds from a troubled family background, leaving him deeply affected. Later, he followed his father's advice in opposing Henry at every turn, believing that if Henry fell from power, he would not only inherit the He family, but also earn Andrew's favor. James could not remember the ending. He would forgotten, because there were too many characters in the group to keep track of who was involved with whom. At this point, William had not met Andrew yet. He looked at James as he answered it slowly. "What could possibly be wrong? I just heard my second uncle has recently taken someone under his wing, and I got curious. After asking around, I found out you are here, so I came to take a look." James thought Henry's plan had worked. Now it was nearly common knowledge. Even the younger members of the family were aware. Facing the young heir's clearly disdainful expression, James crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, asking, "So, what exactly do you think, young Master He? Too frivolous." James found it amusing, for example. "He does not look like a decent person at all," William said with a sneer, adding, "How could my second uncle's judgment be so poor? There is not a single trait in you that matches what he would need." If the original body had been around, such remarks from someone of the He family would have likely left them furious, even though the speaker was not old. But Lee James showed no reaction at all, not the kind they were expecting. "Is that so?" he said. "If my second uncle thinks I am a good match, then that is enough. Your opinion does not matter. And by the way," James straightened up and stepped forward, tugging lightly at William's chain, "your taste is terrible, little brother. With style like yours, you will never win anyone's affection." William yanked his jacket back sharply, eyes burning with anger as he glared at the man before him. He would never been treated differently in his life. Being a He family heir meant everyone always fawned over him. But this man, with his sharp, cunning face, dared to mock his taste. William's perception of his second uncle had completely shifted. He could not even picture how someone so serious could be with the person standing before him. Did his second uncle really share the same preferences as his father, someone like this, who clearly knows how to draw attention? James had no idea what was going through the boy's mind. When it looked like the other guy was about to lose his temper, James reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Come on, since you came to visit me when I was sick, I will be kind and treat you to dinner." "Who gave you the right to touch me?" William tried to shrug him off. "And who would want to eat with you anyway?" James tightened his grip and said, "Stay still. I will tell your uncle about how you came all the way here just to cause trouble if you keep using such language." That tactic worked perfectly on William. He admired Henry, but he also feared him. James had a good sense of the awkward feelings typical of young people like this. James led him along while turning back to wave at Achloe. "You go ahead and head home, I will be back later." Achloe hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. James gave her a reassuring smile. "You always say I cannot sit still, and now I am actually hungry, do not worry." With Henry giving no orders at the moment, and one of the main characters abroad likely building a side storyline right now, James figured he had nothing to do. He felt completely at ease dragging the boy downstairs, not even bothered by the two guards still following closely. William could not shake him off and gave him a frustrated glare before giving up. James suddenly thought the kid was kind of cute. "William, Achloe seems to like you. I know she left the main family because she did not like it there. She only liked your uncle and the old grandparents. She does not get along with anyone else in the He family." "Cannot help it, I just have that kind of charm." "Why are you so shameless?" "My uncle likes me." William questioned his existence for the 108th time. "Why would my uncle like you?" "You will have to ask him yourself. Anyway, I know you are too scared." "Go ahead and try." "Yeah, let me tell you a secret. This is actually my second chance at life." James completely left William speechless. The proud young heir of the He family was dragged to lunch like a dejected dog, forced to eat his least favorite vegetables, carrots and eggplants, under someone's strong influence, an experience that felt like the ultimate humiliation. That embarrassment reached its peak when he encountered his enemies. As they passed by a row of bars, several well-dressed young men stood together. casually smoking, clearly familiar with William. "Well, who is this? Why haven't you gone to vent at your stepmother today?" The group burst into laughter, then one added, "Do not go making stuff up. What stepmother? These days, having multiple wives is not allowed. Keep talking like that and the He family might take notice." Could he even be serious? He can barely get a word in with his own father. How would reporting anything actually help? James stood by, watching William's face grow visibly tense, then sighed and stepped forward. "Got a light?" James took an unlit cigarette from a nearby boy. As the guy stared in surprise, James instinctively lit it for him, leaned down to touch his lips to the flame, and drew in a breath before exhaling a slow stream of smoke. He squinted slightly as he said, "I do not know if going straight to the He family would make a difference, but I am definitely someone they would take notice of." A group of young people turned their attention to this newcomer. He was actually quite young, his hair loosely tied back and slightly messy. His features were not sharp or harsh in a confrontational way, but he carried an undeniable presence, so perfectly composed that it felt flawless. The profile view as he tilted his head to light the cigarette, obscured by drifting smoke, combined with his voice now roughened from smoking, it was enough to make anyone remember him instantly at the bar entrance. "Who are you?" someone asked. "James, me." He gestured with the cigarette toward William, who was standing frozen beside him. "That guy's second uncle's partner." Not to mention William, who was stunned speechless by the bold remark. Anyone around them who knew William would surely know exactly who his uncle was. Henry, the exceptionally young second master of the He family. William was proud and stubborn, refusing to admit defeat even when cornered. He would never tell his family about struggling to fit in after returning home or being left out by others. But Henry, even their elders would find it hard to get close to him, let alone someone like William. Someone looked at James and said, "You must be out of your mind." James shook the ash from his cigarette and let out a quiet laugh. Care to test the rules of someone who is considered reckless? 2 hours later, a group of young people were swaying drunkenly in the lounge booth of this upscale bar. They called James Brother Lay, one after another, begging, no more, we give up." James tossed aside the dice cup and leaned back with his legs crossed, rolling up his sleeve as he rested his elbow on the sofa behind him. He tapped his chin. "I am not really interested in picking on young people. Fine then, apologize." Someone immediately raised their glass. "William, you lost fairly. We are sorry for our childish behavior earlier. Let's drink this together and make peace. We will be brothers from now on." To be honest, William, your attitude of looking down on everyone really rubbed people the wrong way. But we did go too far. We are all in the same circle. Let's drink this round as a gesture of apology. From now on, let's just enjoy things together. William did not move. James kicked the back of his knee and said, "Come on, young master, give them some grace." William turned to glare at him, but after meeting James' eyes, he still turned back and lifted the glass from the table, drinking it in one go. No one knew these places better than James. He used to move through them with ease. Aside from avoiding any serious entanglements, he always fit right in. Handling a bunch of inexperienced young people was effortless. From that moment on, they started calling William young Master He, as if sharing one drink had forged an unbreakable bond. James looked away from the bar and back at William, sitting stiffly in his seat like someone owed him a huge debt. Feeling upset inside, James asked lazily, half reclining. William looked over. James let out a chuckle. "You must be thinking that not breaking someone's head today is already showing mercy. Why are you even bothering to play along with this bros act with such a bunch of reckless kids? Hey, do not rush to deny it. That is exactly what you are feeling." William's expression shifted rapidly, which fascinated James. It is rare to find someone from the He family so out of touch with reality. "So what if I do think that way?" William snapped, his voice sharp and defiant. James raised an eyebrow. "Did not your uncle ever tell you?" "What?" The booth was tucked near the corner, and right then, a loud DJ track blasted through the club. A group of young people on the sofa were clearly high on alcohol, excitedly boasting, from their parents recently buying them a new yacht to claiming this current girlfriend was already their 18th. James waved at William. William eyed him suspiciously, noticing the man's reddened neck from alcohol and his dazed eyes under the colorful lights. Without thinking, he leaned in closer. James tugged lightly on William's ear to raise his voice. Did not your uncle ever warn you that trying so hard to save face just makes you look foolish? William's face turned instantly red, and he shoved James away in a flash. James hit the sofa and nearly burst out laughing. After he finished laughing, he turned to look at William's flushed face, which made him even happier. He said with a smile, "Seriously, kid, considering you have given me quite a bit of amusement today, I will tell you one thing." "Who is the kid?" William glared at him. "You are not much older than me." "But technically, I am your elder," James said in a tone that pretended to be sympathetic. William was so furious he nearly fell backward, his eyes burning with anger. You will never be part of the He family in your life." "That is truly a pity." Seeing William nearly at his breaking point, James finally felt a tiny bit of sympathy. "I will stop teasing now," he said. "There is just one thing I want to tell you. Whether the people here today are allies or enemies depends entirely on your choice. Because you are part of the He family, you hold that status and power. Relationships do not always need sincerity, especially for people like you. More often than not, it is about interests. What lies ahead will be even more complicated." William stared at him silently, saying nothing. James stood up. He placed one hand on William's shoulder and leaned slightly forward. "You cannot stay stuck in past emotions forever. No one has it easy. You might not be able to match your uncle anytime soon, but understanding this reality early will save you some pain down the road." After delivering that piece of tough truth, James casually patted William on the shoulder. William snapped out of his daze and grabbed him immediately. "Where are you going?" James shifted his sore neck and glanced around the booth. "You kids stay here and have fun. I am going to stretch my legs. You know, being cooped up too long can really dull a person's spirit." William frowned. "Are not you just out of the hospital after 2 days?" James misread his concern and pulled his hand free. "It was not the hospital that locked me up. Whatever happens tonight, do not say a word, got it?" William watched as James turned away. He passed by the bar, grabbed a drink, downed it in one go, then stepped onto the dance floor. As he moved in, he unbuttoned 2 buttons at his collar, blending into the lively scene with ease and confidence. A few shocked murmurs reached William's ears. "Whoa, is Lee really this wild? Look at his waist, so slim. There is some guy clinging to him over there, did you see?" William felt a surge of anger boiling up, whirled around and snapped. "Shut up, what are you all staring at?" He was about to stand when he realized he had been blocked by a wall of people, 2 bodyguards who had followed them the whole way. "Get out of my way," William snapped, impatient and tense. They did not budge. One of the bodyguards touched the earpiece clipped to his ear. After a few seconds, he spoke. "Young Master Ahuo, there is a private space reserved for you on the 2nd floor. Please follow us." William knew exactly who these bodyguards answered to. He froze in place, disbelief flashing across his face as he looked up toward the upper level. In the chaotic scene, all he could see were people leaning on the railing, swaying their heads, the excited shouts, and faces blurred by the lights, indistinguishable from one another. Behind William stood a group of silent, rich kids, while in front of him were guards from the He family. Even if he was not fully aware of the He family's situation, he knew that being given such easy access likely meant Henry was here in person. His uncle, though appearing gentle, was someone no one dared to oppose. James' name was familiar to him. Now he could not help but compare his fate with those stories and sightings from before. Only a rare few truly rose to power, and most did not end up well. He should have been worried about himself, or even glad if James ended badly, but for some reason, doubt crept in. He could not see what was happening down below, but one thought filled his mind. Daring to sneak around behind his uncle's back. The Lee family is finished. At that moment, the best viewing balcony on the 2nd floor was located at the far left of the bar staircase, an exclusive private space with one-way soundproof glass where several people were seated. Compared to the group of wealthy young men downstairs, these people clearly had more experience and were older in age. They smoked cigars and drank strong liquor. One middle-aged man tapped his cigar gently against the ashtray's edge, then chuckled. "David, why would you pick such a place for young people to unwind? Lucky that 2nd master deigned to come today." The man named David was in his late 40s with a large belly. When he laughed, the folds of fat under his chin wobbled. "We are definitely getting old," David said. "Think how many years we have been with the He family, over a dozen or even 20 now. but the second master is still young. Though we often do business together, we rarely get to meet face to face. I figured this place, being called the most famous entertainment spot in a Shangjing city, would be worth a visit for everyone today. Just relax and do not hold back." The group was exchanging remarks back and forth, but Henry remained silent. He stood with his back to the others, facing the glass mirror, his gaze fixed on the scene below. Oliver was beside him, quietly talking on the phone. These people did not pay much attention to an assistant's behavior. Curious, one of them leaned in toward Henry and noticed William down below. "Wait, is not that Mr. William? What is he doing here?" "Young people showing up at a place like this is not unusual," someone joked. "I know the man behind this bar, the owner's quite well connected. I have even helped some clients get past certain restrictions before. The performers he has are truly outstanding, so it makes sense that a young person would be curious and want to see something new." Instantly, someone pointed toward the dance floor. "Who is that?" From above, what caught people's attention first was not his face, but his movements. His body swayed with natural ease to the rhythm of the music, every motion giving off a powerful sense of freedom and flow. He drew everyone around him in, like an invisible center they all wanted to move toward, yet he seemed completely unaware. Disheveled hair, his chin raised after being damp with sweat, and that slender stretch of waist peeking through with a soft sheen. Everything about him radiated warmth, making it hard not to reach out. Anyone seated here was no ordinary person. They could not have missed the news about Henry recently having someone new by his side. Those more perceptive had already seen pictures before, and now they recognized the man below at a glance. Still, while silently thinking how bold this young one was, they quickly laughed it off, pulling back the person who had just asked. They kept shifting to random topics until someone knocked on the door of the room. Everyone assumed it would be William or someone else, but instead, a server walked in. 2 seconds later, the server stepped aside, revealing the face behind him. Everyone in the room reacted with a sharp intake of breath. A strikingly handsome young man, very young and quite stunning to look at. Thick eyelashes, finely shaped features. This young man seemed uneasy in such a setting, so timid that people hesitated to speak too loudly for fear of startling him. No one else spoke up, and no one noticed Oliver had been watching Henry several times. As Henry's personal assistant, no one knew better than him. Right from the moment this young man appeared, he realized he was brought here specifically for Henry. Not for any other reason, it was because of how much he resembled someone. It was not just that he looked like Andrew or James, he had elements of both. Since recently interacting with James, Oliver suddenly realized James was actually quite different from Andrew. The vague sense of similarity before had faded almost completely. But seeing this young man now, he felt something entirely new. The young man in front of them seemed to amplify Andrew's features while still carrying James' certain softness and gentle aura, so much softer than James ever was. He appeared fragile, as if he could not survive without someone to lean on, yet his presence bloomed with vibrant intensity. In just one glance, Oliver was certain this young man would be far better suited than James for the role Henry truly needed. And he was even more convinced that someone had gone to great lengths to bring him here. That made Oliver quietly adjust his glasses and cast a careful look around the room. It was David who spoke first, smiling warmly as he waved toward the door. "Carter, do not just stand there, be quick about it. Go pour some wine for young Master Henry and be careful not to make a mistake." The young man named Carter glanced nervously at Henry, as if gathering his courage before stepping inside. His movements were smooth and practiced as he carried the wine glass forward, not once glancing back at Henry, whispering quietly, "Young master." "David," Henry said, reaching out to take the cup, though the name was not meant for the man standing before him. David flinched and stood up quickly. "Yes." Henry's tone was unreadable. "I never expected you to be so interested in my preferences. You are always doing nothing of real importance, yet your eyes seem to wander far too much." David immediately felt a cold sweat form. He quickly waved his hands. "Misunderstanding. It is definitely a misunderstanding, young master." "Enough," Henry said, as if losing patience. He walked over to place the cup on the table and then sat down on a separate sofa. Turning toward Oliver, he said, "Since someone has shown such care, bring the person up now." David's mind was racing. "Young master, what is this?" Henry gave a faint smile. "If the one upstairs does not agree, you could bring 100 people today, still pointless." As 7 or 8 guards suddenly rushed into the crowded dance floor and formed a clear space around him, James finally stopped moving. The music cut off abruptly. All eyes around turned to him, some startled, some curious. He ran a hand through his hair, frowning slightly as he looked up at the broad-shouldered man in front of him. Mason. No wonder he recognized him right away. The two siblings shared strikingly similar features. "Mr. James," Mason nodded briefly. "Please follow me upstairs." James glanced toward the second floor. With Mason, the head of security, showing up in person, it was not hard to guess who was waiting upstairs. James did not believe that Henry, with his busy schedule, would personally come all the way here just to find him. This was most likely a coincidence instead. That damn coincidence. But he did not show any resistance, took the coat from Mason, his earlier one left on the couch, and shook it out before saying, "All right then, lead the way." When James pushed open the door to the second floor room, he was genuinely surprised by what he saw. He had not expected so many people. Yet amid everyone's wide-eyed stares, he immediately spotted Henry sitting nearby. Calm and collected, he walked over, dropped down beside him with a casual air, leaned back against the sofa and said, "What brings you here today, second master?" "Did someone upset you?" Henry turned to ask. Today, Henry wore a black dress shirt, giving him a calmer presence than when he was at Jade Garden. James gave him a sideways glance, lips curling slightly. "You know very well what is going on. This place is not exactly for tea and small talk, is it?" Everyone in the room felt a quiet stir of unease the moment he appeared. Getting closer, it became clear that the striking impression from downstairs was not due to the setting. This man was even more impressive up close. He still carried traces of having just left a lively gathering. His shirt collar was partly undone, his face slightly flushed and breath uneven. The rumors seemed true. His looks alone made advancement easy, but what stood out was that he dared to intervene directly with young Master Henry, and yet Henry showed no sign of irritation. It really looked like he was deeply fond of him. Looking at young Master Henry's words, he said, "Many present here are veteran members of the Huo family, essentially your elders. You walk in without so much as a greeting. How can that be considered proper?" Though he used the term improper, there was not even a hint of criticism in his tone. Others quickly replied, "Oh no, young master, you are being too polite." "Yes indeed, just relax, please, no need to be formal." James scanned the room around him. "I would just play the role of an elder in front of your nephew, and now you are giving me this kind of treatment. What is this, some kind of comeuppance?" Regardless of what he was thinking inside, James straightened up and calmly took the wine glass in front of young Master Henry. "I admit I have been careless. Today, I will boldly make one exception. I would like to call you all uncles and elders. This cup is my apology. Please take it as you wish." Given young Master Henry's presence, no one could refuse the gesture. They all raised their glasses and drank. After drinking, conversation naturally shifted to focus on James. "I see you are quite young, still in school or already working." "Not really, I just finished high school," James said. "Before meeting Second Master, I had not done any proper job. Now I do want to get involved in something meaningful, but I haven't found anything that suits me yet, so I have been staying idle." James spoke with complete openness, something difficult for someone of his background to face. The original James in the story feared two things above all: being questioned about his origins and education, which always made him feel inferior. But now James could speak openly about it, knowing that no matter what those people thought behind his back, they would still act respectful to his face. That was the advantage of status, something the original James failed to use or even ignored altogether. "Sure enough, it is not hard at all. I have got several spots that would be perfect for you. I have got space too. Just say the word and I will make sure it is yours. Only depends on whether Second Master is willing to let you go, He." Their offers came easily, and James just nodded along casually. He would even toss in a remark to Henry now and then, "I am quite the sought-after guy, just wait and see how you will talk about me being idle now." Others picked up quickly, joining right in. The mood soon brightened and warmed up. Then James noticed the person approaching to refill his drink. He had not paid attention at first, The man wore a waiter's uniform and had been quietly standing in the corner. Now, as he stepped forward with a bow to pour wine, James caught sight of his profile. The first thought that crossed James' mind was, who would be so reckless? He really looked a lot like Andrew, especially from certain angles. For someone who has read plenty of novels, the most obvious trait in melodramatic stories is the stand-in trope. It is perfect for creating misunderstandings between the main characters, and also helps fulfill the emotional arc where one lead deeply cares for another. At this point, that emotional payoff was barely noticeable, like a tiny scratch on your nail. It is hard to guess which unlucky soul would step up to add to it. James did not have much choice. He might as well go along with it. Wait, James quickly reached out and covered the glass table's wine glass. Look up. The young man named Carter slowly lifted his head. James immediately found the situation intriguing. You could say he was deliberately chosen to resemble Andrew, to test Henry's reaction, or perhaps because James had been in the spotlight lately, and someone wanted to appeal to his preferences by finding someone who looked similar, though the only real similarity was in their eyes. The effort behind this move was clearly not small. James asked the question straight and sincere, "Did you have cosmetic surgery?" The comment made Oliver at the edge of the room twitch his lips twice before he could hold it back. But the young man named Carter simply lowered his gaze and said, "No." To win Henry's approval, James could not mention Andrew directly. Instead, he spoke casually, "Really, I tend to dislike people who are naturally good-looking, especially those who look like me. It feels like a cheap knockoff from a factory line, just unpleasant to see." The boy named Carter finally lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened but with a determined look. His voice was soft and gentle. "There are countless people in the world who look alike. I am just a server. I do not think I deserve such a comment." Every expression was perfectly timed. Being in a vulnerable position naturally gave him an edge that stirred sympathy, and just enough small resistance at the right moment made his quiet strength stand out clearly. Impressive, turns out he has been carefully trained. James glanced at Henry, who remained expressionless and gave no hint whatsoever. James took it as permission to handle the situation however he wanted. "Mason," James said. Mason appeared right away. James gave a slight nod. "Get him out. I never want to see him again." If you are favored, you must act proudly. Push that confidence to the absolute limit. It was not clear if someone had warned Mason beforehand, but he did not even bother asking Henry's opinion before carrying out James' order and stepping forward. The large man lifted Carter as easily as picking up a small chick. But just then, the boy who had seemed so fragile and weak suddenly fought back fiercely. "Let me go." He suddenly broke free from Mason's grip and rushed forward, dropping to his knees beside Henry's sofa. One hand clutched at the hem of Henry's clothing as he spoke through a choked voice. "Young master, please have mercy on me." James shot Mason an icy glare. Mason kept his gaze lowered, pretending not to notice. The young man continued pleading, "I am just a lowly server. All I want is to live in peace. I know I cannot compare to Mr. James, but one careless word from him could cost me my job. What have I done wrong? Please, young master, show me mercy." Mason would not let anyone escape. It was only natural that James had to step in, no matter whether Henry meant for the man to stay. "A lowly server just wants peace," James said with a faint smirk. "You called me Mr. James right away. Ordinary staff would not know my last name, and no one's mentioned it here. Who told you that?" Carter froze in place. James said, "You see, pretending innocence is not working anymore, is it?" But Carter was quick-witted. He glared at James and said, "I know Mr. James holds me in low regard, but everyone knows the names of those close to Mr. Henry. You may not come from a high background, yet you target ordinary people like us. Is not that just fear?" Sharp-tongued indeed. James immediately changed his approach, turning to look at Henry. He said lazily, "Young master's clearly here for entertainment. Why not pick someone new? You are just making things awkward." Henry replied calmly, "You are speaking more and more out of line." James let out a cold laugh. "Then I will say this one thing today. It is either him or me, and the choice is up to you, young master." Before Henry could speak, Carter stepped in first. Now he was not holding back. He shot James a defiant look and said, "I heard Mr. James and Andrew, the young master of the Issue family, share some similarities. Does that mean you also feel like a cheap imitation? James was almost certain this Carter's arrival was aimed straight at Andrew. After all, he brought up Andrew's name so casually, it must be his main tactic. Still, James could not tell who was behind him. Not many people knew Henry had a special connection to Andrew and still dared to challenge him directly. But there was no need for Henry to react first. James slowly poured a glass of wine over the boy's head. With the other man staring in shock and disbelief, James said, "People who speak without restraint should also consider whether they have the strength to back it up. Those you care about often share certain traits. As long as the young master approves, what does it matter if someone's named Shu or Ma or Oeng? The truth is Andrew's abroad right now, and the person beside him is not Andrew, not you, but me, James." Carter suddenly surged to his feet in anger. He swung his hand straight toward James' face. Before it could land, a forearm shot out and blocked the motion. The arm was thick with visible veins, broad palms, and distinct knuckles. It firmly seized the boy's wrist and flung him aside. There was a dull thud as his head hit the floor. No one saw Henry snapping like that. Young master. Young master. Henry, do not get worked up, please calm down." The older men were all startled by Henry's sudden move and quickly spoke up. The boy, struggling to get back on his feet, immediately turned frantic. He was held tightly by Mason's two arms and could not move, yet he kept staring at James with intense focus. He said, "Others may not know, but I do, the real one is Andrew. You are just a replacement, a pitiful imitation." He said, "Who do you think you are? You will not end well, you will not get away with this for long." He shouted, "James, let me go." James went momentarily stunned by these words, even beginning to wonder if this Carter was somehow like him, a stranger who would read the same book and knew too much. Henry's voice snapped him back. He narrowed his eyes at Mason and said, "Take him away." The frantic shouting faded completely from the air around them. Henry now looked as composed as if he had not just acted at all, sitting upright, his shirt still perfectly neat. He slowly glanced around before speaking. "Everyone here is family, I will say it plainly. For the past 2 years, those under my mother's influence in the Ihuo family have been restless for a long time. The group has seen power struggles and shifting alliances. I do not interfere, nor can I control it all. I understand your hesitation and uncertainty, but as long." A group of middle-aged men glanced at one another. Their unspoken thoughts had already spun through countless calculations. "That kind of remark really cuts deep, Second Master. We certainly believe in the Second Master's abilities." Henry did not respond to their words. He called out again to the organizer of today's gathering, the plump middle-aged man in his 40s. David had quietly slipped back during Henry's earlier move, hoping not to be noticed. Now openly called out, he could only step forward. He wiped the cold sweat forming on his forehead, his expression awkward as he said, "Second Master. I remember you have always been by my father, side back then, right?" Yes, David nodded. Henry rested his hands loosely on his lap, looking up at the man, yet an overwhelming sense of dominance filled the entire room. "Since my father passed, I have noticed your weight has only increased each year." David's face turned deep red, neither smiling nor frowning, his whole body tense like a wobbling mound of fat. Finally forcing out with strained awkwardness, "I will just eat less." Henry spoke calmly. "You really should cut back on food, your mind so clouded by greed you cannot think straight." David's face was a mess. In the early spring warmth, sweat poured like it had no value, dripping from his chin down onto his broad chest and soaking through a patch of his shirt. "Go back and tell your brother," Henry said without any awareness of the pressure he was exerting, as if finally using this moment with Carter to voice what he had been building up. "If he wants to test anything, let him come talk to me directly. But the Shu family is not a suitable match for our company right now, so I suggest he drop those plans." James realized then that Carter's actions were actually orchestrated by Henry's older brother, Alexander. That explained why Carter knew so much. David had completely given up once Henry mentioned the word brother. He understood there was no way to hide anything from him. Everyone in the room knew it. This battle within the Ihuo family would now see shifting alliances. Henry stood up at just the right moment. He slipped into the suit Oliver had held open for him, slowly fastening the two buttons at his waist. Looking at David, who looked utterly defeated, he said, "I hope this kind of situation does not happen again." David stammered, "Why, yes, yes." The next moment, Henry walked out with the group, and James instinctively grabbed his clothes and followed. As they stepped outside, Henry suddenly paused. James looked over and saw the boy Mason had just pushed out, now pinned against the wall, slowly turning his head toward them. The spot was fairly dim, but James still clearly felt the hostile glare. He thought, "This must be someone who truly hates me after I blocked their path upward." Ahead, Henry suddenly spoke, "Oliver, find him a doctor." "Doctor?" Oliver asked. Henry frowned, his eyes have been changed, no more entering a Shengjing. Oliver suddenly turned to look at James. Then he turned away and said quietly, "Yes." Once again boarding the long luxury car, James did not lie down this time. He instead stayed upright while Henry closed his eyes to rest as soon as they got in. That night at the bar made James certain that Henry absolutely disliked being kept in the dark or manipulated. His initial approach had been correct, but he also knew he still had a long way to go before reaching his goal of safely pulling away. Even setting aside the fact that the previous owner died as part of Henry's plans, just from how violently he had been struck in the stomach last time, this path was far harder than expected. He spent 2 days recovering in the hospital, then went to a bar with William, wasted half a day, and ended up meeting Henry again. He did not have time to dwell on it properly, but the car was so quiet now that every detail from that day on the road kept coming back. It felt like a weight had settled in his chest, making it hard to breathe, like someone starving and near death seeing an apple by the roadside, knowing it might be poisoned but still having to force it down. That sensation was extremely uncomfortable. The situation was not in his favor, but he could not keep playing defense forever. This was the first time he seriously considered having a real conversation with Henry. He would once believed there would be consequences if he did not follow through on the original storyline, but now that the bar scene, something not in the book, had happened without any fallout, his assumptions were shaken. If punishment only came from stepping away from the role of the canary, then he could afford to be open with Henry and make a deal. After all, being locked in a cage with a tiger was far less stressful than dealing with another wary caretaker. Working together with a fellow prisoner to break free felt like the only real relief. "Why were you and William together at that place today?" Henry suddenly spoke up. James noticed he was still with his eyes closed, yet felt like Henry had been aware of him all along. James said, "William came to the hospital. I was supposed to take him out for dinner at first, but we ended up going there by chance." Just then, James remembered something. He frowned. William is still at the bar. At that moment, Oliver spoke up from beside him. "Mr. James, do not worry. I have had someone see Master Ho back home." Oliver was not Nora. Around Henry, he never said more than necessary. James nodded. Henry finally opened his eyes, sat up slightly, and glanced at James. "Is there something you want to say?" As he asked, he reached over to the armrest storage compartment and pulled out a small iron box, about the size of a palm. Upon opening it, he found cigarettes inside. It was nothing like the heavy cigar smoke from those middle-aged men. He used a match. With both elbows resting on his knees, he took out a cigarette and carefully brushed off the tiny bits at the filter. The match flared with a sharp scratch, turning an ordinary act of lighting up into something smooth and deliberate, like setting incense or preparing ink. Even his exhale was unhurried. As the smoke began to swirl around him, he said, "Your mood's been off since we got in the car. Go ahead, tell me what is on your mind." He rarely carried a strong cigarette scent, so many people did not know Mr. Henry was actually someone who smoked, just as James was not surprised by his keen awareness of others' inner states. "Mind if I have one?" James said, holding out his hand. Henry glanced at him and tossed the metal box over. James reached for it, but instead of using a match, he leaned forward and lit his cigarette from the flame on Henry's lips. Then, with Henry remaining calm and Oliver hiding his surprise, he settled back into his seat. He leaned against the seat and took a deep breath upward. Then he looked at Henry, smiling. "Young master, is this like a confession moment?" Depends on how far you are willing to open up, Henry said, tapping ash into the nearby tray. James chuckled for a moment before saying, "You have already suspected me before, haven't you?" I said if you could keep up the act, I would not mind. All right, I admit it, James spoke directly under both pairs of eyes. I have come to a realization. Henry stayed silent. Oliver, perhaps growing more used to James' antics lately, now gave him an unimpressed look and said, "Are you even being serious?" "What do you mean, serious?" James replied. "Have you ever swum in the pool at Udging Garden? Do you know how cold that water is? If I had not known how to swim and if the weeds had not been tangled, I would have been gone by now." Oliver pushed up his glasses. "Still your own fault, and you were not in any real danger, someone was nearby. Young master, maybe it is time to find a new assistant." Oliver immediately turned to Henry. "Young. Say it properly," Henry said, his calm demeanor undisturbed by the noise and reactions around him. Whether he believed James or not, he still picked up on the story, now then. "Then I came to understand myself," James said with a mix of truth and jest. "The banquet at Udging Garden following your wishes for Andrew to leave the country, and even today's event, it is all meant as proof of my sincerity. The previous terms we discussed, I am treating them as if they never happened. I promise this role will meet your expectations. In return, I have new conditions I need you to honor." Henry's eyes studied James' face. His voice gave no hint of emotion. "You know I do not need you. Of course, I know your influence and abilities. I am simply stating my needs. The decision to accept or not is entirely yours." Henry paused for 2 seconds. He rested his right leg on his left knee and leaned back slightly. "Go ahead, tell me your request." James stood up. "Since we agreed to be open, I will lay all my cards on the table. Yes, I did have certain thoughts at first, but in hindsight, I overcomplicated things. I do not care what others think or say, but I do need value. When a task is carried out, there should be both input and output, specifically who is involved, under what conditions, and with what results. In short, for every effort I make, I expect something real and tangible in return." I know. James' thinking was actually quite straightforward. If following the original plan meant too many uncertainties, then he had to hold onto what he could control. Instead of hiding behind schemes, he believed being honest with Henry was the simplest path. If his foundation is strong enough, it will give him better protection against future risks down the line. Turning passivity into action, making his stance clear, and aiming for the best possible outcome. "Quite ambitious," Henry said, breaking off the cigarette in half and tossing it into the ashtray. He looked at James. "Why do you think I would agree?" James' intuition. Oliver had long stopped speaking. They locked eyes as the car passed through the bustling city, without turning toward Udging Garden. Henry finally nodded, "As you wish." James' fingers paused slightly around the cigarette. No one noticed the cold sweat trickling down his spine. He knew he had no real advantage in this negotiation, and the only edge he had was that sense of honesty. He had not lied. He would made the right call. That was exactly what Henry wanted. Unlike so many upper-level figures who were used to playing games and hiding behind pretense, with Henry, whether you called him deep and hard to read or simply matched by strength and ability, it all came down to this, if you were honest. In front of him, your ambitions, desires, even the things best kept hidden, just laying them out in plain sight was always better than choosing silence or deception. James calmly crushed the cigarette between his fingers, showing no sign of the inner struggle he would just gone through. He gave Henry a calm smile. "I think our collaboration should turn out to be quite a positive experience." Just then, the car came to a stop. Mason opened the door from outside, and Nora was standing beside him. "Second master, we have arrived," Mason said. James followed Henry out of the car and stood silently before the massive, luxurious estate. He stayed half a step behind, and Henry turned back to say, "I had someone bring your belongings from the garden over. I have arranged for you to stay here for about a week." "Where is this?" James asked, though he already knew the answer in his heart. Nora spoke up at once. "This is the old residence of the Ahuo family. The lady's birthday is coming up soon, and there will be many guests visiting these days. You would better behave yourself." The lady was none other than Henry's own mother, Amalaye. James remembered that the previous owner had never even stepped inside this place before dying, let alone attend the lady's birthday celebration. According to the story, the relationship between mother and son was strained. Andrew, the real heir, had suffered many setbacks under her authority. Now Henry brought him here so casually, it felt like a direct challenge to his own mother. "Is it really a good idea for me to stay here?" James said. Henry looked at him, his tone vague. "Just now you were talking about needing value. This is where you begin proving your worth." "Master," James murmured as he spotted Jackson hurrying toward them from a distance, dazedly adding, "We did have an agreement, but still, do not push it too far." This is the heart of the operation, the ancestral home of the He family. The family dynamics in this story are incredibly complicated. Going straight into this place without any mental preparation, it is like expecting someone made of steel to come out unscathed. Even steel would likely lose its finish after such a trial. Henry adjusted the cuffs of his shirt. "You are afraid, are not you?" "No," James looked at him seriously. "I was just thinking, if you suddenly changed your mind and truly wanted me, and promised to never leave my side, I would pretend the things I said in the car never happened." "James," Henry said his name for the first time with real intent, leaning closer and meeting his gaze. "You want money, fame, now you even want me. Is not that pushing too hard?" James gave a faint smile. "Just kidding." He turned to Nora and reached out. "Nora, hand me a mirror." "Are you a peacock? What does a grown man need with a mirror?" Nora rolled her eyes but still pulled out a delicate small mirror from her purse and tapped it into his hand. James took it, opened it, and checked that he did not look too disheveled after wandering through the bar earlier today. He closed the mirror and handed it back. "This is basic prep for high alert mode. Men do not really need it, but think about it. I have gone through so much just to get through the front gate of the He family, and now I am actually getting in. Can I show up looking sloppy?" Nora's eye twitched. She turned to her brother. "Why did the second master pick him?" "Mason all looks good." Nora slapped his arm. "The second master was right, your brain's all in your muscles." Last time she did not think much of it, but just a few days later, he went from riding in the second master's car to being brought home. Something must have happened that she did not know about. Looking at the two men ahead, one after another, she had to admit, James was far better than Andrew in appearance alone. Andrew by the second master's side looked like a greenhouse plant. Many things still needed help from people around him to handle. But James was different. He was not at all like the person she would first met. Apart from his appearance, he had a wild, untamed quality, like a pine tree growing boldly on a steep cliff. What stood out was his awareness of social cues and his courage to speak up and act when needed. Just listen to those words. "Master, if I called your mother mother-in-law, would I get in trouble? If you are eager to die, go ahead and say it. Then make sure you save me, I am your precious one after all." The old residence was quite different from Udging Garden, more traditional, with an ancient and refined atmosphere, yet equally heavy with tension. After entering through the main gate, a short walk led to a communal meeting hall surrounded by 4 deep black pillars, beside which a man-made water channel continuously fed the viewing pond. Several middle-aged men were seated together. The woman sitting in the highest position was no longer young, but still well-preserved and elegant. One man spoke up from below. "Madam, if I may say, even though the He family is now under your leadership, we elders sometimes hesitate to speak out. As a mother, you should still address this matter." Yes, Henry has always appeared steady since childhood, more so than his older brother, but what he did this time was truly unacceptable. Why bring someone from outside into the family like that? She wore a green water patterned cheongsam, layered with a dark shawl, and her hair was neatly styled. Anyone who had met Amelaye would recognize her presence, simply sitting there in silence. No one dared to overlook her. But when she spoke, her tone was never harsh, quite the opposite, it was gentle. "I cannot interfere," the woman said. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes added not age but depth of experience, a presence that seemed unshaken by even the worst storms. She adjusted her shawl and continued, "I have never really stepped in much since they were young. Managing such a vast family like He family has already taken all my energy. And now, with time passing, I am growing older too. He family will ultimately rely on your support." Of course, of course. The mistress is still so young and has 2 fine sons. Your blessings mean she will surely enjoy endless happiness ahead. "Then I will take your kind wishes," Amelaye said with a small smile, turning to the butler who had been standing quietly behind her. "Where are they now?" "The young master has entered the courtyard." Where is the elder master? The elder master is not here today, but young Master William is at home. Ameliae nodded, understood. She turned once more toward the gathered guests and said, "Given how things stand today, it is really not convenient to keep you for dinner. Let's reschedule when the elder master returns. In the meantime, I will invite you again another time." Without waiting for a reply, she rose from her seat. "Butler, please see everyone out." Some people's expressions changed instantly, while others kept their faces neutral. But Ameliae simply turned and walked away, giving not a single glance back. The longtime family maid who helped her walk was the one supporting Ameliae as they rounded the wall of the council hall. The maid said, "Was not that attitude a bit too sharp just now?" Amelia's face showed no expression as she stepped over the threshold, saying calmly, "If you back down once, they will walk all over you. Talking about my two good sons like that, are not they just trying to stir up trouble? Everyone knows I am alone now. My stepson does not respect me as his mother-in-law, and my own son would not listen even if I asked. But so what, my son, Amelia's son, he will not let anyone come here and speak ill of him." The maid sighed. "Back when you first joined the He family, how much hardship you endured, and all those years of doing things you did not want to do, young master is clever enough to see it all. He still holds you in his heart." Ameliae paused mid-step. "Let's not talk about it," she said, then continued walking. "What happened with the person he brought back?" "We do not know yet," the maid replied. "We haven't seen them, but young master does not seem like someone who would cause a scandal over something like this. Still, you should talk to him directly. After all, they are mother and son. A close bond is worth more than anything." Ameliae took a deep breath, gazing up at the square patch of sky above. "You do not understand. The hardest thing in life is not blood being thicker than water but failing to connect. It is when you cannot truly be close or even kind to each other. I know that, and he knows it too." After speaking, Ameliae turned her gaze forward again, as if the brief moment of emotion had never happened. "Let's go take a look," she said, brushing her hair aside. "Whoever this person is, bringing them back without so much as a greeting, clearly someone with no manners, even worse than the He family boy. Mr. He's attitude is not exactly easygoing, is it? What good does kindness do? It just does not fit. If young master truly cared about someone, would not he have shown interest long before now? He simply is not interested. Ever since the two eldest from the He family tried to get involved in our family affairs, I have known my judgment was right. But young master and Mr. He grew up together. There is real history between them. If you oppose this so firmly, it might backfire. So he sent the person overseas, did not he? I heard this time he picked someone similar to the He family, went to great lengths just for Andrew. You think I do not know my own son? He is doing two things at once, making people believe he abandoned Andrew and replaced him so as to protect himself, while also keeping the old bond with the entire He family intact. Honestly, compared to the eldest brother, he still lacks that kind of resolve." The maid was completely loyal to Ameliae as her mistress. She whispered urgently, "You are going too far. This is just between us. Master has been involved in serious matters these past few years, and if young master followed the same path, you would have plenty to worry about too. Yes, handing him over to grandmother and elder brother back then was the hardest choice I have ever made, but also the right one." If James had heard this conversation, he would have realized there were two key points. First, Henry's relationship with his mother was far more complicated than what people claimed. Second, the second major misunderstanding between the main characters had just begun to take shape. The first misunderstanding was clearly James's very existence. The second centered on the family. He family had originally been a scholarly household, and during grandfather's time, ties between the two families were strongest. Later, He family shifted from literature to business, and by now, Andrew's older brothers lacked business talent, but managed to stay afloat thanks to He family's support. The key was that Andrew's two elder brothers willingly let Alexander use them to target Henry. Eventually, He family fell apart. Andrew broke down under pressure, and with the help of someone manipulative, he came to believe it was all Henry's doing. That is how a story like this unfolded. Someone taking advantage while you were away, attacking your family behind your back, yet claiming they did it for your own good. James was not completely unaware. He would already picked up on some of this earlier, especially when Henry told people at the bar not to interfere with He family. But in the end, it did not concern him directly, and he would not step in without good reason. He did not go to greet the family because Henry said it was not necessary. So when his own mother showed up in person, James was genuinely caught off guard. An hour later. "This is on you," James said, pointing a finger. Henry had just stepped through the gate of his own estate, handing his personal belongings to the guard while taking off his coat. "On me." "Of course it is," James said, glancing toward the elegant woman calmly sipping tea at the far end of the room, pretending to help Henry with his coat as he leaned in. "You never warned me your mother has that I will not bend, let the mountain come to me attitude. If I would known she was this direct, I would have gone to see her first myself. What kind of behavior is that? You are showing no teamwork and unnecessarily raising my workload. Now there is a wall between us that feels impossible." Henry paused mid-step, rubbing his temple without looking at him. "James, what is wrong?" "Henry, I do not remember you being this talkative before." James gave a half smile. "Sorry, you just haven't seen the new me after my awakening." Henry gave up on talking and kept walking. "You do not have to pay her any attention." "But I need to stay in a comfortable environment. Creating enemies goes against my principles." "Your job right now is to shut up. Communication is the best way to build connections, and since we are working together long-term, I think it is important." James walked beside Henry, their polished leather shoes matching step for step along the courtyard's stone path. Those cleaning nearby and passing by all quietly stepped aside. Henry suddenly stopped. "Did you two have a fight?" James, of course not." "Henry, you actually called her grandmother, and she said she would teach you a lesson." "James, do you really think that is possible? It was just a joke, I am not crazy." "Henry, if there is no truth to it, then shut up." The two entered the main house, one right after the other. "Mom," Henry called out. Amalaye set down her teacup, back already. "Yeah, handled some matters in the front hall." Henry sat on a chair placed beneath Amalaye and added, "Why did you come today? The birthday party after your cold was just for old family friends. Someone else could have taken care of it." "Just came to see you. It should be me visiting you instead." After a few brief exchanges, the room fell silent, reflecting the emotional distance between this mother and son. It was not the kind of intense confrontation James had once imagined, no open hostility or bitter conflict, but there was definitely a gap, an unease that was plainly visible. James came in right after, hanging his coat on the chair before speaking. Master Second always goes head-to-head with business partners, but now his words sound rather flat. He smiled at Amalaye. "I checked out the 2 trucks Jackson brought. Apparently, Master Second personally picked everything, showing he still cares about you." His words were smooth and pointed, instantly breaking the heavy silence that had just settled. Amalaye lifted her teacup again and took a sip, glancing briefly at James. She asked quietly, "Where did you say you were born?" "Ihiksayang," James said. "My grandfather always said I was found there, so that is where I came from." "Actually, it was what the book mentioned." Amalaye nodded. "Wherever you came from, since you are part of Master Second's circle, you should carry yourself with some dignity." She turned to Henry. "I usually do not interfere in your affairs, but leaving someone out in the garden like that could hurt the family's reputation. With a company this big, it can hardly afford not to care for one more person, find a proper place for him, and make things right." Henry seemed somewhat surprised. Finally, he said, "I understand, I will take care of it myself." "All right then, I am off." Amalaye stood up and added, "Your old room is a bit small, I had the main bedroom prepared. You can move in there tonight." As Amalaye left, Henry turned to look at James. "An impassable wall. That was meant for you to recognize your shortcomings in this partnership. Do you really think I would fail? We have been communicating well." James showed no intention of backing down, sitting on the chair beside Henry. "You know what her first words were when she saw me today?" "What?" "There was some value brought back for us." James felt mixed emotions. "And what did your mom mean by those words just now?" He rubbed his chin. "It is kind of strange feeling suddenly approved by a mother-in-law like that." Henry glanced at him and stood up. "Your mom meant you are staying with me tonight." Then he added another line. "You will sleep on the floor." James had assumed mentioning sharing a room was at least partly playful, but it turned out Henry did not joke around much. His room was entirely made of solid wood with no flashy details, yet exuded quiet elegance. Just like how James often saw him wearing shirts that were either black or white, simple and unchanging, but upon closer inspection, the inner cuffs featured subtle gold thread patterns, much like his own demeanor. James leaned back against the edge of the sofa side table, scanning the room. There are so many rooms here, no need to live together, is there? The sound of running water in the bathroom stopped, and shortly after, Henry emerged wearing a deep black robe. He was still damp from the shower, his hair messy and dripping water. Without even glancing at James, he reached into the small portable cooler on the table, pulled out a chilled bottle, unscrewed it, and poured some into a glass. You know full well you have already drawn too much attention. To avoid complications, this is not just about today, but situations like this will only increase in the future. Are we really talking about needing to sleep together? It is for appearances only. Henry stepped across the carpeted floor and sat down on the sofa, saying, "I will give you another chance." "How?" "A chance to back out," Henry said, turning the clear glass cup slowly in his hands. "I can see your determination, you have done well these past days, but you must understand the difference between wearing a title and truly stepping into it. If you step back and stay quiet, I promise that as long as I still need this identity, you will have a safe place to call home a Udging garden. What do you say?" James moved over and sat on the arm of the sofa next to Henry. He was sitting at a higher level than Henry. "Second master," James said. Henry did not react to where he sat, saying nothing. "James, I know it might sound unbelievable, but the biggest dream I have ever had in my life is just to live without working, eating well, and still have money coming in. If there were even the slightest chance, I would take it, really." "Henry, so you are refusing because of what you believe is your worth." "For your own happiness." James sat casually with his legs apart on the armrest, hands resting in front as he leaned slightly toward Henry and said sincerely, "Believe me, when I fell into the lake, a spiritual guide appeared in my dream. They told me you are missing someone who can truly support you in life. Sure, your career is going strong, but your romantic path has been full of hardships. Even if you do find happiness at the end, it will just be extra, something nice to have, but not essential." It is really the author's fault. The focus was entirely on scenes where multiple men were drawn to Andrew. The main character spent most of the first half misunderstood, and by the end, it just felt natural that Henry, successful in everything, would win out over others and end up with another lead. There was care, there was protection, but did he feel deep love at first sight? Did he feel a powerful connection? Honestly, as an investor, I did not see it. Take what the original version had, dramatic moments that were intense and full of chaos, broken bones, or injuries. But after the hero saved the day, everything just faded away. At the time, he asked the screenwriter to deepen the emotional development, but it had not been put into action yet. But now things are different. He is actually living inside the story. As someone who must push the plot forward, he has become the writer himself. Henry leaned back comfortably on the sofa. "Are you saying you are meant to be my guiding hand?" He raised an eyebrow and asked. From his point of view, James looked different now than before. He did not have any memory of this person at first. The Issue family should never have gotten involved with Alexander, and once he found out, that is when he arranged for Andrew to go abroad. Andrew had always followed closely behind him since childhood, from boyhood to now. Feelings in youth are truly different. He would naturally treat him with a little extra kindness and care, something people like Sebastian could never quite become. As for James, the person who brought him here said he resembled Andrew. He did not pay much attention and simply left him at Udging garden. After all, a substitute's role is always limited. He could not keep him around for long. The moment he really took notice was during the banquet at Udging garden. At first glance, he seemed like a finely crafted ornament, drawing admiration from everyone. But up close, one could be suddenly pierced by his sharp blade. Worse still, it was poisoned. This kind of person was exactly what the EUO family disliked most, yet also precisely who they needed and relied on. After that, his presence began to stand out sharply. He carried himself with pride, yet still went along with Henry's plans. That strange mix made him instinctively cautious. Oliver suggested his recent heart palpitations might be linked to mental strain, proving he was not as calm and in control as he appeared. Anyone with something they fear is easier to influence. He could declare love in public one moment and mock you the next. He might seem completely at ease, smiling as if nothing mattered, but then break out into a cold sweat from heart palpitations and end up hospitalized. He could openly bargain for money, fame, or power one moment, only to later make up wild stories about nearly drowning and meeting a spirit. A person who seemed strikingly clear, yet full of contradictions at every turn. The kind of presence that felt unsafe no matter where he was placed. Only under constant watch did it feel tolerable. That sense of being unable to control someone, it had been so long since Henry last felt anything like it. James had no idea what Henry was thinking as he stared at him, but he sensed the man was impossible to read. What seemed like judgment in his eyes was actually nothing at all. If you cannot figure it out, then do not try. When you cannot win, just give in. This man was now his biggest supporter, far better than those reckless fools who once forced themselves to drink at business dinners just to land a small investment. When it is time to show humility, you must bow your head. Mr. James had to know how to take the lead and let go when needed. "Right, sir," James said, then moved away from the armrest and settled right beside Henry. Even though they were alone, he did not want to act like a pampered favorite in public, only to become silent and distant once the scene was over. He was not pretending for show. James leaned sideways against the sofa, one hand propping up his head as he looked at Henry. "You probably think I am making this up, let's make a bet." Henry glanced briefly at his position. "I never gamble with people." "Why?" James asked. Huo-an turned to gaze at the light shimmering through the water in the glass, then said, "Gambling means uncertainty. Uncertainty brings risk, and risk can cost you your life." He said the last part while looking directly at him. James felt a chill go through his mind. Henry was actually much more talkative than James had first assumed. He would give him respect in public, and even respond to seemingly dull remarks privately. But it was hard to tell how much of what he said was genuine, or how much was a test, or simply loaded with hidden meaning. They call it a rule of law society, but this world is harder to read than it seems. In this dramatic story alone, there are shootings, murders, secret eliminations, no shortage of danger. "I am done with the bet, and I will not go back on that. I have my reasons for staying." James turned over onto his back and let out a long sigh. "Young master, promise me something." "Go ahead." James turned his head slightly. "When you feel I am no longer useful, let me go." Henry stared at him for a few seconds. "Why would you think I would not let you go?" "There are so many reasons," James said, turning his gaze back to the ceiling as he counted them off. "Just consider the risk of carrying such a reputation. It is not even about whether you would think I am deceitful or simply dislike me. Most important is that if I ever accidentally step on something deeply precious to you, would not you have no choice but to end things with me?" Henry looked momentarily taken aback, almost annoyed. Then he said calmly, "I do not kill people without reason." "You could have someone else handle it," James said. "Henry, do you really want to die?" "If I wanted to die, would I be wasting my time talking to you like this?" Henry clearly did not want to waste any more words on him. He set down his cup and pulled a book off the nearby cabinet, then stopped speaking. James was not sure what was going on. This felt different from their talk at the hospital. Maybe it was because he would stepped into Henry's private space. His urge to keep talking kept growing. This was Henry, the one who held power over his future. His boss, his leader, his future partner, his source of income. Whether he could ever relax and live comfortably depended entirely on this man now. Henry did not even look up, flipping a page as he said, "You are staring at me like I am a meal. Keep it up, and you will not have a place to sleep tonight." "Nah," James brushed a hand over his head. "Do not you dry your hair, it is still wet." "Nope. I can help with that if you like." Henry finally looked up from his book. "What exactly are you trying to do?" "Just slowly becoming part of your life until you cannot imagine doing without me," James said. "Your daily routine, serving tea and water, taking care of things, I will need to pay close attention. That is more like a servant's job. I do not mind the effort. Stop pretending, go take a shower, then sleep on the floor yourself." James rolled his eyes in annoyance, stood up, grabbed the back of his hair, twisted it twice to reveal the nape of his neck, and walked barefoot toward the bathroom. Henry glanced at his back for a moment, then lowered his eyes again to the book in his hands. Half an hour later, James finished his shower. His hair was longer than Henry's and still very damp. He flung the door open wide and asked, "I forgot my razor. Can I use the one in the bathroom?" Henry remained in the same position he had been when he entered. Looking up, he gave a slight frown. "There is a new one in the drawer." Oh, then he slammed the door shut. 10 minutes later, James came out. His hair was dry, his jaw clean shaven, and as he walked, he roughly wiped face moisturizer across his cheeks. "Man, Shengjing City is so dry, just a few months in, I finally got to use face wash again, and my skin feels like it has been plastered with cement." Henry had already moved from the sofa to sit on the edge of the bed. "Maybe it is your product's fault," Henry said. James walked over and dragged a blanket out from the cabinet, tossing it onto the floor with a frustrated motion. "What can I do? Men always want you to stay beautiful but will not spend a dime, same old story." Henry glanced at him and tossed a pillow his way. James stared at the pillow at his feet, speechless. "You are actually going to make me sleep on the floor." Henry did not look up. "Yeah." "James, you win." James had never felt this frustrated in his life. An hour later, the room was lit only by faint moonlight filtering through the window. "James, are you asleep?" No reply. "James, I heard people like you usually do not let anyone get close. Are you sure you are okay with me staying in the same room? What if I am an undercover agent sent by someone else?" "James, maybe I have got some kind of assassination mission in my pocket." No response. "James, need a roommate, second master. I am fully willing, just say the word. You would be getting the better end of the deal." "James, what is the point of holding out like that when you are a grown man?" "James, if I climbed into bed right now, you would not have any objections, would you?" Finally, finished, Henry spoke up. "James, oh, not yet." Henry, still not done, huh? James gritted his teeth, because the floor is seriously rock hard. "Henry, there is a big sofa right there, tell me. Are you being obedient or just plain foolish?" "Henry, bring your mind with you and get on it. If I hear one more word from you, forget about the assassination, just end it yourself." James had now fully experienced the Huo family strict rule of breakfast at 6:30. Unlike in a Ujing garden where Ichloi would let him be, here, someone called his room as soon as breakfast time arrived. When he dragged himself up to answer the phone, Henry was already gone. He muttered creepy under his breath but still got up anyway. There was no choice. When you are living under someone else's roof, you have to follow their rules. The breakfast table was crowded, but not everyone had shown up yet. Besides Amelaye and William, he did not know a single person there. But they were seated at the head table far away from him, like across an entire country. James was surrounded by younger people, and he could feel all those quiet glances drifting toward his face. Still, being the center of attention did not bother him much. But there was one thing he actually liked about it. No one said a word. He thought this might be the one rule in the Huo family that suited him best. After finishing breakfast, he did not expect to run into William. He had just returned to the courtyard at that moment. "Why are you here?" James asked. Noticing William's neatly dyed hair and his fairly proper clothes, he added, "Did something finally snap inside your head, or did you get a sudden idea to turn over a new leaf?" I am not even here for you." William looked startled by James' sudden turn and barely managed to stop himself from stepping forward. James frowned. "I did not say you came looking for me, but too bad your uncle is not here. No one knows where he wandered off to this morning." William gave a flat, dry "oh." James was not blind. He could not help noticing how the boy kept glancing at him several times in just a short while. James walked over to the stone table beside the garden and sat down, waving him over with a gesture. William looked reluctant, but eventually dragged himself over in an awkward way. A servant brought tea into the courtyard. James did not bother exposing his little trick. He poured a cup and pushed it over, saying, "So, you would not just show up this early for no reason. Did those guys from the bar trouble you again? And today's not even weekend, why are not you at school?" "No trouble," William said, picking up the cup with one hand. "The family has some events coming up, so I am not going to school for now." James nodded, not in a rush to get anything from William. He lounged on the stone bench, scanning the surroundings. Henry's estate was quite large. James had not paid much attention yesterday, but it looked at least several times bigger than the one he lived in at Jade Capital Garden. With so many people bustling about nearby, it seemed likely his mother's birthday celebration was near. This family truly was different. Though there were many people around, everything had a clear order. Servants barely exchanged idle talk, all focused on their own duties, clearly well trained. William finally spoke up, but not about anything else. Instead, he frowned and asked, "You have been touching your neck the whole time, does it hurt?" James replied casually, "Oh, nothing serious. Your uncle's a heavy sleeper. He took up all the space last night, so I just woke up with a stiff neck." If James had paid closer attention, he would have noticed William's lips twitching, as if caught between embarrassment and something else entirely. He finally hesitated, then asked when James looked over, "Do you want to stay here?" James raised an eyebrow. "Why would you ask that?" I mean, your background could cause a lot of trouble if you stay at home. If you do not want to stay, I can." William had not finished speaking when a sound came from the doorway. The rest of William's words seemed to catch in his throat, and his face turned oddly red. It was Henry. He was not alone. Sebastian, Benjamin, and another man James had never seen were with him. They were chatting as they walked in, rounded a tall bush in the garden, and only then stopped when they spotted James and William. William had already stood up without noticing. He bowed his head politely and said, "Uncle." Then he greeted the others. Henry's gaze swept over James, who remained perfectly still, then settled on William's face. He nodded and said, Did you need something?" "Nothing," William quickly replied. "I just came by for a quick look." Sebastian immediately teased, "Hey William, you have been abroad for years. Why are you still so nervous around your second uncle Henry? He is not going to eat you." As he spoke, he stepped forward, slinging an arm over William's shoulder and giving his chest a playful slap. "Come on, spill it. Did you bring home a girlfriend from overseas?" William glanced up at Henry. Then he said, "Bro Sebastian, no." "Why still calling me bro?" The unfamiliar man chimed in with a laugh. "You call Henry Seconda uncle, but we are all just bro. That puts us a generation below him. No way. From now on, you got to start calling us uncle too." Sebastian nudged him with his foot. "I am not even 30 yet, and William's nearly 20. What kind of uncle are you talking about?" "Benjamin, true. Henry being your second uncle is not much older than William." "It is just age," William said with a slightly sheepish smile after the banter eased up. "When my uncle was around my age, he already knew everything about the family affairs. He started handling responsibilities at 15. "Stop right there," Sebastian cut in, quickly covering William's mouth. "We do not need a full rundown of your uncle's achievements. We already know he is anything but ordinary." William fell silent. With Henry around, he was clearly on edge, nothing like the bold attitude usually expected from a young heir of the He family. Finally, he said politely, "Well then, bro Sebastian, I will leave you two to talk. I am heading out." Then he nodded toward Henry. "Second uncle, I am off." Henry gave a quiet nod, and only then did William leave. As soon as William vanished down the path, Sebastian muttered, "I do not know. Something about William seems off compared to before. Something soft, you know. He used to always follow us around, especially sticking close to his uncle, scared yet drawn to him. Today he looks like he is running away in a hurry. Did he do something wrong?" Sebastian said to Henry, "He might have gotten into trouble somewhere out there. You, as his uncle, should be paying more attention." Henry suddenly glanced at James before replying, "He is an adult now, not a child." With that topic ended, the room fell silent for a moment, making James' presence more noticeable. James had not spoken since they arrived. He sat facing the group, relaxed and half awake from morning drowsiness. When he noticed everyone looking at him, he gave a mild greeting, "Good morning." "Good morning," Sebastian said. "Looks like we are meeting again, James." James thought that as someone who was supposed to be deeply attentive to Henry, he could not just give a careless reply. So he offered politely, "Did you all have breakfast? There is food in the small kitchen. I can have it brought over for you." Of course, it was just a casual question, but Henry responded, "Keep it simple. Bring them to the study. We need to talk about something important." Henry asked, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," James said through clenched teeth. He had not forgotten that someone had mentioned yesterday how serving tea and managing daily needs were like being a caretaker. He never expected the person to actually take the hint and go along with it so easily. Not only was James silently frustrated, but everyone else felt surprised too. What was called a study was actually a large open-plan sitting room, separated from another complete suite by a series of wide screens. After Sebastian and the others sat down, he spoke to Henry. "You remember how you usually dislike unfamiliar people handling these matters for you. From what I see, this James really is exceptional. He seems right up your alley." Henry picked up the electronic tablet from his desk and brought it over to place in the center. "If you would rather go hungry, I do not mind," he said. "That would not be much fun at all." Henry did not pursue the topic further and opened the tablet to get down to business. When James came in with his team, they were clearly deep into their meeting. After having the food set out on the table, James started to leave, but just as he moved, Henry's voice called from behind. "Stay right here," he said. "Come over." James turned around, saying, "Huh." Henry looked up at him. Though James was a bit puzzled, he confirmed that the order was meant for him and still walked over. Henry said nothing more, simply gesturing for him to sit nearby before continuing with their earlier discussion. Sebastian and the others were just as surprised as James, maybe even more so, but they were not out of line. Since Henry had spoken, they naturally went along without protest. So James stayed and listened to them discuss business all morning long. He did not catch the full details, but he got a general sense that they were discussing a major investment project in Anolong Bay, so large it made him instinctively gasp. The book had claimed that the Yuo family later controlled nearly all of Shengjing City's economic backbone, which sounded somewhat exaggerated at first, but after hearing it firsthand, it actually felt quite plausible. Breakfast stayed untouched on the table. James was about to speak when he noticed the meeting seemed close to ending, and suddenly his black phone on the table started vibrating. Henry was leaning slightly toward Sebastian, talking in private. Hearing the vibration, he glanced at his phone briefly, then gave James a signal. "Answer it, tell them I am occupied." Though, James felt like he would suddenly taken over Oliver's role for no clear reason. He picked up the phone and glanced at the screen, only to find the contact labeled as Andrew. Andrew, James realized that if he had not just seen the name, he might have completely forgotten about him. Since Henry could not answer, James reflexively turned to look at Benjamin, the second male lead. Just then, he noticed Benjamin was looking back at him too. James decided to move things forward. There was no reason to give any side character an opening. He swiped his thumb across the screen to answer. "Brother," Andrew's voice came through. James got up from the sofa and walked to the window before speaking. "It is me, James." The other side went silent right away. James said, "He is busy right now. You can call back later if you have something to say." He was about to end the call when the other side quickly said, "Wait." "Something wrong?" James asked. Andrew's voice came through the receiver slightly distorted, his tone sounding off, saying, "You should have me talk to my older brother now." James said, "I already told you, it is not convenient." Andrew said, "You are doing this on purpose, or not you. He will not be happy if you secretly use his phone. I know this is just about me, and you will probably erase the call log too, but I will keep calling. I am not fazed by your tricks." James could not help but laugh. It sounded exactly like something the original person would do, definitely going to upset Henry in the end. But hearing it straight from Andrew made it strangely funny instead. James said, "Yeah, I did it on purpose. Call him yourself next time. I am hanging up." James pressed end the call after saying that. As James turned, the smile on his face had not faded yet when he noticed that the others behind him seemed to have finished their discussion and were all looking in his direction. James paused, lowered his hand, and walked over. "Done, let's eat. Why are you all staring at me?" Benjamin looked at him. Who was that on the phone? "Oh, Andrew," James said without hesitation. He did not put the phone back on the table. Instead, in Henry's line of sight, he reached up and slipped it into the pocket of his suit jacket, then gave it a quick pat. With an obvious playful glint in his eyes but speaking with feigned innocence, he said, "Young master, you told me to answer it, cannot blame me." James had assumed Henry would call Andrew back first, but apparently Andrew could not wait. He would already called again just as they were starting their meal. Henry answered the phone by the window. On the other end, Andrew paused when he heard Henry's voice before finally saying, "Brother too, just now." "In a meeting," Henry said. "Did you call for something?" "Nothing serious, just thought I would check in since Aunt's birthday is coming up soon." Andrew was abroad, and he could not forget how he would sneaked back home earlier before leaving again. There had been some frustration involved at the time, but life overseas had not brought him any happiness. He told himself it was just that he would gotten used to relying on Henry. Everything in his world felt like something he could share with brother too, and he had always believed without doubt that Henry would stand by him. But ever since he met that James, all his previous assumptions were suddenly called into question. It left him anxious, uneasy, and tossing and turning all night. After thinking for a long time, he finally realized he had feelings for Henry, feelings that had started much earlier than he ever admitted. He knew all along that Henry's mother never liked him, but he could not resist using this excuse to make the call. But as soon as James' voice came through, images flooded his mind of their first meeting that night. A sudden sense of danger gripped his chest, making it hard to even breathe. "I want to come back home," Andrew suddenly said. Before Henry could respond, he quickly added, "Brother, I am not being reckless. I have truly thought this through and made up my mind." Henry switched the phone to his other hand, a faint frown forming on his brow. "It is not the right time," he said. "Why?" Andrew immediately grew agitated, blurting out, "Did that James say something?" Henry paused. "It has nothing to do with him." "No, it does." Andrew had never felt such strong disappointment before. He genuinely could not understand, and he always spoke his mind. "That James does not seem like an ordinary person. He must have a reason for staying by your side." "Brother, I do not want to badmouth anyone. You know I am not that kind of person, but did not he just deliberately hang up on me, people like this?" Henry, listening to Andrew talk about being deliberately cut off during a call, caught sight of the very person Andrew had described as having hidden intentions. Andrew would not have seen it. Someone like that would never bother with such underhanded tactics behind someone's back. James was now standing beside Sebastian, casually discussing matters related to investment. Having witnessed firsthand how easily these people could turn millions into profit that morning, James had started thinking differently. He knew his limits. He was not ambitious enough to want a real stake in major projects. But since Henry allowed him to be present at the discussions, it was clear he would not mind if James learned about them. He did not have much money on hand, and approaching Sebastian made the most sense. The Kai family held a similarly high standing, making them one of the few in Henry's circle who had no ties to Andrew. It was also the safest option for getting started. "I will invest 2 million, James said. "That is all I have got, but do not worry, I will take full responsibility if things go wrong." Sebastian was curious. "Why decide to go with me?" "Because I trust you," James said, smiling openly. "Besides, spending the second master's money does not bother me much, but using my own earned pocket money feels a lot more comfortable." Sebastian's expression toward him changed slightly at that moment. James knew that to them, he was nothing more than a dependent figure, his worth entirely based on whether he still had value to offer, like an item that could be discarded the instant it no longer served its purpose. Yet even someone in such a position was beginning to show signs of wanting to break free from this identity barrier. This was bound to raise Sebastian's suspicions. He said, "You could just follow Henry. Would not he casually give you a bit of advice? Would you really worry about not making money?" James knew that to someone like Sebastian, 2 million was like a dividing line. Anything more would suggest ambition, while less would make them dismiss you entirely. He still had a good sense of how people's minds worked. So he was not thrown off at all and replied straight away, "What is the difference from just asking him directly? You know how it is, men, after a while, do not usually like someone constantly reminding them they need money." James did not lower his voice at all, clearly unbothered about Henry hearing. And he added on purpose, "I am even worried that one day I will ask for too much and get kicked out. Then what would I do? End up begging on the streets." That look, clearly meant to be heard by Henry, was enough to make Sebastian burst into laughter. As someone who had seen it all, he had to admit James was surprisingly entertaining and bold. He would known Henry for years and never once saw anyone daring enough to say such things in front of him. But still wanting to keep Henry's dignity, he laughed and said, "Hey, I swear on it, he is not that kind of person." James rolled his eyes. "Of course not, he would just get rid of you outright." "Deal." He extended a fist toward Sebastian. Sebastian raised his fist and bumped it against James, saying, "Sure, just as long as you trust me." James was making a deal on his own, using not only Henry's money, but also embarrassing him in front of his friends. On the other side, Henry had his hands in his pockets, staring out the window. He definitely heard what James said, but he did not react at all. He simply spoke into the phone. "Think carefully about any decision you make, Andrew. You are not a child anymore. Do not worry about things that are not yours to decide. I have arranged someone overseas, just focus on your studies." "Big brother," Andrew called out loudly. Henry ended the call. No one noticed that minutes later, Benjamin's phone received a message from Andrew. It read, "Brother Benjamin, please help me. This is also for Big Brother." Henry did not say a word about James teaming up with Sebastian. He might have seen it as just another small matter. That same afternoon, the Ihuo family's housekeeper suddenly showed up, saying that Lady Ihuo had sent someone to retrieve a red ribbon from the ancestral estate, the essential item for the traditional ancestor worship ritual during the banquet. Since tomorrow was the official birthday celebration and everyone was swamped, they asked him to help out. James had wondered why the Ihuo family, with so many people around, would pick him specifically, but then he figured it might be grandmother, finally realizing she needed a way to test him. That suspicion vanished completely once he ran into Benjamin on his way out. Benjamin said, "I will go with you, do not want you to get lost." Sure, James got straight into the car. The Ihuo family's old residence is not mentioned in the book. After exiting through the main gate, about a few hundred meters ahead there is a fork in the road, head up the winding path toward the sloped hillside. The road is wide and well paved, though the route takes some twists. Benjamin seemed to be more talkative today. He was driving, with James in the front passenger seat. Benjamin explained, "The Ihuo family's old residence hasn't had anyone living there for many years now. The generation of the late patriarch moved to their current location around 30 years ago. Still, someone goes there regularly to keep it clean, and the family holds its annual ancestral memorial ceremony at that site." James nodded, "I see." Benjamin glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Are you thinking about staying with the Ihuo family for good?" "What do you think?" James rested his elbow on the car window, turning to look at Benjamin. "You should already know why I am here at the Ihuo family." Benjamin kept his eyes ahead. "Precisely because I do understand, that is why I feel you are going a little too far right now." James frowned slightly. Benjamin said, "As Henry's friend, I know exactly what kind of person he is, and I also know who would be the right fit for him, so just stick to doing your own part. If you end up causing harm to someone who should not be affected, the consequences could be far worse than you expect." This was the first time James truly looked at Benjamin. As one of the key supporting characters, his appearance was undeniably striking. He carried a calm and gentle presence that matched his quiet, steady role. Though he did not know why Benjamin would suddenly say this, James still understood the underlying message. He let out a quiet laugh. "Is this supposed to be a threat?" "No," Benjamin glanced at him, "just a warning." James nodded. "Since you have warned me, I might as well tell you straight, it will not work. I know what I am doing better than you do. And for your sake, let me say this, do not act like some romantic hero. If you want something but cannot bring yourself to go after it, that is just cowardice." The car lurched forward sharply and came to a sudden stop. Benjamin gripped the steering wheel with both hands, turning his head toward him. "You have no idea," he said. James studied the shadowed look in his eyes, then sighed. "I do not know, and I am not interested in finding out." In Benjamin's character design, he was someone who gave selflessly. Once he committed to a person, he did not back down. The pain of unreturned feelings was not really suffering. It felt more like something he enjoyed, the act of giving everything while being overlooked. It was similar to the mindset of someone deeply in quiet love. Being devoted without response was the peak state. Once there is any return, that emotional high drops and fades away completely. So Benjamin's eventual downfall could be seen as a natural result of his personality, but to James, it was entirely unnecessary. Benjamin remained still for half a minute before restarting the car and continuing on. They arrived at the old family estate, just as it was nearing 4 of the clock in the afternoon. James was not surprised to see a large, wooden ancestral house that looked like something out of an old manor. It had been well preserved, with clean surroundings and excellent views. The double doors were locked, but the peaceful atmosphere gave it a quiet charm perfect for reflection and solitude. Benjamin pulled over and unfastened his seatbelt as he said, "Leave your phone and keys in the car. Will not be any trouble if you need to find things later. Should not take long, I will be right back." James did not think much of it and left his belongings on the seat. The red ribbon was not hard to find. It was right inside heir family's ancestral hall. This was James' first time seeing a grand family ancestral hall up close, with several rows of name tablets arranged from highest to lowest, giving off a solemn and dignified atmosphere. James did not take much time looking around. He had just found what he needed when the light behind him suddenly dimmed. The old wooden door creaked with age, followed by the clear sound of a lock clicking shut. It finally clicked in his mind. Benjamin had been acting strange all along. This was clearly a deliberate plan, and he had been too careless to suspect anything at first. James walked over and gave the door a shake. He stayed calm, even more annoyed than worried. "Open up. What is wrong with you, Benjamin? Are we in some kind of movie? You dragged me here on purpose. What do you even want?" Benjamin did not leave, he answered from outside the door. "Do not worry. I will personally apologize to you tomorrow after you have stayed here for a full day." "Not really," James said, confused. "What is the point of locking me up? You should not get any deeper involved in the heir family affairs. Henry is not someone you should be interested in. Since I have already warned you and you did not listen, I had no choice but to take this step." Benjamin would not suddenly target him without reason. James paused, then asked, "Did Andrew put you up to this?" "Absolutely not," Benjamin replied honestly and sincerely. "He has no idea. He is too innocent to understand manipulation. This is entirely my own decision." James felt a lump form in his throat. He never imagined Andrew's luck was this strong, still managing to drag him into trouble from so far away. And the one who should be stirring up trouble is not even acting. He is being outmaneuvered by someone else instead. "If you actually lock me in here overnight today, Benjamin, you are finished." James kicked the door and shouted curses. The heir family matriarch's birthday celebration was definitely no small matter. There would been non-stop preparation for days. By the day before the official event, guests were arriving constantly at the ancestral home. In the evening, Emilie was chatting with some longtime acquaintances in the main hall when a sudden commotion came from outside. A loud voice rang out, "Son's back late, but I am here to wish Mother joy." Heir family's eldest son, Alexander, finally made his appearance. Alexander was born to Jack's first wife and is now nearing 40. He bears a slight resemblance to his younger brother William, with well-maintained physique, a light stubble along his jawline, and a smile that carries the quiet charm of a mature man in his prime. Yet his deep frown lines give him an unexpectedly somber air. Under the watchful eyes of the guests, he walked straight forward. Bending slightly, he gave Emilie a brief embrace while she sat, then stood up and said, "It has been unfortunate timing, been tied up with a maritime project these past few days. Only managed to get free today and rushed back." As he spoke, he placed an ornate teakwood box onto the nearby table and added, "A gift." "Coming all this way just for a birthday," Emilie said with a soft smile as she opened the teakwood box to reveal a stunning emerald bracelet, rare enough to be coveted at any auction. She paused, closed the box slowly, and nodded gently. "You have gone to great trouble." Alexander gave a quiet nod and smiled. "I am glad you like it." The scene seemed to show warmth between mother and son, yet there was something off about it. Everyone knew the two shared no blood relation. When Jack passed away, many in the heir family harbored ambitions to take control, and as the eldest son, Alexander had been one of the most likely heirs. But he publicly claimed he was not worthy and strongly urged Emilie, his stepmother, to temporarily assume leadership duties. That alliance between them became a topic of endless speculation among onlookers. Another reason some viewed Emilie as a formidable figure was the whisper that their relationship was not entirely proper. That suspicion also played a major role in fueling the deep rift between her and her own son. But what really happened, no one ever cared to find out. All anyone knew for sure was that now Henry could be called second master with confidence. To those around them, every interaction between the brothers and between mother and son felt like a well-performed drama, each moment unfolding into something endlessly entertaining. Alexander did not disappoint. He sat down, glanced around, and asked, "Where is Henry? It is such an important day. How come I do not see my younger brother?" No need for Emilie to speak. One of his own people jumped in right away. "You might not be aware, but the young master brought someone new back today, something completely out of the ordinary. He has clearly taken an interest and is occupied with them." Oh, Alexander looked intrigued. "Who is this newcomer? I have never seen him close to anyone before. It is unusual, really." Then he turned toward Emilie and asked, "Have you met her yet?" "Already did," Emilie said calmly. "She seems decent." Alexander laughed heartily. "If you say she is decent, then she must be. Getting your attention is not easy for the young master. Well then, let's bring her out so everyone can see." He waved a hand toward someone nearby. "Go on, tell our young master to bring this person in so we can all have a look." Everyone could tell the words came across light and careless. Though everyone knew James had been with Mr. Henry without formal recognition, this remark sounded like treating James as little more than a novelty, though in truth, it was an insult meant for Henry. The man Alexander called over kept glancing toward Emilie, who simply lowered her head to sip her tea, showing no reaction at all. Alexander slowly tapped the emerald ring on his thumb against the table twice before saying, "It seems I have not been paying enough attention to my younger brother, since—" "Brother," a voice came from the doorway. Henry walked in, still wearing his coat. A group of people followed him, stopping at the doorway without coming any further. Henry walked straight to the chair directly opposite Alexander and sat down. After sitting, he kept his eyes on Alexander while turning slightly to gesture behind him. "Go get brother a fresh cup of oolong. This is new tea I picked up recently at a bar, ran into David there, and he gave it to me. Brother should try it." Hearing that, Alexander's expression darkened noticeably. "David is not reliable," Alexander said with a calm voice after regaining his composure. "I have kept him around only because of his experience and seniority. I heard about that incident at the bar. He did not handle himself properly." Henry smiled lightly. "I thought brother might be genuinely interested in my personal matters." "Then it was just a misunderstanding," Alexander replied. "The relationship between the Shu family and our Yuo family has always been strong. I used to think you were only interested in that younger son of theirs, but apparently I misjudged." Henry stared straight at Alexander. "No one is irreplaceable. Brother should understand that better than anyone else." Alexander looked at him silently for a moment, then suddenly laughed aloud twice. He stood up and walked over to Henry's side, giving his shoulder a casual pat. "Looks like you have come around," he said. "That is the right way to think. If you truly favor that kind of person, there are plenty of options out there. But since you brought this one home with you this time, it seems you are quite fond of them. When will I get a chance to meet them? Let me play the role of an older brother and give my opinion." Henry slowly rose from his seat. "Brother," he said with serious intent, but anyone could see there was not the slightest warmth in his eyes, only a warning, coldness, and an equal level of firm dominance to match Alexander's own. "My people, you would be better off not getting involved." Alexander gently pulled his hand away from Henry's shoulder, maintaining a polite and brotherly demeanor. Only the faint click of Alexander's thumb ring, pressed too hard, revealed the underlying tension, evidence of this older brother, unease toward his younger sibling, who now posed a clear challenge to his authority. He leaned in close to Henry's ear and whispered, "But seeing how you are acting just makes me even more curious. What do you suggest we do?" "Then feel free to try it yourself," Henry said, glancing at him briefly. Half an hour later, in Henry's own courtyard. "Where is he?" he asked. Standing at the edge of the garden's shadow, his furrowed brow gave his usual sharp features an even more intense look. The family's old butler stammered without speaking, repeatedly glancing toward Sebastian's position behind him. Henry was not someone to miss details, his gaze instantly fixed on Benjamin. Seeing Henry's look, Benjamin stopped hiding and stepped forward. "All right, stop asking the butler, I am behind this decision." He quickly explained the situation, then added, "You have seen it too, our approach is working. I think Alexander has shifted focus away from Andrew. Keeping James around now serves no real purpose." As soon as Benjamin finished speaking, Henry delivered a sharp kick to his knee. Sebastian reacted instantly, barely catching Benjamin before he stumbled backward and fell. Sebastian was also stunned after hearing that and angrily pulled Benjamin up, saying, "What is going on with you? How could you even do something like this?" Benjamin glanced at Henry. Then he said, "I have thought about this carefully. Andrew was actually right. James is harder to deal with than we expected. If we do not act now, things could get worse later." "What could happen?" Henry cut in, his coat lying on the ground as he tugged at his collar button and pointed at Benjamin. "Andrew is not smart. Do you have no sense either? Think about it yourself." Henry bent down to pick up his coat and told the butler, "Get the car ready." "It is very late now," Benjamin said. Henry shot him a glance. "So you do realize it is already this late, huh?" He walked straight out without looking back. Benjamin sank down to the ground, defeated. Sebastian stood silently beside him for a long moment. "What were you thinking?" he said, completely puzzled. This whole thing was so senseless. Benjamin grabbed a handful of his hair and stood up. "Stop asking," he said. "I know it was foolish, but Andrew begged me. What else could I do?" "Snap out of it," Sebastian said, patting Benjamin's shoulder as he looked toward where Henry had gone. "Do you really think Henry brought James in just because he is fond of Andrew? I doubt it. The more I think about it, the more I am convinced there is some calculation involved with James. But if you pull something like this again, I cannot promise it will just be a kick this time." "Let's go," Sebastian said, giving him a gentle tap on the arm. Benjamin looked annoyed. "Where to?" "Follow him," Sebastian said. "If you do not want this whole thing to ruin our connection with Henry after all these years, I think you should apologize today." Benjamin rubbed his forehead and spoke sincerely. "I never actually thought he would find out about how I feel toward Andrew." "Think again," Sebastian replied. "You are being too rigid in your thinking. Honestly, I do not think James even cares about it at all." Benjamin was completely speechless after that. Meanwhile, at the old ancestral home of the He family. As night fell, James finally realized just how quiet this place truly was, so quiet he could hear insects chirping outside and feel the wind whispering through the treetops. Every sound in that stillness took on a strange, unsettling edge. James was not afraid of anything, really. But he was scared of ghosts. It all started with his older brother, who used to prank him as a kid. Later, when he got involved in film and entertainment investment, he learned how superstitious that industry was, far more than most others. That made him increasingly unsure about the idea of spirits and the supernatural. Once he confirmed there was no other exit, as darkness set in, a cold chill crept up his spine. The ancestral hall had nothing else, but it did have candles. Lighting one meant facing the overwhelming presence of countless memorial tablets. Not lighting it meant confronting his own imagination and inner tension. In the end, he still lit the candle. Sitting cross-legged on a small mat by the table beneath the memorial tablets, with 2 candles burning on the concrete floor beside him, he gave himself another mental reminder for the 108th time. Then, without any clear reason, he started talking to his ancestors. "Excuse me, I really did not mean to intrude. Honestly, this is all your own fault, He family. If it were not for Henry, none of this would have happened. He family will do really well under Henry's leadership in the future. I am sharing this good news with you early. If you can hear me, maybe send him a dream to let him be kinder toward me after he starts something serious with his childhood friend. I will not ask for much, just do not go too far. It would not be right to do anything extreme like that." The night had grown late, and drowsiness crept over him as he leaned against the table. Then he muttered again, "Fine, if you can really send a dream, I would appreciate it if you let Henry know where I am right now. Honestly, this whole thing feels like something out of a storybook. This is not even in the script." He was not sure if it was just his imagination, but after he spoke, he actually heard movement. In a moment like this, any sound would make anyone uneasy. He snapped awake instantly, stood up, and reached behind the door to grab the nearest wooden stick at hand. First came the sound of chains, then the door creaked open again. At the same time, bright lights flooded the courtyard outside the ancestral hall. James held the wooden stick and flinched slightly, turning his head and squinting as the bright light hit him. He saw Henry. It was like a dream come true. Henry looked hurried, his coat slung over one arm, frowning as he stood there. James was not sure what he looked like. His hair was slightly messy, and his shirt hung loose, dusty from the ground. But under the light, his naturally pale face stood out, and his tall frame stood before the He family ancestral tablets, as if standing within centuries of history, carrying a strange sense of solemn presence. The moment was completely shattered just after that. Because everyone watched as he stepped onto the threshold, his foot had not even cleared it when the stick flew from his hand. He charged forward with red eyes, stepping down over 2 stone steps in one motion. His knee shot straight into Benjamin's stomach. Sebastian let out a low curse and quickly pinned the person to the ground. James slammed his fist into the other jaw, then, hearing the man's pained cry, grabbed him by the collar and landed another quick punch through gritted teeth. "I said you are done today." James could feel people trying to hold him back, but this time it really pushed him over the edge. He could not even remember how many punches he would thrown while sitting on top of the person. Then a strong arm wrapped around his waist and lifted him up with one hand. The grip was incredibly strong. James glanced down and recognized the hand instantly. It was the same one that had blocked a slap for him just moments earlier. Let go, he tried to pry it open with his hands, then kicked Benjamin hard in the thigh. In an instant, he was turned around, and a hand pressed firmly against the back of his neck. He was forced into the familiar scent of a black shirt, feeling Henry gently stroke the back of his head like someone calming an agitated pet. "All right, settle down now," he said. It was surprising how many people had shown up so late at night. Besides Sebastian and Benjamin, Nora and Oliver arrived within 10 minutes. To top it off, Mason brought along 2 cars full of bodyguards, black-clad figures standing with hands behind their backs around the open space in front of the He family ancestral hall, making for quite an unusual sight. James was truly calmer now. He held the handkerchief Nora handed him and wiped the blood from his chin with firm strokes. "Everyone's here, it is actually good," he said, scanning the group. "Never thought someone like me would be worth all this effort." James returned the handkerchief to Nora and turned toward Henry. "Second Master," James said under the light, his gaze colder than ever before, no longer playing games or pretending politeness, nor showing his usual deference. "I will not ask about anything else. I just want to know, how exactly do we settle this matter today?" Nora stepped forward immediately, frowning. "James, how dare you speak to the Second Master like that?" "Nora," James turned back to her and said, "Do you really believe I of my position should not be allowed to act this way? I know exactly what I am in your eyes. But that does not mean I have to accept anyone stepping on me without a word. Today I am saying it clearly, I will not tolerate such treatment." Nora looked visibly uneasy as she stared at him. James understood her feelings, but that did not mean he agreed with her point of view. Seeing Oliver pull Nora back, James turned his attention to Henry once more. Henry stood there, and James could not help but feel surprised, given his status. It was almost unheard of for him to show up at this hour. It would have been unthinkable in the original story. If James had just accepted things as they were, he might have let the matter drop without further fuss. But he knew now that he could not afford to back down even an inch. One step backward, and you lose everything. "Whether it is overblown or you think I have lost my mind," he said, "I would accept any consequence today, but I need an answer, one clear stance." Henry gave him a long, piercing look, then suddenly motioned for him to come forward. James walked straight over and stood before him. Henry glanced toward the side and said, "Benjamin, apologize." The scene fell completely silent. Henry's single gesture carried more weight than any force James could have used. Regardless of what everyone else might have been thinking, Benjamin's face was clearly bruised and battered, with blood around his mouth and nostrils, making him look thoroughly disheveled. But after Henry spoke up, he showed no sign of resistance. He simply wiped the dried blood from his hands and walked over. "I am truly sorry," he said to James with a slight bow. "This was my mistake." "Sorry." James met Henry's gaze, then turned to look at Benjamin. He did not say it was okay, nor did he offer forgiveness. He simply gave a quiet nod to show he would heard. "I will not let some careless apology change anything, and I do not feel like I cannot handle it," James said in a steady voice, making sure every person present could hear. "Today's matter is settled for me, not because I am generous, but because everyone standing here today, aside from the second master, close friends and brothers, are still part of his inner circle. Whatever you think of me, whether I am a mere insect or someone grabbing at power, I am nothing more than a word from the second master. You can say whatever you want to my face, call me names, voice your dislikes. If anyone wants to clear a path for another person and take action openly, go ahead. If you succeed in getting me removed by convincing the second master, that is your skill, but acting behind my back, that is true cowardice." "That is all I have to say," James called out. "Nora, give me a ride home, I need to get some sleep." With that, he took long strides and walked away without looking back. Nora's car was a bright yellow Superca. James leaned his head on his hand in the passenger seat. Since it was an open-top model, the night air carried a gentle chill. "Why would you need me to drive you?" Nora asked as she steered the car. "Because you are the only one who is honest," James said coolly. "You never hide how you feel about me, just say it straight." "Go ahead, forget it." "I also know you do not like Andrew." James shifted slightly, settling in comfortably with a soft breath. "That is exactly why I think you are the best person for this." Nora did not have anything to say. "Why did not you wait for young master to leave together?" he asked again. "Are you serious?" James turned his head toward her. "I just called his friend a snake and I used his name to deliver that whole speech on stage. I know my limits. I am not stupid enough to think he would tolerate me once. If I stayed here after saying all that, waiting for him to come back later to settle things, that is asking for trouble." Nora remained silent for a long moment, then said, You know I am right. I just think your way of thinking is unusual." Nora did not hold back. "Young master is not like that at all. If he really wanted to deal with you, do you honestly believe he would publicly make Benjamin apologize in front of everyone?" "It proves I still matter to him," James said clearly. "Besides, this whole thing was Ben's fault from the start. Try swapping Ben for Andrew and see what happens." Nora paused for a moment, then said, "I will not judge." "See, people do not treat each other the same way. What I mean is, I think young master values you more than we realized. So remember to show me some respect from now on." Get lost. He had not slept much the night before, and after coming back, he lay on the sofa with his mind racing through strange thoughts. It was not until dawn was just beginning that he finally managed to close his eyes. Just as he was about to drift off, Henry suddenly walked in, someone who had been gone for a long time. James woke up again. He acted like he did not notice, with no intention of getting up or greeting him. He heard Henry go into the bathroom to shower, then footsteps in slippers moving around the room. Then he stopped right by the edge of the sofa and did not move. He opened one eye slightly, meeting Henry's gaze. The sky outside was neither fully dark nor quite light. Those eyes seemed to pierce through mist and night, holding him in place as if he could not move. "Henry, stop pretending now." "I wish I could just fall asleep," James said, lying on his back. "But the second I close my eyes, it is like some long-dead ancestor from your family is sitting right at the foot of my bed. No wonder I am not dead already from fright." "Henry, you are still making jokes. It seems you were not really scared after all." "Of course I am. If I were truly frightened, would not you have to start looking for a new person? That would be such a hassle." Henry gave a silent shake of his head, as if he did not know what else to do with him. He turned toward the closet and said, "Go lie down on the bed." James, now a bit more alert from those words, wrapped himself in the blanket, rolled over onto his stomach, and said, "So you have finally decided to take action. Figured it is better to keep someone around if you are going to have them." Henry took a fresh shirt from the neat row of dress shirts in the closet, glanced at him sideways, and said, "Do you really think that is possible?" "Impossible," James replied without hesitation. Watching Henry in the closet's soft light as he tilted his head back to unbutton his collar, he added, "But still, you do not have to be so distant, just taking your clothes off like that. Is not that a little too dismissive of me?" The closet door closed completely in the next instant. 2 minutes later, he emerged fully dressed, with no sign of exhaustion from a sleepless night. He did not turn on the room's light and moved smoothly to the dresser, pulling open one drawer, taking out a watch, putting it on his wrist while checking the time. Then he said, "You do not need to come down for breakfast today. I will have someone notify them to bring it at 8. Do not wake up too late. I will not be free all day. If anything comes up, go to Oliver." At that point, James was not lying down anymore. He sat up, wrapped in the blanket. Watching Henry's movements, he finally realized the man had never planned to rest at all. James frowned. "You really do not need any sleep. Are you sure that is okay?" Henry fastened the watchband and looked up at him. "Is not that exactly what you said yourself? People are different by nature." James paused for 2 seconds, then muttered under his breath, "Is Nora some kind of century-old loyal assistant? Even the neighbor lady spreads news slower than she does." "You said yourself that is my person." James snorted, then suddenly turned serious. "Mr. Second Brother, be honest, do you think I went too far today?" Henry just stared at him without saying a word. After a few seconds, he walked over. He sat on the edge of the coffee table in front of the sofa, his gaze level with James's. One long leg stretched out toward him, hands resting in the middle. "What do you think yourself?" he asked. "Technically speaking, I do not really have the right to complain, not when I am working for you," James said, looking at him. "He is your brother. Protecting someone you care about is natural. People who know their place should just let things go." Henry nodded, "But you did not." "Yes," James said, "I not only did not, but I do not even think I was out of line." "Then why are you asking me?" "I need to know where your limits lie," James said, leaning forward while wrapped in his blanket, not caring how strange he looked. "I am not stupid. Today's words were not just writing on your name. Even if 10 more Benjamins showed up, I would not mind. But I do not want to end up kicked out without realizing it. Sir, getting on your bad side is still something I have to think twice about." Henry pulled his leg back, rested his elbows on his knees, and leaned forward to meet James' eyes. The room, lit by a soft glow, made every expression clearly visible to both of them. "Henry, do you know why I helped you today?" "Why?" "Because I am not as unreasonable as you might think." Henry's gaze traced a sharp curve across James' features. "Stop testing me, just stay true to who you are." Henry stood up, looking down at James from above. "You just need to remember, from now on, you are backed by Henry. I am giving you the authority. How far you go is up to you." James was silent for about half a minute, stunned by how much weight those words carried compared to what he had bargained for earlier. Even though he did not know why, James reached out and hooked his leg around Henry, as soon as the man shifted position. It was a deliberate move, using only his own leg. The gloom from earlier vanished. James' eyes sparkled. His neatly trimmed toes brushed slowly up the other's knee, and he said, "This leg was offered by you yourself. Do not think I begged for it." Henry looked down at his foot. James deliberately slid his leg up 2 more inches. His sleeping robe was slightly disheveled, his long legs fully exposed, and the one currently resting against someone's knee appeared slender, straight, and gleamingly pale. "Like it?" he boasted. "Just shaved, super smooth. Go ahead, feel for yourself." Henry glanced up at his face and said, "James." "What?" "You know what?" There was clear warning in his tone. James was now lost in the thought of being a mere sparrow, yet still somehow wearing a golden edge. He muttered casually, "This is just returning kindness. Do not stress over it so much." He noticed Henry's thigh muscles tighten slightly and grinned to himself, confirming the man's reserved nature. Then he continued, "If you really have to, just tell whoever it is later that I was the one who approached you, that I made the move. You will be as pure and steady as a lighthouse." The rest of his words caught in his throat, because suddenly he found himself floating upward. He was completely thrown through the air. He landed directly on the bed, about 2 meters away. The impact left him stunned for a moment. Seeing James' shocked expression, Henry said, "If you are not planning to make it up." James, having seen too many Eclipsed scripts, tossed off a dramatic line and cut him off. "Make me unable to get out of bed. Ensure you will not see tomorrow's sunrise." Henry gave him a dry look and said, "Just stay put." Then the door slammed shut. In the pavilion at the back courtyard of the Huo family, Sebastian handed over the documents with a look of curiosity and asked, "And then, That is it. James sat across from him, taking the papers while casually unfastening the button at his waist. He wore his formal suit loosely. On someone else it would look solemn and proper, but on him, even when fully buttoned, there was always a hint of carefree recklessness. James popped open the pen cap, let out a self-deprecating snort. Is slamming the door really that much? What kind of man is he, really? I doubt even if I stood completely bare in front of him, he would give me a glance. Sebastian paused for half a second, then burst into laughter. He said, I am genuinely surprised. It was morning. The front hall of the He family was bustling with activity. James was right in the middle of it all today. Sebastian was not one for crowds. He had already done his formal courtesies. James, aware of his unique standing, did not feel like stirring up trouble for others. So this morning, the two of them happened to end up together in the quiet back courtyard, seeking a little peace. Just after what happened with Benjamin, Sebastian was clear-headed enough to say not a word about it. Besides finalizing the previously promised investment collaboration documents, he chatted casually with James. I did not think you would actually go through with it, Sebastian said, his eyes full of surprise. I figured your private dynamic with him was like a mouse meeting a cat. Your instinct would be to run away. There is really no need for that. James signed the papers with bold strokes, head down. Whether or not I am afraid depends on how you define it. We are not exactly friends, but we have known each other a while. I do not mind admitting my failure to you in this regard. He closed the folder and pushed it back, pausing slightly. Oh, I mean when it comes to my own sense of self-worth. I find you kind of interesting. I mean, the version of you now. Sebastian offered a nod of approval. He took the documents and flipped them open, raising an eyebrow at the neat handwriting. But he said nothing and instead went back to their earlier topic with a smile. And failing to get through to Henry is not embarrassing, he is just like that. Plenty of men and women have tried, but none ever stood out in his eyes. That sounds a lot like you are mocking me. Sebastian raised his hand. I swear I did not mean it that way. Even though we have known Henry for years, sometimes even we feel cautious around him. Just be careful not to push too far. This is a friendly tip on our first collaboration. Sebastian waved the folder at him. James nodded appreciatively. Do not worry, I will not force anything. I know he does not like me. Sebastian stayed silent for a moment, then made a soft clicking sound with his tongue. Your way of thinking is kind of unique. Thanks, I caught that. This time it really was sarcasm. The conversation between them was light and easygoing. It was not until close to 10 of the clock that someone suddenly came looking for James. They said Henry was asking for him. James had been wondering. Henry had just said earlier that morning he would not have time all day, so why would he suddenly need him now? The waiter led him not to the front hall, but to a courtyard James had never been to before. It was larger than the one Henry lived in himself. Where is this? James asked, frowning at the guide. At that point, he already sensed something was off. He had just gone through what happened with Benjamin, so even though he was still within the He family estate, his caution had been higher than usual. To his surprise, the person leading him did not deny it. They brought him to a side chamber and had him stand there, then bowed slightly at the door and said, Mr. James, please forgive me, I am only following orders. You can wait here. Then they left right away and shut the door behind them. James felt completely speechless. After dealing with this kind of situation for 2 days straight, he began to wonder if everyone in the world just could not communicate properly. But James soon realized this was not someone trying to lock him up, because he quickly heard movement coming from inside the inner part of the side chamber. And the noise was quite noticeable. He had arrived at just the right moment. Inside, things were already well underway. The heavy breathing of two people entwined started restrained but grew steadily louder, and through the slightly transparent screen separating them, the tangled figures suddenly came into view, leaving James nearly stunned. The conversation was clearly audible. The woman seemed to have heard the sound and hesitated, her voice laced with resistance. There's someone came in. Why panic? The man's voice was deep and bold, carrying a harsh, unapologetic edge. With everyone in the main hall now, would you really want me to carry you out to meet them? The woman was no ordinary one. After hearing that, she did not fight back fiercely. Instead, her voice grew even more sultry and drawn out. The man showed little restraint. He clearly knew someone was outside but did not care at all. He focused entirely on what he was doing, and his words were no different, completely indifferent to being overheard. For instance, Amalaye's been quite the center of attention today. I wonder how she would react if she knew someone close to her was with me during her birthday party. Then he added, "You like Henry, do not you? Tell me, am I better than him?" "Who said that?" she teased playfully. "Of course, you are the one with the edge. Everyone knows young Master Henry is not interested in women." "Your words are smooth indeed." "Is it enjoyable?" "Such a shameless one." James was not sure if he would heard the sound of a sharp slap. There was a strained quality to the woman's voice now, tinged with distress. The noises grew fainter afterward, indicating how intense it had been. It had gone on for a full hour before things finally settled inside. James sat motionless at the table in the outer room, numb from listening, when he finally saw the woman hurrying out while fastening her buttons. She seemed familiar, yes. He would definitely seen her around Amalaye before. When she spotted him sitting outside, her face froze in shock, and she stopped dead in place. Then a voice came from inside, "You can go now, do not worry about it." Only then did the woman lower her head and quickly leave. The man came out disheveled, his shirt still unbuttoned, drenched in sweat. He walked to a nearby shelf, grabbed a towel, paused briefly when he saw James staring at him, and then resumed what he was doing. "You are surprisingly obedient," he said. James sat sideways, spinning an empty blue and white ceramic teacup on the table. Smiling, he said, "You invited me here, I would not want to interrupt your time. Of course I had to wait." Alexander adjusted the bottom 2 buttons of his shirt and squinted back over his shoulder. "Do you know me?" "Not hard to figure out." Alexander let out a low chuckle. "I really wanted my younger brother to give me a proper introduction, but he seemed reluctant. Then I found out you had free time today, so I decided to take the initiative and had someone bring you here." After speaking, he settled into the seat across from James. "Really now," James said, "if you had just asked, I would have come on my own." "No wonder he took an interest in you," Alexander observed as he studied James. "There is something intriguing about you." James raised an eyebrow, "Thanks." At that moment, James was inwardly rolling his eyes. In the story, Alexander did not have much screen time. He was just a significant obstacle in Henry's path. A few brief lines describe the life of this eldest son of the Ihuo family during their internal conflicts. Ambitious and driven, he saw Andrew as a vulnerable point in Henry's position, tried several times to exploit it without success, and then his own son developed feelings for Andrew. As the first in line to inherit from the Ihuo family, he began actively pushing his son toward trouble. Overall, his journey was not particularly memorable. But now James had actually witnessed this man's private affairs firsthand. He seemed to have unusual inclinations in personal matters, and what was more, he would manage to shift attention from Andrew straight onto himself. Originally, James' character had failed as a replacement, just another disposable figure with only one purpose, stirring up events to move the story forward. Now, however, it seemed he would succeeded in becoming that role and had become exactly what Henry was looking for. James had not spoken yet. Alexander suddenly said, "How about joining me?" The man in his late 30s wore a smile, but there was an icy chill beneath it, like the stillness before a snake strikes. James paused for a moment, as if completely unfazed. "Saying that is just a joke," he replied with steady eye contact. "I thought the woman inside had really caught your attention." "Just a woman," Alexander said, "is not it the same for you? You know exactly what Henry thinks of you, no need to remind you about Andrew either." Still testing the waters, James realized that with Alexander now out of his vague mention in the book and standing right here in reality, the Ihuo family's power struggle was far more complicated than he would ever imagined. "Do your duty where you stand." While thinking about how to get a payoff from Henry, James stayed fully committed to protecting the young man's most precious asset. Smiling with perfect ease, he said, "Maybe before, but one thing I do have is confidence. Now that I am by the second master's side, I believe I will be the only one at his side in the future." Alexander stared at him for half a minute, his gaze growing heavier with quiet meaning. "I came here today mainly to confirm whether he is serious this time," he said. I was still doubtful at first, but seeing you, I am sure now. James nodded readily. Everyone says that after meeting me. 30 million, Alexander said. A welcome gift. If you agree, I promise you will receive far more from me than you ever could by staying with him. James finally stood up. I am afraid I will have to disappoint you. James leaned forward, resting his hands on the table as he looked at Alexander and slowly smiled. You should talk to more people around Second Master's side. You would find out I cherish him deeply, beyond any price. After saying that, James straightened up. He opened the door. Then he turned back. Almost forgot last thing. Thanks for being so straightforward with me today, but next time I would prefer a more formal setting for our meeting. About half an hour later, James found Henry at the private lunch in the pavilion. The young master was using his mother's birthday celebration as a proper occasion to conduct business and entertain guests, in a secluded space with no more than 10 people, clearly all key figures. Meanwhile, another man was playing around with a woman while plotting how to get something from the new favorite of a Huo family's second master. The contrast was so obvious that James almost could not help but reflect. The outcome was already clear without needing to guess. James knew how to keep his place. In a situation like this, he never intended to step inside. But before he could leave, the door opened from within. Mason said second master had asked him to come in. Under everyone's gaze, James stepped inside. Alexander's looking for you, Henry said directly as he approached, sitting at the head of the table. James was genuinely surprised. How did you know? Thinking it over, he did not feel too unsettled. After all, in this household, anything unusual would be unlikely to escape Henry's notice. Sit down, Henry said, gesturing toward the empty seat beside him. James did as instructed and sat down, his expression unreadable as he stared at the elaborate dishes before him. Leaning in close and lowering his voice, maybe I should just leave. I saw him spending a long time with a woman. Honestly, I am feeling pretty sick to my stomach. Henry glanced at him briefly, then took up the white napkin in front of James and unfolded it for him. Start eating, he said. Those two words carried a subtle edge James barely caught, but could not ignore. James had not seen Henry since noon. Instead, Oliver was following him. Why are you following me? James asked, genuinely puzzled. As he walked through the corridor connecting the main hall to the back garden, he noticed servants hurrying past with their heads down, frowning slightly before turning back to Oliver. I am not some delicate lady. I do not need this kind of attention. Mr. Henry's orders. I cannot do anything about it. Oliver's response left James speechless. Judging by the expression on his face, Oliver added, Master Henry thinks you are easy to fool, so he asked me to keep an eye on you today. All right, he admitted that Benjamin had tricked him into being locked in the ancestral hall overnight, and the next day, Alexander sent someone to deceive him into watching a performance all morning. But James said, You do not have to be so blunt. Are not you supposed to be the top assistant? Cannot you at least show some tact? Oliver glanced sideways at him. I could offer that if needed. No thanks, James rolled his eyes. You have already missed your best chance to win me over. James stopped under the corridor, arms crossed as he looked out at the courtyard. It was about 2 in the afternoon now, and guests were gradually leaving. A light rain had begun to fall, softly soaking the garden. Servants hurried past on the stone path, carrying tables and chairs. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, and the air carried an unusual sense of tension. James watched for a moment without turning back, then asked quietly, Master Henry is not just having you watch me, he must have something planned for this birthday party. Is that right? Oliver stepped forward slowly and stood beside him, both gazing at the courtyard. Noticing he did not reply, James turned toward him. Cannot speak, or just do not think you can tell me. James was not blind or foolish. Henry would not have met those people at noon without a reason. Even though he did not pick up anything specific during the gathering, that subtle sense was still there. The real focus was on Oliver. Truly, any bodyguard would have done just as well to keep him from being misled again. But it was specifically Oliver who had someone always by Henry's side reassigned to follow him instead. Why? Oliver turned his head, meeting James' gaze. The second young master did not allow me to tell you, so I cannot. Understood, James said, looking up at the water droplets hanging from the eaves. It is probably tied to the conflict with the Huo family. I'm also certain it involves Alexander, the eldest son of the Huo family. You must have your own plans, but then it just happened that Alexander met me privately. You were not sure if I would really cooperate or strike a deal with him, so you had to keep an eye on me to make sure I did not take any sudden moves, right? Oliver adjusted his glasses slightly. You really do seem like the kind of person who would switch sides for better terms, and you have got the capability to pull it off. James let out a quiet laugh. So is that considered approval? Indeed, Oliver said, but this is just my personal opinion. I need to make one thing clear. Your guess does not reflect the second young master's true intentions. Ahem. The second young master's actual words were that Alexander meeting you was just a test. He is not as simple-minded as you think. So until everything is settled, he asked me to follow you personally. Oliver took a long breath before continuing. From everything I have experienced with Alexander, he truly is unpredictable. That is why you and I are actually on the same page, but the second young master is not. James raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even though he would initiated talks with Henry earlier, and Henry had later said that as long as things did not go too far, he might grant some authority deep down, James still believed their relationship, even if it seemed relatively calm or close, should remain cautious on both sides. Because James knew that a relationship built on mutual use and taking what one needs could only end in two ways. If he stayed within bounds and completed the role expected of him, they would eventually part ways peacefully. The other possibility is that he triggers Henry's suspicion, crosses a critical boundary, and ends up following the same path as the original occupant. He never thought it was wrong for Henry to remain cautious toward him, even after saying those words. But Oliver's comment truly surprised him. It brought back to mind that night when Henry said, "I am not as unreasonable as you think." "Are you laughing at something?" Oliver suddenly asked. James looked over. "Nothing much. I guess I really did not realize how little I understood him." "Oliver, I was honestly surprised too. Master Second thinks you are trustworthy. Does my face just look like one that makes people doubt me?" "It is the kind of face that might stray." "Cheating on Alexander? Oliver, you are really insulting me. Just wait. One day I will have your assistant role replaced for good." Once the daytime guests had all left, only a few people remained in the Huo family ancestral residence. By dinner time in the evening, about half a dozen to 8 tables could still be gathered in the courtyard, with at least half of them bearing the Huo surname. James had never seen anything like this before, Amalaye leading a large group who bowed deeply toward the ancestral tablets set up nearby, giving off an atmosphere reminiscent of old-time family traditions from the S&S. There were only 2 spots left behind Amalaye. It was reserved for Alexander and Henry. As direct descendants, they were the only 2 required to personally offer incense at the grave of the previous family head. Everyone present could see that the Huo family had reached a point where even surface-level harmony was no longer sustainable. Factions were clearly divided, forming distinct sides, and people's words toward one another were full of veiled meaning and sharp undertones. It was not clear exactly when things began to fall apart. At first, one of Amalaye's servants accidentally knocked over a teacup. Without warning, Amalaye flew into a rage and demanded the person be fired. Later, it turned out this individual had been serving Amalaye faithfully for many years. Whispers spread among the others that Amalaye was cold-hearted. Despite the man pleading desperately, even going to his knees, she refused to relent. James stood nearby but slightly off to the side, with a limited view. He saw clearly, this person just happened to be the one who had been close to Alexander. Just as they were arguing, the woman suddenly became frantic. She broke free from 2 people holding her arms and lunged forward, shoving Amalaye hard. The direction of her movement was straight toward James, and amid a wave of gasps, he instinctively stepped in to catch her. "Are you okay?" James asked, frowning. Amalaye managed to steady herself. When she recognized James, she clearly froze for a moment. "Fine," she said. As he got closer, James realized Amalaye was much thinner than she appeared at first glance. Though she always carried herself with a stern presence that seemed distant and unforgiving, the sharpness of her spine pressed painfully against his arm. James did not know why, but he ended up supporting her from behind. Oliver seemed to have intended to stop him at first, but after seeing his action, paused for 2 seconds before stepping back silently. The woman being brought into the courtyard suddenly shouted, "Amalaye." Her face twisted with rage. "You wicked old hag, do not think I do not know why you have turned on me today. Everyone knows you are a woman of loose morals. You are nothing but a woman who is involved with her own stepson, you slap." The woman suddenly received a sharp slap. It was Alexander. No one knew why this man had returned mid-ritual when the incense offering was not even finished, but someone had brought a chair and placed it right at the front of the crowd, and he strode forward boldly. "Mother has been worn down," he said with deep sincerity as he bowed low to Amalaye. "It is my fault for bringing this trouble upon you. I will personally apologize later." James stood beside Amalaye and could feel her quiet strength. He never believed that Amalaye had truly acted out of concern for Alexander in punishing the woman outside, nor did he think her proud demeanor was genuinely tied to him. In this moment and place, she appeared more like someone who had walked into a carefully laid trap. Being accused face to face of improper conduct with her stepson, being harshly labeled as unvirtuous right in front of everyone. Even so, James did not sense the slightest tremble from her while standing beside him. She simply stood there, as if she had carried a heavy burden for many years, and was still holding on for some unseen reason. James saw Alexander below, his gaze no longer blunt or dark as it had been during the day. He appeared more composed. Even the faint lines at the corner of his eyes when he looked down seemed to hint at a quiet but determined ambition. James watched him turn around and heard him say to those below, "My mother has led the He family for many years, and some of you know well how the family was kept steady through turbulent times. Now that such accusations are being thrown at her, I, Alexander, am the first to speak out against it." A masterful performance, James thought. Sure enough, a wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Such rumors are ultimately harmful to the stability of the He family. That is right, that is right. Honestly, I think a change in leadership is just a matter of time. Why not settle it now? Rightfully so, the elder brother has the rightful claim. I support him. Although the former head's chosen successor was not officially named after his passing, the He family's foundation has grown stronger over the years. I am in favor of having the elder brother take over. The comments around the room leaned overwhelmingly toward one side. But not everyone in attendance was on Henry's side. Someone immediately shouted, "Who hasn't noticed that the He family has been mostly managed by second master these past few years? Why should you get to decide who takes over? I think some people are just using this chance to satisfy their own ambitions. We are not going to accept it. No, we will not accept it." This was the moment when voices were at their loudest and tensions reached a peak. At that very moment, someone suddenly pointed at James and said, "That one, I know him, he is James, the one by second master's side. The one raised in a Ujing garden, the second master is really losing his sense of propriety, clearly not respecting us old-timers at all." The focus suddenly shifted directly onto James. Harsh words began to fly from all sides. Among them, an elderly man with white hair and a stooped back stepped forward. The room gradually grew quiet. Even Amalaye respectfully addressed him, "Mr. Owen." The man known as Mr. Owen stroked his beard, paused for a few seconds, then looked at Amalaye and said, "I have served the He family for decades, having followed 2 generations of family heads. Today I will speak up fairly regardless of whether what happened is true or not. Your reputation has been tarnished, and managing the family no longer seems suitable. We have all seen second master's abilities firsthand, but the future head of the He family cannot." Amid murmurs of disagreement, the old man's faded eyes turned sharp and piercing straight toward James. With his walking cane pointed at him, he declared, "But if second master personally promises to deal with this matter right here and now, we will have no objections. We will fully support second master's ascension." The room fell completely silent. James suddenly met Alexander's gaze, who gave him a smile that seemed to say, surprised. It was clear he had been preparing for this all along. James had not expected that such a major matter would ultimately center on him. It sounded absurd and unreasonable, but he knew he had become just another pawn in this power struggle, positioned alongside Amalaye as leverage against those loyal to Henry. His role appeared insignificant on the surface. But it was, indeed, a strong opening point. James felt Amalaye's grip on his arm tighten. Clearly, this was not what she had expected. He gave her a subtle look to reassure her it was fine. Then he stepped forward, past Alexander, and walked toward the elder. Curious, how do you plan to deal with me? James gave a faint smirk. Shall I say it for you? James did not act like someone being singled out. He seized the elder's raised cane, stood tall, and called out, "Why do not we talk about how all of you staged today's scene? Or how the master came up with using a servant as a pawn? Alternatively, perhaps it is time to reveal your so-called moral high ground, while secretly trying to discredit Madame Huo just to seize power." "Grab him," Alexander shouted. Immediately, a group of people rushed toward James. But before they could get close, everyone was stopped. The scene was far larger than the one that had happened at the ancestral hall that night. 2 full levels of black suited guards rushed in and surrounded everyone in the yard. Henry stepped through the doorway. His gaze moved from James to Amalaye at the far end, then returned to James. He glanced briefly at Oliver's position. The other man silently lowered his head without a word. James did not notice the detail. What he did see was how Amalaye's posture visibly relaxed the moment Henry appeared. "What exactly is going on, young master?" "Yeah, what is this all about? Cannot we just talk things through calmly?" Henry stepped forward. His expression was stern, lacking his usual calmness, and in the gathering darkness, his features appeared sharp and defined. He casually tossed a stack of documents onto the ground. "Take a look, everyone. Since you are all so interested in my personal matters, then take a close look. This is your final time standing here." "What do you mean by final time standing here?" "Jack has more than one son, and the Huo family does not rely solely on your branch. We have been through thick and thin with the Huo family for over a decade. How can you dismiss us so easily?" Henry seemed completely unaware of their words. He stepped forward, moved around the chair originally meant for Alexander, lifted it with one hand and set it aside, then took a step ahead and sat down casually. "I said take a look first." He nodded toward the scattered papers on the ground. Eventually, someone hesitated and picked one up. 2 minutes later, those who had once strongly backed Alexander all turned pale. Waving the document at Alexander, they demanded, "What is going on here? Sir, do not you owe us an explanation?" Alexander glanced at Henry and quickly stepped forward to snatch the paper. He glanced at the paper for just a moment and immediately understood what was going on. His eyes darkened with stormy emotion, his face hardening in anger. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned sharply and kicked the broken woman lying on the ground in the chest, saying clearly, "It is you." Sir, the woman crawled forward on her hands and knees, grabbing at Alexander's pants leg while sobbing. "I really know nothing about this, please. It is not my fault. They planned it all along. I did not even." Without waiting for her to speak further, Alexander leaned down and gripped the woman's throat tightly until her eyes rolled back and her face turned dark. "Are you planning to commit violence here in the house?" Henry sat calmly on a stool, glancing briefly at the woman Alexander had tossed aside, now clutching her throat and coughing violently, then locked eyes with him. "She is just an ignorant pawn used by others. How long has she been with you? 5 or 6 years. She has spilled secrets without even realizing it herself. As for your past actions, the money you promised to major shareholders but secretly gambled away, the people you ruined and destroyed, and all your schemes to drain Huo family." Henry leaned back casually, his posture relaxed. He looked at Alexander and continued in a softer tone. "Brother, 10 years ago you might have believed women could be used freely as tools or pawns to steer a Huo family. But if you thought that way, you should have expected one day you would end up being undone by a woman, no matter how insignificant she seems." Henry's expression showed no trace of triumph despite having taken control. Instead, it was calm, the quiet stillness of someone who has crossed countless storms and reached the other side. If anything, even his slightest resolve seemed veiled by a soft, lingering rain. At that moment, James suddenly began to understand him. His mother's helplessness in her position, a deeply rooted family, a brother who grew ambitious too early, and countless relatives waiting to take a bite out of the power structure. The Mr. Henry standing here today had long left behind any stage of openly showing his emotions. "I truly underestimated you," Alexander said, now defeated, shifting his neck and flashing a harsh smile without hiding it as he looked at Henry. You played your move perfectly, cutting off the fire under the pot. Your mother and you have both been outstanding performers these past years. Very well, let's see who comes out on top. Alexander stepped away early from the power struggle he had meticulously planned. A group of people who had originally backed Alexander stared at each other in stunned silence. No one could understand why things had suddenly taken such a turn. Henry spoke up, the performance is over. Why do not we all share our thoughts? Second Master, we were completely unaware of what was going on, truly caught off guard. Yeah, who could have guessed that the elder had been doing so much harm to the company over the years? Regardless, since no major damage was done, I think we should just let it go. It is better for everyone this way. Those who had loudly supported Alexander earlier now voiced agreement, while those loyal to Henry looked furious. Henry waited until the noise died down completely, then nodded. I understand your concerns. Here's what I propose. I know that everyone who came with grandfather or followed my father has earned their place through long service and dedication. From now on, the company will fully take care of your retirement needs, including offering certain benefits to your immediate family members. The moment those words were spoken, the crowd erupted into chaos. What exactly are you implying, Second Master? Are you trying to force us old-timers out of our positions? Benefits for family members. This is clearly an attempt to uproot us completely. You haven't even settled into your seat yet, and already you are thinking of controlling everything. Mr. Owen, you must speak up and say what is right. Henry let the growing murmurs of the crowd swell into a roar, his gaze fixed on the elderly man who had been quietly pushed forward by the group after Alexander stepped aside and said nothing. The old man looked deeply distressed. Taking his place as spokesperson, he stepped forward and leaned on his walking cane with both hands. Even if Alexander made mistakes, Mr. Owen said, the Second Master's actions are far too harsh. Is that so? Henry spoke with calm seriousness. Did not any of you feel anything when you slandered Madame Huo family? Did not you feel anything when you took benefits from Alexander and ignored the company's interests? Did not you feel anything when you found out those promises were empty words and suddenly claimed innocence? Now, you say my actions are too extreme. Henry lowered his leg and stood up, stepping closer to speak quietly. Mr. Owen, with your age, it might be best for you to go home and enjoy peaceful days. The old man trembled with rage. He pointed his cane at him, saying, Henry, you are so young yet you have such a ruthless heart. Is that right? I thought this was already showing mercy for your years of loyalty to the Huo family. Since none of you appreciate it, then you will soon learn just how harsh I can be. Mason, Henry said, escort everyone out. Mason moved immediately after receiving the order. That was when the courtyard truly descended into chaos. These elders were no strangers to chaos. Since they would conspired with Alexander from the start, they had hired enforcers on standby. Before long, tables were overturned, chairs were grabbed, and shouts mixed with crude outbursts in a frenzy. Mason's team was well trained, but the scene was too chaotic to manage. When someone charged at Henry from behind with a chair, James was right beside him. Without hesitation, he raised his arm to shield Henry. The splintered edge of the chair scraped across his wrist, leaving a string of red droplets. Henry turned and frowned sharply, then yanked him back. At the same time, he kicked out hard. The man was sent flying toward the security team and quickly restrained. You are crazy using your hand like that, Henry said, his expression dark as he turned to face him. James rubbed his arm and lifted it briefly to glance at the wound on his wrist. Not insane by any means, James said with a wry tone. Just did not expect that power shifts in such elite families could be so direct and intense, kind of thrilling. Henry looked at him silently without speaking. James had not realized the Huo family's transformation would come this fast. According to the book, Henry would not take full control until a year from now, by which time everything was supposed to be ready. Honestly, before Henry showed up, James had thought today was just a minor incident orchestrated by Alexander, one of the larger clashes in the ongoing power struggle within the Huo family. The truth was far beyond what he had imagined. He could not figure out what exactly had prompted Henry to act so much earlier than expected. And from the way things were set up, It did not seem to be something that happened overnight. When the courtyard was cleared, a dark red stain could be seen on the floor far away. No one knew whose it was. As raindrops fell, it gradually spread, seeping into the cracks between the stones and flowing toward the soil beside the path. The air carried a sharp scent, the kind that always lingers after it rains. James stared at Henry, standing silently there, wondering what he might be thinking at that moment. "Things are going to get complicated from here on out, are not they?" James spoke up. In truth, the period right after any upheaval was always the hardest, stabilizing order, calming people's minds, especially for a family empire like the He clan. After 2 seconds, Henry spoke as always. "It will be fine." "Hand over your hand," he said, then turned around. James casually offered his hand, just a minor scrape. Henry said nothing, took out a gray-blue handkerchief from somewhere, and gently wrapped it around James' hand. Henry's hands were broader and warmer than his. As James looked down at the motion, he suddenly said, "If I would known this would happen, I might have pretended to go along with Alexander. He promised me 3 million. Stealing money from him, Henry looked up at him. "You are really asking for trouble." "So I am still careful with my life." James raised an eyebrow. "I told him face to face that I am loyal to you. Does that move you?" Henry kept working, finishing the bandage securely. "Oliver," then he spoke. Oliver suddenly appeared from some hidden corner. "Young master." "Give him 30 million. "Yes." James grabbed Henry's arm, his mind still reeling from the earlier talk, before blurting out in shock, "Did I mishear, or did Oliver?" Oliver gave his usual move. He pushed up his glasses. "I am a finance graduate. Numbers are my strong point, especially precision." "James, you really do not have to talk." A faint, almost hidden smile flickered in Henry's eyes. "Do not want it?" he asked. "Better not. I am afraid it would bring bad luck." Henry raised an eyebrow, sounding genuinely sincere. "The He family does not need that kind of money." "Please," James let go of him, giving a quick side eye. "Your plan to flatter me is too obvious." He adjusted his hair with one hand, which had gotten slightly messy earlier, and said, "Knowing your place in life is the most important thing. I'm just an unnoticed helper under your command, maybe useful now and then, but mostly just someone who does not cause trouble. If I would have been fully aware of and involved in this plan from start to finish, I might have actually taken that 30 million. But if it is only because I stood by your mother and happened to get caught up in a small..." James finished adjusting his hair and let his hand drop. He stepped forward toward Henry, then gently straightened the man's coat right in front of him. "I know what I should take and what I should not. Stop scaring me like that all the time." 5 million, then." James looked from his own hand to Henry's eyes, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he whispered, "The second master cares about me, so would you be willing to pay for my peace of mind?" His clear sense of self-awareness was so strong that even Nora, when she happened to run into him later, could not help but say, "I heard you turned down 30 million from the second master. Did not expect such high principles from you." James held on to the things he was bringing back to Udging Garden. Oliver let it slip. Now is everyone around the second master in on this? "Exactly." "Well, I guess I really should thank him then." Nora clearly came by on business, and they happened to walk together for a stretch. She was no stranger to reading people, especially someone like James, and she caught his meaning in an instant. Smiling faintly, she said, "You really should thank him. This whole incident with Alexander put you, James, right at the forefront of the second master's first major move. And thanks to Oliver, everyone now knows you care about the second master himself, not just money. It might seem like a small thing, but that kind of reputation is worth just as much as 3 million. James, he was willing to let me have this favor. He is sharp, that one. After all these years beside the second master, he does not hand out favors easily." Nora did not hold back. "He must have realized you are not who you used to be. He is saving face for himself, just in case." "James, he is overestimating me. Who knows what the future holds?" Nora glanced at him and said, "But I can tell 3 million is not something small to you. You know, when the second master speaks up, he does not do it lightly." "Think I would not be able to say no. I just think you are clearly more interested in money." James laughed aloud. "You really get me." Nora gave him a dry look. James watched the path they would walked, noticing how Nora's destination clearly took her far off course. He understood at once and smiled. You deliberately took a detour just to warn me, thanks for that. I will remember it. Nora paused, then glared. You are good at puffing yourself up. I am not here to give you praise. I am telling you not to try anything shady on the second master. He does not tolerate even a speck of disrespect. James nodded with a smile. Do not worry, I would never dare pull anything like that on him. Taking or refusing the 30 million is all about gamesmanship, so I figured I would treat 5 million as a little indulgence instead. Nora looked utterly exasperated. A $5 million indulgence. In the end, are not you still just after money? James shrugged. Who else would let me get away with it but young master? After parting ways with Nora, James stepped outside. The car prepared by the He family was already waiting at the entrance, but James froze when he saw someone he never expected to find beside it. Madam, James handed his belongings to the driver, surprised. Is there something you need? Walk with me, the woman said, adjusting her shawl. After a night of rain, the forest was filled with a deeply refreshing dampness. The air felt pleasantly cool and moist, and the breeze was gentle. They walked slowly up the path leading from the He family's gate. Within less than a day, James noticed how the woman's sharp, composed demeanor had softened considerably. Her delicate features now stood out more clearly. You are from the south, are not you? James spoke first. Amalaye seemed surprised. You can tell. It is fairly obvious. They reached a gentle slope midway up the hill. Amalaye paused and looked down at the valley below, saying, Yes, I have been in Ishingjing for nearly 40 years now. I can barely remember what my hometown looks like. She turned to James and added, Do you find me not resembling him much? His lip shape is similar, James said seriously. Amalaye smiled. He does not really resemble his father much. He is more like his grandfather. Do you see that spot up there on the cliff edge? When he was 5 or 6, he nearly fell from there. His older brother Alexander pulled him back to safety. James stared at the distant location, a chill running through him. Amalaye seemed lost in memory now, gazing into the distance. When he was little, I just wanted him to grow up safely and live a peaceful life. Later, when he lived with his grandfather, I thought it would be fine even if he turned out lazy. But he is too driven, determined to fight, strive, and succeed. I know he saw how hard my life has been, and he feels the weight of his grandfather's expectations. These years, I have almost forgotten who I used to be. All I have seen is him. James was surprised that Amalaye would share all this with him. Even if it meant nothing, he could only offer comfort. Things will get better eventually. We have grown distant over the years. Amalaye suddenly looked at James and said, But I think we did not misjudge each other. James looked surprised. Me. Amalaye regained some of her former composure as the head of the He family, speaking firmly. You still have courage. Even though Alexander has lost his power, the influence he built over the years could still unsettle everyone. Right now, I do not have much say in things anymore, so you all must be very careful when acting around him. James understood. Also, Amalaye's gaze swept over James' face. You are in a different position, you are close to him personally. If there are things others cannot bring up clearly, you should speak up more. James felt flustered by the sudden atmosphere, like being scolded directly by a senior family elder. But he still had to go along with the misunderstanding, hesitating. What exactly should I be warning about? Do I really need to explain this? Amalaye gave him a measured look. That Andrew fellow, you are not lacking in any way compared to him, so why would you worry about losing to him? He realized he would have been too hasty. Any woman who has made it this far within the He family is not ordinary. He thought to himself, it was not that he could not handle Andrew. He was up against something much bigger, the core storyline itself. You cannot touch Andrew. After all, he is the main character. Amalaye frowned. The He family is clearly losing its edge these days. Their hidden maneuvers are almost too obvious. If I am not mistaken, once Alexander gets into trouble, the He family will definitely push that Andrew to come back and plead for help. Your second master might be reasonable about most things, but when it comes to this, he just cannot bring himself to act firmly. James said hesitantly, You cannot force something like that. The second master has strong feelings for him. Amalaye shook her head in disapproval. Feelings? He is just honoring the old patriarch's reputation. Back then, the He family saved the elder man's life. There is a long-standing bond between them, and he was raised by the old patriarch for years. That alone would prevent him from going too far. He deeply respects his grandparents, and Andrew really is different from his 2 older brothers. But the He family is not what it used to be. You must always remind him of that. James felt utterly overwhelmed. He thought, I would rather not give your son any reason to want my head on a platter. After all, the main character is still the main character. Even if there is no real connection now, as Henry's destined partner, the Eshu family is just a small obstacle in their journey. If I really step in and escalate things, they will eventually reconcile later, so what will be my fate then? It is like being forced to play the role of a villainous side character, dragging myself deeper into someone else's story. The truth was, James remained completely compliant, listening attentively and nodding. You can rest assured, I will remind the second master. Even though this moment felt exactly like a scheming mother-in-law and her accomplice trying to undermine the protagonist, what could he do? Of course, he had no choice but to soothe the lady of the house first. In the story, Amalaye was clearly portrayed as a strict and unforgiving mother-in-law, and her relationship with Henry grew steadily worse over time. But James now knew that their bond was far more complicated than the book described, and the eventual rift between them likely was not just due to Andrew. Years of drifting apart, rebuilding trust could not happen overnight. To make matters more complicated, Amalaye happened to be in a position that made it hard for the two of them to grow closer, adding another layer of difficulty. Let's go back, Amalaye said. I will help you, James offered his arm. Amalaye placed her hand on the crook of his elbow as they descended the small slope, sighing into the wind. He values loyalty deeply. When you put in effort, he will notice. James could only smile faintly. I understand. Finally back at Ujing Garden, James felt as though an entire lifetime had passed. In just a few short days, events had piled up one after another, leaving him overwhelmed. He drank some chicken soup, soaked in the largest hot spring pool in the garden for 2 full hours, and finally wrapped himself in a blanket and lay down on the bed. Only then did he begin to feel some relief. This place, no matter how you look at it, was where he woke up and started living. Even though the time spent here hasn't been long, there is still a special feeling attached to it. It was not until late at night that Echloe suddenly woke him up. At first, his mind was completely blank. He watched as Echloe, wrapped in her robe, reached over to turn on the bedside lamp and asked, Is it really this early already? I just fell asleep a moment ago. Echloe turned back and said, It is not light yet. Young Master Henry has arrived. Get up quickly. The idea that a household master returning meant you had to rise from your bed immediately. It felt like an outdated custom from old times, one he found hard to comment on. Plus, with things clearly unsettled in the Ihuo family these past few days, James had expected not seeing him for quite some time. But just on the very first night after he returned, Henry showed up. What time is it now? James asked. Echloe, it is 2 in the morning. James sighed. Even if he is back, he should go straight to his old residence at Hengmu Garden by now. Why wake me up like this in the middle of the night? Echloe gave him a light tap. Young Master Henry has been busy all evening. After the banquet, everyone else left the main kitchen. Only our section still had fires going. Jackson asked us to help prepare things. As the de facto head of this small courtyard, you really should get up now. James wanted nothing more than to call him crazy, but after a few minutes pressing his face into the blanket, he finally dragged himself out of bed. He did not change clothes. Still wearing his silk pajamas and slippers, he made his way downstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, he caught sight of a man bending slightly at the entrance. The air around him felt heavy with moisture from the night's dew. When he looked up and saw James, there was clear surprise in his expression. 2 minutes later, James was standing behind him. While helping him take off his coat, he said, Not changing clothes or washing up before seeing you does not quite match the image I have been waiting for you all day and night. My apologies. Henry sighed helplessly and turned to Echloe. Do not wake him up at midnight again. That would be terribly improper, Echloe said, clearly disapproving. James had a different focus, future. Buying this estate was always part of the plan, Henry said, rolling up his sleeves as he walked toward the dining table. In time, the main center of our family will gradually move here. Before James even had a chance to fully process it, he blurted out, Everyone else thinks you bought this place just to take care of me, so am I really stuck with that unfair reputation? Henry did not ask for anything special at such a late hour. It was just a simple bowl of noodles. He pulled out the chair and sat down, looking at James. How much space could you possibly handle? At least it sounds like you are treating me well, James said, dragging a chair across from him and turning it around to sit backward with his chin resting on the backrest. If I move out, you can just find another place to look after me. A reason? I do not want to get up every day at 6:30 for breakfast. James' pose caused some hair to fall across his face, and the deep creases in his half-lit eyes gave him a distinctly petulant expression. Henry looked up just for that. Is getting up early really that hard? Then do not get up. James did not quite process it at first, but 2 seconds later. Really, can I do that? Henry gave him a look. If I said no, your frustration would probably blow right through the roof. The fact that Henry was very likely, possibly even certain, to stay long-term at Udging Garden did not really matter to James, especially since he would personally heard Mr. Henry promised that the family rules were not unbreakable, so James figured he could just smile and say, "You are too kind," if people began whispering that he was some scheming figure drawing the renowned Mr. Henry into nightly indulgences at Udging Garden. That night he slept through without a single dream. The next morning, James saw Jackson already directing the movers. James went to help, but Jackson waved him off in alarm. Eventually, he was handed 2 small decorative succulents about the size of a palm, leaving James feeling a little baffled. "Where should I put it, Jackson?" James asked. This was his first time visiting the heir.He garden, as the entire estate was incredibly vast. If the place he currently lives in could be described as refined, this one was truly grand. The heir.He garden served as the main residence within the Jade Capital estate, boasting the best location. After entering, it branched into 8 courtyards of various sizes, including a modern library and a standalone viewing pavilion. Jackson called from afar, "Just put it anywhere inside the room. Nothing's been organized yet." James glanced at a doorway that was open and walked in. The room appeared tidier than the others, and James immediately noticed several scrolls and paintings hanging on the wall. "Like it?" someone suddenly asked. James jumped slightly, turning his head to see that Henry was inside. He was bent over a long table, writing something. "What are you doing here? Are not you busy today?" James casually walked over. Henry looked up briefly, not really. James leaned in and realized he was working on a piece of calligraphy. "Nice work, sir," James said offhand. "The characters are strong and bold, with excellent structure and balanced composition, seemingly contradictory at first glance, yet perfectly harmonious overall." Henry actually gave him a couple more careful looks then. "I used to practice with my grandfather." He set down the brush and picked up a clean towel nearby, wiping his hands. "But now I really believe you know your way around calligraphy and paintings. That is not just empty talk." James suddenly remembered their missed art exhibition earlier. He gave a short scoff. Truth will always show, and falsehood cannot become truth. He casually placed the 2 small succulents on the nearby desk. "Here, take them. They are for radiation protection." "There is no electronic equipment here," Henry said, "and there is no scientific proof that succulent plants protect against radiation." "Do not give them back." James rolled his eyes and picked up the 2 small plants again. Henry did not react to the behavior, and as James stepped toward the door, he said casually, "The paintings on the wall are some of the rare pieces collected by the former president of the Art Association. You can take any that catch your eye." "Me?" James asked. Henry looked up. "They would not be wasted on you." "No thanks," James said, pulling at his lips. "Even if it proves I have got real talent for art today, me has moved on from such refined hobbies. All I care about now is making money." He did not look to see Henry's expression and simply turned away. He took out a whole day later just to go out. The Ahuo family was busy moving, while he was focused on making money. He would already invested 2 million with Sebastian, though he knew it was not likely to be a trap. The wait for returns was still long. In his previous life, he had been involved in investments. While most of his work centered on film and TV, he had dabbled in other areas as well. The money he got from Henry felt fair enough, but it was not a sustainable solution by any means. Nora always said the same thing over and over again. He loved money, lots of it. But real money only counts if it can earn more money. Just sitting on fixed assets and hoping for luck to come out of nowhere was like dreaming while awake. The bar street he would visited before was also bustling during the day, and James knew his way around. It was not hard to find a new quiet lounge and walk in. It turned out to be quite the coincidence. Young Master William was sitting at the bar, sipping a drink in silence. James walked up and snapped his fingers toward the bartender. "Hey, mix our young master a special. Today I am growing up, to celebrate him getting a fresh start at 18. The bartender had seen him around plenty before and chuckled. "We do not carry that kind of drink here." William was about to tell someone to leave when he glanced over and froze, clearly surprised to see James. "What are you doing here?" he murmured hoarsely. James raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you are still coherent enough, otherwise, how would I even see the prince's current state of decline? Do you find me that amusing?" He lifted the half-empty amber drink and drained it in one go. The hair he would dyed back earlier now stood up in messy tufts, making him look as pitiful as a stray dog abandoned on the streets. "Why are you alone?" "Mind your own business." "I do not even want to bother with you," James said, turning to leave. But William suddenly grabbed his arm. "Do not walk away." James felt a wave of tension in his head. William sniffed and continued almost to himself. "I just cannot understand, after all these years, why did he abandon me overseas without a word? His women would flatter me one moment and speak ill of me behind my back the next. He believed them, then cut off my funds and screamed at me. I keep asking myself, am I really his son?" It turned out this was all due to the recent upheaval within the He family. In the story, Alexander had clearly done a lot of harm to his own son. Otherwise, he would not have become such a cold-hearted prince later on. James knew Henry still showed kindness toward this last surviving heir of the He family line. After all, among all of Henry's rivals, William was the only one who had endured countless trials and survived, probably because of their shared blood. At that moment, seeing William like this, James reluctantly sat back down. "Did your dad give you a hard time?" he asked. William slumped against his arms, as if hit by something overwhelming, muttering, "No, he did not scold me. He actually started treating me well all of a sudden." James reached for the bottle in front of him and poured himself a drink. "So why are you sitting here looking so miserable?" "He said the He family will be mine someday. He wants me to fight for it, to go up against my second uncle." William's eyes turned red as he finished speaking. "I just started believing things might get better for me, then he ruined everything." James paused, a flicker of amusement mixing with genuine pity. He realized how naive and vulnerable William still was at this stage. "Have you ever told your second uncle about this?" James asked. "Told my second uncle?" William clearly did not understand. "I know how he and my dad, Alexander's relationship is worse than with enemies. I am not completely unaware of it." He reached for the bottle again. James grabbed it swiftly, slammed it down on the table with a loud thud, and sighed. "Kid, remember what I told you last time." William blinked in confusion. "What?" "The situations you will face in the future will only grow more complex and intense," James said, watching William's face, so much softer now without its usual bravado, revealing how young he really was. "So do not just give up like this, thinking your life is over completely. There will be plenty of tough times ahead." William's face looked even more miserable than if he were crying. "Why are you being like this?" he shouted angrily. James noticed the bartender glancing over and gave a reassuring wave before reaching out to pull William up. "What are you doing?" William slurred, struggling to shake him off. "Think I would not have tossed you into the restroom toilet if I did not know you?" James gritted out, gripping his arm tightly. He was not someone known for patience, but seeing how badly things turned out for this kid later made it hard to stay completely indifferent. After all, the guy was barely more than a boy. "Stand steady," James pulled him upright. William's shirt was disheveled. He wobbled slightly as he stood up, then gave him a look that seemed unusually pained and crestfallen. James rubbed his forehead. "Today's just my bad luck running into you." James used his card to unlock a private booth, brought him inside, took him to the restroom twice for vomiting, then rang the bell to ask a server to bring water. "Are you coming around now?" James tossed his jacket aside and gently tapped William's face. William stared blankly upward, his entire face and neck flushed deep red, reeking of alcohol. After about half a minute, he finally turned his head to ask, "Why are you here?" "I came here to talk about something." William looked skeptical. "What could you possibly want to discuss?" "I am planning to take over this entire block," James said, taking a deep breath as William gave him an incredulous look. "Acquiring all the vacant storefronts for investment and development with the ultimate goal of owning the whole street." William slumped like a lifeless sack on the sofa, still managing to mutter sarcastically, "Do you even know how much it would cost to take over just one bar here? Are you planning to rob my uncle's safe?" "Where is his safe?" "You are out of your mind. It is you who would have to be crazy to think I would ever steal from his safe." James did not bother arguing with a drunk. He was already about to get this man settled and leave, but then something occurred to him, and he abruptly sat back down. William felt uneasy under his stare, bewildered. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Since you do not want to listen to your father and do not want to go to your uncle either," James said, "how about joining me instead?" "Joining you? You do not need to worry about anything else, just tell me if you are in." "Why pick me?" "Because I just realized, compared to you inevitably ending up in trouble, your status as a young master still has some value to me. So I am being generous and giving you a chance." "You make it sound so easy, I just do not feel convinced." James gave a dry laugh and turned to William. "It is up to you whether you want to accept or not." Sure, William, possibly influenced by alcohol, looked bold and determined. "I will do it." James just sighed inwardly. "Well, this one time, let's see how it goes. If I can actually get this kid on the right path, that would be a good deed. After all, there are plenty who care about Andrew. No need to ruin this boy's future too." Just then, the door of the private room creaked open from outside. "Hello, here's what you ordered." James looked up at the person entering, and suddenly it felt like time had stopped. "Andrew." He could not help but wonder, what is this? "This is fate." Andrew wore a deep red waiter's uniform, the book's main character, yet even beneath it his slender frame was visible, his skin soft and pale under the dim lights. The room was dimly lit, and he stood there, looking noticeably thinner than the last time James had seen him. Even his jawline appeared sharper. Andrew clearly had not expected to run into him. He froze in place instantly. The main character, who should have been studying abroad, suddenly appeared at a local bar working as a waiter. Accepting this was not hard for James. After all, the Io family's change in leadership had already been foreseen, and Amalaye had even predicted that the Issue family would bring Andrew back early. But it still did not make sense. The Issue family might be struggling, but not enough to have their most favored youngest son work as a bar server. Andrew looked troubled and asked James, "Why are you here?" James was surprised. Should not I be the one asking that? Andrew's gaze shifted from James's face to someone beside him, then his expression changed sharply. "You should know better than this, James," he snapped, genuine concern in his eyes. He set down his tray and hurried to help William on the sofa. Little seven, are you okay?" "Who are you?" William blinked dazedly at the person pulling him. He had not seen a face, just someone in a waiter's uniform. The Huo family's young master had long grown tired of people who fawned over him. How many of them were truly sincere? He shoved the person to the ground, his face twisted in annoyance. "Do not touch me." Andrew stumbled into the corner of the table but quickly got back up, determined to help him. Then he said, "It is me, Andrew. You are drunk and should not stay here. Let me take you outside." The name Andrew caused William to freeze in place. He asked Andrew. "Yes," Andrew said softly, crouching down. "We met when we were kids, do you remember? But then you went abroad, so it has been quite a while since we have seen each other." William murmured, "Andrew." He stared, almost dazed, at the face before him. Then he asked, "Why are you here?" "You do not need to worry about that." Andrew paused for a moment, then straightened up. "Whatever happens today, you must not tell your second uncle. You know the family situation well enough, so keep this meeting a secret, okay?" William still looked confused, letting out a soft "oh" in reply. James sat in the corner of the sofa, his posture relaxed, but his expression clearly showing he was watching quietly from the sidelines. He now understood why Andrew had come here. James realized this was where William's subplot likely began. With the He family in turmoil, William was going through a rough and uncertain period, having also taken a heavy blow from his father. It was only by chance that he met Andrew, the main character. They would known each other since childhood, and now they felt an instant connection. James almost wanted to applaud. No matter how much time passed or how events shifted, the outcome still followed that original path. And the drama level was just as high as before. Andrew's arrival not only advanced William's storyline, but also revealed quite a bit through a single line about keeping things secret. Seeing that their kind-hearted and sincere protagonist might end up clashing with his family, unsure when he would return home, and now struggling alone abroad without even letting the other main character know. This contrasted sharply with the misunderstanding in the original version where Andrew thought Henry had been targeting his household. But now that misunderstanding was gone, and the deep feelings were even more predictable. The only difference was Andrew's hostility toward him seemed much stronger than in the original story. Back then, James was always somewhere between causing trouble and heading straight into it, but Andrew had never truly seen him as a threat. The young master had not encountered many dark sides of life. After being hurt, he might not have forgiven easily, but deep down, he viewed James as pitiful. But things were different now. He probably saw James as completely beyond redemption. After making sure William was taken care of, he stood there, frowning at James and saying, "I do not know what kind of tactics you are using, or what you said to your second brother that made him now trust you so much. Even through the big crisis with the He family, he kept you by his side. But one thing you absolutely should not have done was target William. How could you bring him to a place like this, and leave him alone in a private room? What were you planning?" James glanced at William, who clearly looked stunned by those words. "Frankly, I am also curious about what exactly I could do to him," James said with a lazy tone. No, William finally came to his senses and quickly stood up, swaying slightly from dizziness but still speaking clearly to Andrew. "It is not his fault. I came here on my own, and he would not do anything to me." William almost added that James had only threatened to lock him in a toilet, but it felt too embarrassing, so he kept quiet. Andrew furrowed his brow deeply, disbelief written across his face, his delicate features making the sight almost heartbreaking, even enough to soften James' resolve. William blinked in surprise. "What is wrong with you?" he asked. "Do you really have to defend him without reason?" Andrew pointed at James and said to William, "He is clearly not trustworthy. Why do you always believe everything he says so easily?" William frowned. "What are you even talking about?" Andrew nodded as if hurt and frustrated. "Fine, I will not stop you, but I cannot just stand by while you go downhill. I will have someone call your second uncle. When he arrives, do not tell him you saw me. Also, this place is not suitable for you. Do not come here again." After glancing at James one last time, Andrew turned and walked out. William looked as if he wanted to follow him, but for some reason took 2 steps forward, then stopped abruptly. He turned back and looked at James. James raised an eyebrow. "Why do not you go after him?" "Go where?" William asked, dazed. James looked surprised. "He is clearly trying to look out for you. Do not you feel anything at all? And he said bars are not a good place, told you to stay away from them in the future." William felt a strange uneasiness inside. It was as if an invisible thread were pulling him forward. Watching Andrew walk away, he thought he should feel ashamed or upset, and that he ought to go after him. But for some reason, he found it hard to take a step. He just did not want to move. He figured he must have had too much to drink, so he decided to go with what he felt and simply sank back into the seat. Especially when he saw James lounging lazily on the couch. Those eyes filled with amusement made him feel even more irritated, and his words came out sharp and tense. He sneered, "Do not even get me started. I am an adult. I have been hanging around bars since I was 14 overseas. I will stay if I want to." And not satisfied, he shot a sideways glance at James. "You are here too. Why are you always meddling?" "Hey, I do not actually want to get involved," James said plainly. "I only stepped in because you were about to break down." "Who the hell says I was crying?" "Try saying that curse again, I dare you." William grabbed a cushion and threw it at him. James could not help but laugh seeing William, puffed up like an angry little pufferfish. William not chasing after him gave James a clue. This was not about William's behavior being wrong. It was that, After so many changes in timing and events, Andrew still remained stuck in the old version of things. He seemed stuck in a certain mindset, which is why he reacted so strongly to William's defiance. "Fine, if you do not want to go, that is okay," James said. "What do you mean, okay?" "Never mind what I meant, here's a word of advice. Do not keep staring at your uncle's people. You might end up getting punished one day, and someone could make you pay for it dearly." William instantly pulled his gaze away as if burned. Blushing deeply, he snapped back, "Are you crazy? Who has been staring at him all the time?" James gave him a puzzled look. "I already said it was just a warning, watch your step." James was not going to argue with this rebellious young man. Standing up, he said, "Once you have had enough quiet drinking, head home early. I have things to do and cannot stay longer." "I am not going back," William muttered, clearly annoyed. "Thinking about running away from home?" James gave him a sharp look, then sighed and added, "You know that five-star hotel next door? The owner owes my uncle a favor, so he handed me a IVIP pass for free stays. If you have nowhere else to go, just stay there for now." James pulled out the card from his wallet and tossed it at him. "You are not a real kid anymore. Stop acting like a child and causing unnecessary embarrassment all the time." William took the card from his chest and held it up to the light for a quick glance. "Why is it free?" he asked sincerely. "I am not short on money, I could afford to stay elsewhere." James wanted to shove his foot into the prince's face, but held back. "You have had your card suspended. Where do you think you are getting funds from? Do not even think about making me pay. I do not have money either." William glared at him again, visibly frustrated. At that moment, Henry just received news. To begin with, the chaos following Yuo family's change in leadership had caused massive ripple effects across Shengjing City. Its impact was far-reaching. And now that Henry had only recently taken control of the family, word of a planned relocation had already spread, not exactly a minor matter. For a prominent family, the location of its key members often symbolized power and status. As a result, everyone around Henry had been running non-stop, like a spinning top. But there was one person who stood out as different. James. Though many now saw him as having a changed status after the Yuo family incident, he was actually in a unique position and had no intention of getting involved in the family's core affairs. He disappeared frequently. Henry did not mind, nor did the rest of the household. They would grown used to it. At that time, Henry was in the middle of a private meeting. He noticed Oliver's expression was unusually tense. "Speak up," Henry said, adjusting the papers on his desk. Oliver stepped forward carefully. This matter was really troubling him. He always thought he understood Henry best, but ever since James had that incident, he would started feeling uncertain about a lot of things. Seeing Oliver's unreadable expression, Henry actually chuckled. "If it is something that can make you look like this, go ahead, what is it?" "Just got a call, young Master William's been drinking heavily at a bar." And what else?" "We had our own people look into it. The one who called was young Master Andrew. He is apparently working at that bar." Oliver almost paused after every two words, glancing up at Henry's reaction. Henry looked up at Oliver and asked, "How is he doing?" Oliver had handled things thoroughly. He already knew the full picture. "I spoke with the bar manager. He did not stay long, but even though he was not used to it, he managed to keep going." Of course, Oliver was doing his best to put things in a positive light. Honestly, just think, someone who has never done any real work before suddenly deciding to go it alone. Even working at a restaurant would have been easier than going straight to a place like that, but he went there anyway. Oliver knew Henry had no real intention of taking action against the Ashu family, and there was never any plan to pressure them into pleading. But then he ended up coming back himself. He did not just return, he secretly went to work at a bar behind everyone's back, sticking with it even though he was not used to it. When Oliver heard the news, he was utterly stunned. There was no way to describe the feeling. It felt like his old image of that young master had shattered all at once, and now it just sounded strangely heartbreaking. And it really did not make sense at all. Henry showed no expression, just asked, "Did he call?" He had someone else make the call, probably did not want us to find out. "Henry, where is William?" "He is at a hotel, should be fine." Henry gave a quiet hum and said nothing more. offering no further instructions. After hesitating for a moment, Oliver finally asked, "Should I send someone to give the bar a heads up?" Henry paused for 2 seconds before saying, "Do not bother." Oliver was speechless and had already turned to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Anything else? William Young Master stayed at that hotel using James' id. As soon as he said it, Oliver watched Henry's pen freeze mid-motion. When Henry looked up again, his forehead was furrowed. "What is he doing over there?" Oliver shook his head and said honestly, "I heard him casually talking with some of Mason's people before. Seemed like he is planning to invest in a business. He has been hanging around that area lately, so it was probably just a coincidence." Henry slowly tapped the pen against the desk. Oliver said, "I will give him a call." "Are you too close now?" Oliver did not know why he suddenly shivered at that question. He shook his head seriously. "Not really. He is close with Nora. Just recently, he tricked her into handing over a designer bag, and then Nora gave him a scolding in front of over 10 of Mason's people. She kept going for a whole hour." Henry did not say anything. Oliver fell into silence again, too. Finally, Henry said, "Let him have his fun, just come back sooner." "All right." James had to delay his plans due to William, but on the way back, he smiled when he saw a message from him. The young master not only said thanks, but also promised that even if his business seemed questionable, he would give it his full effort. He family's true heir, whether as free labor or just a figurehead used for show, the mere presence of such a name brings astonishing results. James sent back only one reply. "Just stay on the right path, and I will consider my efforts worthwhile." The moment he sent it, his phone buzzed with a flurry of notifications. No need to guess, the young master was clearly furious again. James returned to Udging Garden later than usual that day. Usually it was Echloe waiting for him, but when he stepped inside and saw someone sitting in the room, he froze for a moment. "Second master," James asked, surprised, "what are you doing here?" Henry had mostly been staying here since moving in, but he was often too busy to be seen, always out early and back late. Plus, his own residence was not that close, so it would not make sense for him to come without a reason. At the moment, Henry was in no outer clothes, lounging in a corner of the white sofa in the hall with a city planning magazine in hand. It was James' magazine. He recognized it at once. Henry glanced at him briefly, then looked away, asking in a calm tone, "You have been busy lately." "Compared to you, what I am doing is just wasted effort," James said, taking off his coat and revealing a slightly messy shirt. He tossed the coat onto the sofa edge and dropped down beside him, glancing at the magazine in Henry's hand. "What are you reading?" Henry gave him a quick look, his eyes traveling from the exposed neckline due to the disheveled clothes, finally settling on James' face. "Have you been drinking?" Henry asked, frowning slightly. James nodded and gave a soft adding, "Just a little." Henry's gaze was neither sharp nor gentle, his tone unreadable. "Heart palpitations mean avoiding alcohol and tobacco. Now you do not seem to care about your health at all." Henry had not mentioned it, but James had almost forgotten about that fact. James rubbed his forehead casually. "It was just an accident back then. I haven't felt anything off in all this time." He leaned a little closer to Henry, strands of hair brushing against the other man's arm without noticing. His eyes stayed on the city planning layout inside the page as he asked, "I heard Nora say the He family is involved in this project." "A government initiative," Henry said, looking at him, interested. "I do not have that kind of influence," James said, slumping back, "but this one actually connects a bit with what I am currently working on." Suddenly feeling playful, James lifted his leg and gently brushed against Henry's knee, smiling vaguely. But if young master were to accidentally let slip just a little info? Henry's eyes briefly lingered on the leg covered by the trousers before reaching out and gently pushing it down. "Sit properly," he said. James reluctantly pulled his leg back, and a moment later heard Henry say, "You are officially starting at the company next week." "Me?" James asked, surprised. Henry closed his magazine and set it aside. "Whatever you do outside is up to you. Go ahead with your investments if you are into them, but the company will assign you a position. You will need to complete paperwork next week, so do not be late." James had not expected Henry to actually mean it. For a brief moment, he was completely stunned. He widened his eyes slightly, 9 to 5. It depends on the role and schedule. The company will evaluate your abilities internally. James was speechless. Is this really necessary? I cannot stand routine life. I mean it, I would go crazy. And do not I deserve special treatment since I am your favorite? Should not someone be taking care of me all the time? Why do I have to become a regular employee? Is being a lover this hard these days? He went on like that, but Henry remained unmoved. You have to go, it is what your mother wants. Oh, grandma's idea, James hesitated. Henry was clearly used to James' easygoing attitude. But this time it was different. Since Emilie had said so, he could not help but recall their conversation that day, and thinking about that brought Andrew to mind again. Hey, second master, James nudged him with his leg. Henry looked at him. James said in a casual tone, I ran into Andrew today. When he saw Henry did not react, he added, Andrew, I saw him at a bar, he looked quite a bit thinner. James could not go on because there was no hint of emotion in Henry's gaze. James quickly realized, you already knew, did not you? Henry nodded, I did know. James felt a surge of tension, then let it drop. He was glad he would come clean first. After all, would not he be keeping close track of Andrew's whereabouts? Plus, he suspected Henry had been waiting here this late probably because of this. So he shrugged and said, all right, I have made my point. Anything else has nothing to do with me. Even now, James' first instinct when mentioning Andrew was to distance himself, hoping not to get involved. He would told everything he knew, so as long as Henry could not find any fault with him, there would be no argument. Henry ignored James' barely concealed signal and calmly changed the subject. How is William doing? James did not think much of it since Henry knew about Andrew. Knowing about William was not surprising. He answered straight away. He is fine. He met up with Andrew today, but he would had too much to drink and did not do anything. As soon as James finished speaking, he noticed Henry staring at him. That look was kind of strange, and James figured Henry did not believe him, so he added, I swear it is true. I personally took him to the hotel and made sure he was settled before leaving. Henry stared at him for at least half a minute. James started wondering if he should explain William's situation again. Henry simply said, next time with William, call the driver, he will handle it. Fine, James said, got it. Seeing that Henry had nothing more to say, he stood up. He figured the matter with Andrew was settled in Henry's eyes now, gave his sore neck a quick stretch, glanced around the room and called out, Chloe, where are you? Chloe hurried in, hesitated noticeably when she saw Henry still there, then turned to glare at James. Why shout like that for no reason? Because I am starving, James said, wrapping his arms around Chloe's neck without hesitation and continuing. As soon as the second master arrives, you do not even see me. How could you be like this? Chloe looked flustered, keeping glances at Henry sitting nearby, then slapped James' arms twice to calm him down. She whispered, what are you even thinking? Now's the chance to spend more time with the second master. Do not waste it. Whatever, James kept holding on and swaying. I haven't eaten dinner yet, I am starving. You would feel bad if I collapsed, would not you? All right, Chloe gave in. Dinner's coming right away. James was always bold and unapologetic with Chloe, and after getting what he wanted from her, he finally remembered to ask Henry. Have you eaten? Want to join us? 5 minutes later, they were seated at a table. James had not expected that Henry had actually skipped dinner. He was really going all out for Andrew. Even though he thought that, he would not bring it up himself. They ate quietly, the room bathed in warm, bright light. The old-fashioned dining hall blended perfectly with the man across from him. James even felt for a moment like they would been living together and knew each other for years. Henry did not eat much, but he did not rush to leave after putting down his chopsticks. James finished a small bowl of soup on his own before setting the bowl down. When Chloe came to clear the table, she said, the beds upstairs have already been prepared. Jackson brought the clothes for tomorrow morning. It is getting late, try to rest early after dinner. James looked at Henry and immediately said, Master will not be staying here. Unbeknownst to both of them, everyone around believed it was completely natural and expected for Henry to stay the night. But James had just met Andrew earlier today, and his mind was on high alert. Instead of going to look for someone else, he chose to test the waters through Henry instead. That was not a good sign for James at all. James had already thought up an excuse, sending Henry out into the yard late at night. Master Second really thinks I am easy to deal with, do not you? I would not waste my time on just any position. He said it right in front of Jackson and the others, pressing close against Henry's chest and poking his sternum with a finger. If you will not agree to be the general manager's assistant, someone who can come and go freely in the office, then do not bother coming back here. Then he walked inside and shut the door with a loud bang. He thought to himself, I am really considerate. Maybe it was because Henry had mentioned his past hospitalization due to chest tightness earlier. Tonight, James truly felt a heaviness in his chest that did not seem physical, just hard to breathe. The medicine from the doctor was still on the bedside table. He reached for it and swallowed 2 pills. But he ended up dreaming again. This time he clearly knew he was dreaming, yet could not wake up. And he did not dream of his parents or see his brother this time. He saw a strange place. A narrow alley paved with stone slabs, only about 2 people wide, littered with scattered plastic trash in the corners. A few people in white chef coats came out from a small door on the side of the street, carrying buckets and chatting animatedly, as if preparing to welcome someone, clearly excited. The scene shifted instantly. It was a private dining room, with dishes and utensils scattered everywhere. James felt as if he were an unseen observer with a godlike perspective, yet everything around him seemed blurred and distorted. He saw 2 men in black suits lying beneath the table, noticed the blades on their chests, and observed blood spread across the floor. When he finally managed to make sense of the 2 faces, familiar yet vaguely unknown, matching them with the 2 men who had briefly crossed paths with Mason, he heard his own heart pounding rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. Then he instinctively turned toward the closed door. As if guided by a sudden feeling, voices from outside began speaking, Henry's voice and another person's. James had not even had time to shout, "Do not open the door," before the doorknob turned. A loud crash. James heard a deafening roar, and the sudden wave of heat hit him so intensely that he instinctively shut his eyes. Then he jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. The room was still dimly lit, and he could hear his own rapid breathing. He reached for the fabric of his shirt, feeling his heart racing beneath his skin, so fast that it made him feel lightheaded, as if blood was not reaching his head properly. He realized his body's reaction was very similar to what he would felt the last time in Henry's car. His first thought was, could this body really have a serious heart problem? The doctor who checked him earlier mentioned it might be related to emotions, but he hasn't been staying up late or smoking lately, and his situation is far better than when he first arrived. There is no reason for anything to be wrong. He wiped a hand across his sweaty forehead, the skin cool to the touch. Then he thought about that dream again. It felt so real, even now awake, he could still recall certain details from the dream. He could not help frowning in the dark. Luckily, the dream was over, it was just a dream. The medicine from the doctor was still there, and he did not dwell on it much. William had been reaching out to him nearly every day since then. James initially assumed the young man would lose interest quickly, just another short-lived idea, but he had not expected William to take this so seriously, asking surprisingly thoughtful questions. Even if he would seemed unreliable before, he had been raised by the Ahuo family. From a young age, he would have been exposed to resources and experiences that most people could only dream of. In William's own words, "I was not trying before, I just did not want to put in the effort. But now I have made up my mind, I will prove myself without relying on the Ahuo family and make everyone look at me differently." "Rise up, young man," James chuckled. "Just wait for you to lead the way." "William, I think you do not believe me." "Of course I do, I would not doubt you," James said, already on his way out. He reached the door and realized he would left his wallet behind in the bedroom, so he turned back, still talking to William on the phone. "But first, have you thought about where you will live? Are you really planning to keep hiding out at a hotel while rebuilding your life? Go back home. After all, my dad, Alexander, is not around. Is not it inevitable that you will have to face him eventually? He is heading to Australia and will not be back for a while. His flight is tomorrow." "Australia, settling there permanently." I do not know, William said, his tone darkening at the mention of his father. I just heard it from someone else. James was surprised. Alexander had been a key figure in William's transformation, and even though he would lost influence within the He family, given Alexander's usual demeanor, he would not normally disappear overseas like this. Quietly waiting for a chance to regroup, that is more in line with his typical approach. All right, James said, choosing not to share his thoughts. For now, I have nearly finalized the projects I am looking into. Once they are ready, I will send them over so you can take a look. William did not hang up. He seemed hesitant before asking again, "Why are you helping me?" James could picture him curled up in bed, pulling at the blanket with his fingers, and replied casually, "Cannot help it. Your Lee is kind-hearted, and cannot stand seeing a proud, stubborn kid hiding under the covers, quietly upset." Damn, William nearly said it before catching himself, remembering how James always warned him after outbursts. He shifted course and muttered, "Sometimes I swear you are not even as old as me. I will take that as a compliment about my youthful look. Whatever, I am done talking, bye." James heard the abrupt line disconnect and let out a soft chuckle, glancing at his phone and muttering under his breath, "Still just a kid after all." He was putting his phone away when Jackson hurried out. "Where are you headed, Jackson?" James asked. Seeing it was him, Jackson showed him the file bag in hand and said, "Second master left something in the study this morning. He sent someone to pick it up. I am on my way to deliver it." James nodded and stepped aside to let him pass. By the time Jackson had already walked ahead, James suddenly spoke up again. "Oh, Jackson." Jackson turned back to him. "What is it?" James paused for a second, then asked, "What has second master been occupied with these past few days?" He knew this was not something he should ask Jackson. A family head like He family's most disliked people snooping around their movements, especially someone in his position. Asking such a thing would definitely leave the old butler with an impression of overstepping. But to his surprise, Jackson did not seem to think too much about it. "Miss him?" The old butler even gave a knowing smile, the lines at the corners of his eyes more pronounced than usual as he looked at him. "He did not get angry when you blocked someone at the door that night, do not worry. A little moodiness now and then is okay, but you will need to learn to let go first. Second master tends to be quiet, he rarely brings things up on his own." James looked flustered. "Uncle, I did not mean that at all. I do not get involved in your young people's affairs." Jackson wore an expression that clearly understood the situation, which made James feel extremely uneasy. It was just a casual excuse at the time. He would nearly forgotten about it himself, but apparently others took him seriously, even thinking he would been pouting for 2 whole days. What kind of courage did he even have? He was not that reckless. Jackson probably noticed James' odd expression and assumed he was embarrassed, so he kindly changed the subject. He began, "Young Master He has been tied up in a merger deal these past few days. I do not know the exact details, just that he has been staying late at the company, working through the night without stopping." James was just starting to think he would overthought it, when his breath had not even settled. Then Jackson added, "But this afternoon he apparently had a meeting outside, something about business at Peony Pavilion. It is almost time now." "Peony Pavilion?" James' voice immediately changed, his brows furrowing. "Are you sure it is called that?" Jackson glanced at him in surprise and explained, "Peony Pavilion is a long-established restaurant with over a century of history. It struggled financially for a time, but 20 years ago, the late head of the family, Mr. Jack, young Master Eo's father, personally wrote the nameplate when reopening it. In fact, there is some connection between it and the He family." James did not really pay attention to what Jackson was saying. But one thing stood out: Peony Pavilion, there actually was such a place. The alley from his dream came back to mind instantly. It must have been a small side door in the kitchen area. The conversation of several people resembling chefs emerged clearly in his mind. "We need to let Chef Enzo show his best today. No matter what, we cannot damage the reputation of our Peony Pavilion. Come on, back in the day, our place was up to state banquet standard, no doubt." Someone asked exactly who is coming today. The person beside him hushed. "Do not worry about the others, just know one thing: someone with the surname He is coming." James could not quite tell whether he was shocked or something else. It felt like his dream had become real, or maybe it was just a sense of forewarning all along. Back in the day, James would have thought this was pure fantasy. But now that he would already experience stepping into another story, there were some things he could no longer ignore. His immediate reaction was to stop it. First, he could not remember if this scene even existed in the book. Second, what if it actually happened? Even a 1 in 10,000 chance was enough to worry about. That kind of risk meant lives were at stake. James did not go back. He reached out and took the file folder from Jackson's hands, saying, "Jackson, how about I take this to second master myself? There is something I need to discuss with him." Jackson did not object right away and simply said, "Fine, go ahead, your car's waiting outside." "All right." Mason's man came to pick up the file, saw James stepping out from the entrance, called out Mr. James, then reached for the envelope. James did not hand it over. He walked forward, yanked open the car door, and got in. "Do not say anything, just drive fast." The man hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing James' expression, he said nothing and immediately got into the driver's seat. At that time, Peony Pavilion had once again suspended guest reservations after 2 months. Though located in an area not known for its bustling streets, it had maintained a strong reputation and steady business, with many regular customers coming by. But today, all guests were turned away without exception. The staff did not know the reason, only that the place had been fully reserved for an important guest arriving today. Around in the afternoon, several cars pulled up to the empty lot beside the restaurant, and a group of people entered from the front door. Leading the way was unmistakably Henry. His long coat reached just below his knees, broad-shouldered and well-built, with a custom black suit underneath that fit perfectly, making his legs appear especially long. Every server at the scene could not help but gasp softly upon seeing the new young head of the Ihuo family, then quickly lowered their heads while still sneaking glances. "You are here," said the restaurant owner, a man in his 50s who seemed familiar with him, stepping forward to greet him personally. Henry walked alongside him and said, "Just follow what we have done before, no need for any special arrangements." The restaurant owner nodded and replied, "The usual spot has been set up." The man following behind spoke up with praise. "The place the young master chose is truly excellent. Yes, I have heard the ginger sliced duck and squirrel-shaped mandarin fish at Peony Pavilion are especially famous. Today, we would not have gotten to enjoy such a treat without the young master's favor." Henry glanced back at the middle-aged man who had just spoken. He said casually, "Since everyone keeps mentioning our bond from when you all served my father, meeting here at Peony Pavilion makes perfect sense. As for saying we are benefiting from my favor, that is too strong. If anyone wants to eat here, they are welcome any time." The middle-aged man chuckled lightly and agreed without much thought. While others were not looking, he exchanged a quick glance with another middle-aged man beside him, both briefly showing sharp intent in their eyes. Henry suddenly spoke up again. "Uncle Jacob." The middle-aged man froze for a moment. "Huh." Henry raised an eyebrow. "What is wrong, nervous?" No, the man quickly replied. "Not nervous at all. What did you need, young master?" They had already reached the second floor, walking along the circular rectangular corridor toward their assigned private room. Henry kept moving forward and said, "After Mr. Owen retired to live a quiet life at home, you have been the highest ranking among those who stayed by his side. I heard Mr. Owen is considering having you take over his position. What do you think about that?" The man addressed as Uncle Jacob, walking behind Henry, spoke. "Whatever the young master decides is fine with me." "Oh," Henry stopped in front of the door and turned around. "You have got solid experience, why not share your thoughts?" "I do not have any strong opinions," the man said, his smile showing an unusual shyness for a middle-aged man. He waved his hand and added, "Mr. Owen has already stepped back. If the young master is willing to give us those of us still here a clear path forward, we are already deeply grateful. How could we possibly have any objections?" Henry's gaze swept over several people who nodded in agreement. He pushed the door open with one hand and said, "Since no one has any objections, let's go." This was the first gate from the corridor to the private room. After passing through a waiting hall, there would be a second door. The doors were made of thick, soundproofed material. Henry stepped forward and gripped the metal handle with one hand, pausing for a moment under two intense stares. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, "I heard your older brother's flight to Australia is tomorrow." The middle-aged man felt his heartbeat rising toward his throat. He swallowed hard before managing a faint smile. "Yes, it is an early flight, 6 in the morning." "That is quite early," Henry nodded. His tone carried quiet weight. "But do not worry, Uncle Jacob. I think you will still have a chance to see him off no matter how early it is." The very next second, as Henry turned the doorknob, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed it. The fingers were long and well-defined. Not only did they cover his knuckles, but they slipped underneath his wrist and locked with his in a firm grip. Everyone watched as the man rumored to be especially favored by second master suddenly appeared. He looked like he would rushed over after getting word on the way, his face still showing irritation, clearly unwilling but forced to comply. He said, "I am sorry. 2 days of ignoring me, was not that just to make me apologize? I have said I was wrong, is not that enough?" He did not seem like he would come to apologize after being ignored, more like he would been pushed into it, showing off his stubbornness by barging in at a crucial moment. He paid no mind to the others present, and immediately seemed afraid Henry might be upset. He quickly moved close, wrapped one arm around Henry's neck, leaned in, and whispered something into his ear, causing the restaurant staff peering from the doorway to blush. James, unaware of what was happening, could only react this way. Only then did he realize the hand he was holding felt unusually warm and damp. He did not care whether Henry found it unpleasant, just said one thing, "Do not go inside, there is trouble." As soon as James finished speaking, a hand suddenly wrapped around his waist and tightened abruptly. He stumbled into Henry's chest and looked up, meeting eyes so dark and deep they seemed to hold everything. Henry said nothing in return. The other hand slowly released the locked grip, then under James' stunned gaze, reached again for the doorknob and pushed down. Click, the door opened. The world fell completely silent, nothing happened. It was hard to tell who was more stunned in the moment, but Henry seemed entirely unaware of the shift around him. His arm still wrapped firmly around James' waist as he stood by the doorway and said to the others, "Sorry everyone, just handling some family matters, this meal's on me. I will join you all another time when we have the chance." Those who did not know what was going on began speaking up. "Master Second, please do as you wish, no problem at all. We can go in ourselves." Yes, please take care of your own business first." Their glances drifted across James' face in varying degrees, some with quiet understanding tinged with amusement, others with playful teasing. But every one of them carried the same unspoken thought: Master Second really has been caught by this charming little figure. A second later, Henry spoke again, Mason. The tall bodyguard who had been waiting nearby stepped forward. "Henry, take Uncle Jacob and the others to a private room next door. I will be with you once I am done." Mason waved his hand, and immediately 4 or 5 guards poured in from the doorway, standing at attention before Uncle Jacob and the others. Only then did everyone begin to sense something was off. Then they looked at Uncle Jacob himself. The calm act he had been playing had vanished completely. Now he stared straight at the open door, sweat pouring down his face, eyes wide and unblinking. No matter how disturbed they were inside, everyone wisely chose to act as if nothing had happened. The scene quickly fell silent, returning to calm. James watched the entire thing unfold, words stuck in his throat. From the moment Henry opened the door, he knew everything was exactly as expected. The room was not in disarray. James had personally seen the 2 individuals who were supposed to be injured lying on the floor, now safe and standing behind Mason, and the bomb that had been installed on the door vanished without a trace. No blood, no explosion. James thought Henry's only surprise might have been his arrival. So James was genuinely caught off guard that he was not immediately detained, nor questioned or scrutinized right away. The Peony Hall was a 3-story building, and their original reservation had been on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor seemed more like a private area. Henry appeared quite familiar with it as he led James into an ornate room covered in rich floral carpets, gesturing for him to sit while also taking the time to pour him a glass of water. "Is this property owned by Second Master?" James asked, though it came across more like a firm assumption than a real question. He had been getting ready to step out for an important meeting, so he would tie it up slightly. But to make the scene downstairs appear more convincing, he left his jacket behind in the car he arrived in. He pulled half of his shirt tail out and rolled up one sleeve, exposing part of his arm. Now seated in this enclosed, subtly alluring space, even with a calm expression, his presence somehow blended seamlessly into the atmosphere. Henry was different. Where James was a striking burst of red, Henry was the deepening shade that lingered in the background. One dazzling, the other grounded. He calmly placed the cup into James' hand and answered the question he had just asked. Yes, it has been under my name for 5 years. Few people know about it. James ran his fingers along the bottom of the cup and gave a small smile. Looks like I went through all that for nothing. You did not know the situation. Your reaction was already beyond what most people could manage. Henry seemed unbothered about diving straight into the heart of their conversation, instead asking a seemingly minor question. Cold. James looked dazed. Huh. Henry stood watching him. You were sweating earlier. This weather, a breeze could easily make you chilled. Fine, James said, only then noticing a real chill creeping down his back. His emotions had been all over the place, and despite how bold he usually was, this was truly his first time in such a tense situation. Anyone would be afraid when their hand presses down, knowing a bomb could explode at any moment behind the door. He was no exception. But that sense of dread came a little too late, almost like it hit after the fact. Before he could fully process what had just happened, a familiar presence wrapped around him. The coat that had been on Henry was now draped over his shoulders, and he reached out to pull it back, only for Henry to gently stop him. Keep it on, he said. James still could not figure out what Henry thought of his sudden appearance, especially since the other man had not spoken yet. I figured you would have a lot to ask me, Mr. Second Master, James said. Henry sat down across from him and gave him a brief glance. If you feel like talking, go ahead. What if I cannot? Then do not. James realized this man had an uncanny ability to read people. He never pushed, yet somehow made you afraid of yourself before you even acted. Since nothing unexpected happened, Henry was bound to wonder how James had found out, and from whom, leaving seeds of doubt in his mind. But really, there was nothing James needed to hide about this situation. Probably because he had no guilt in his heart, he felt completely at ease. There is really nothing I cannot tell you, James said, raising a hand as Henry's gaze settled on him. I have already mentioned that after nearly drowning, I received another spiritual message from the divine guardian, the one who was meant to guide you. So again, I feel I have been given a sign from above. Do not look at me like that. I know you think even a made-up story would be more believable than this. But no matter how hard you press, that is still all I can say. A spirit guide appeared in a dream. Henry nodded, his expression unreadable. He even folded his hands and placed them on his crossed knees, as if deep in thought, why do not you have it send me one too? This time James was left speechless. In truth, he would already prepared for Henry to lose his temper. After all, this was not something trivial, it could be life-threatening. Not only might Henry blow up, he might say nothing at all and just deal with the matter on his own. But he never expected Henry to actually respond like that. So after a brief pause, he finally spoke. Honestly, it is not really reliable. Look, nothing happened today, so there is no need to take ghostly tales seriously. Henry stared at him for half a minute. Next time, remember to tell me, he said. Next time you face something like this, get in touch with me first. Whether Henry believed it or not, he did not seem angry at all. He almost seemed to be emphasizing the point. Then he added, do not just run off on your own. James, oh yeah. Was that it? James still had doubts as he left the third floor. The moment he stepped out, someone else appeared in the room. Mason had quietly entered at some point. As the top security leader of the He family, people usually described him as rough, exceptionally skilled in combat, quiet by nature, and even appearing somewhat clumsy compared to his younger sister Nora. But few knew that Mason had trained at a foreign special forces center known for its extreme intensity. Interrogation, tracking, and close quarters combat were all part of his expertise. And considering the people under his command, each one had their own unique strengths. Henry was the one who saw him out, and Mason always followed only one rule: obedience to Henry's orders. At that moment, he appeared beside Henry, leaned down slightly, and quietly said, "Everyone has fully confessed. The people still active under Alexander are all accounted for, no one got away." Henry sat in his chair, spinning a small white button between his fingers. "Where is Alexander himself?" he asked. "Mason, he is still in the city. The claim about heading to Australia was a fake. If they succeed today, he will show up right away." Henry nodded calmly and said, "Keep an eye on him. After today, he will not be able to leave even if he tries." Yes. Mason had worked with Henry for a long time, so he naturally noticed the button on his fingertip. The button seemed to have fallen off by accident, but Mason immediately thought of the person who should not have been there today. Mason said, "Should we keep an eye on him?" "No," Henry said, "check everyone he has recently been in contact with thoroughly. Do not miss anything unusual." Mason gave a quiet response, then paused. "Something wrong?" Henry asked. "Mr. Henry, there are many ways and methods to do this. He himself is not the issue," Henry said without hesitation. His mind flashed with the man's profile as he leaned in, the warmth of a hand lingering on his palm. Gazing at the button, he seemed to read the raw, honest nervousness in those eyes. He spoke slowly. "Remember, this is about protection, not suspicion." Mason lowered his head. "I understand." On the other side, James knew Henry would not easily believe him, but he had no better excuse and did not even consider making one. After all, staying honest in uncertainty meant even a false claim would have no cracks or weak points for others to exploit. But he had not expected to accidentally overhear several staff members gossiping while going downstairs, and it seemed the topic was about him. "Did you actually get a clear look at his face?" "I saw it clearly. I watched him rush straight into Mr. Henry's arms, right in front of everyone. The young master did not push him away. He even returned the gesture with a hug." "Wow, really? He is a man, though." "So what if he is a man? Rich people have all sorts of unusual ways to entertain themselves." "Did not you hear they say Mr. Henry's really intimidating? I just heard a rumor right after he took over. He did a major overhaul of the Huo family. A relative of mine knew a minor official under them, and now all the old members are on edge, even afraid to mention his name." "That is true for others, but would not it be different with someone close to him?" "True enough, today he really seems well regarded, but I wonder how long that will last." "I doubt it will go on much longer. Wait and see. Someone who interrupts important matters like this might be interesting once, maybe even fun twice. But by the third or fourth time, that is just poor judgment and no sense of timing. Just wait, it will happen sooner or later." James nearly shook his head in disbelief. He had not realized how much people were already talking about his future. But outside opinions were just like seeing through a fog. He thought that if he ever disappeared from Henry's side one day, it would not be because of his performance in private. It would more likely be because Henry believed he had been bewitched by some spirit and had lost his mind. That thought left James feeling a little speechless. Logically, today clearly had something wrong with it, but no matter whether he showed up or not, nothing would actually happen. What exactly did he see in his dream? Then he ran into Andrew, hurrying out of a taxi right at the entrance. It hit him just as he thought it would. Indeed, anything out of the ordinary always ends up tied to the main character. Suddenly, he remembered a small moment from the original story. That was right after the Shu family's incident, when Andrew held the deepest misunderstanding toward Henry, and the two had almost no contact at all. But for the plot to move forward, things could not stay frozen like that forever. Then Oliver stepped in, casually mentioning that Henry had been attacked and injured. The book did not go into details about the attack. After all, it only needed the result, Henry being hurt. That was enough to push the relationship forward. Even though Andrew could not accept that Henry had acted against the Shu family, he still could not ignore his worry over Henry's injury. So he came. James finally realized what he had seen in the dream. It must have been a missing piece from the original story, something left blank and never filled in. Now that this part had been added, though Henry was not someone easily caught in trouble, he would already anticipated it and handled everything before it escalated. Regardless of how it happened, the outcome appeared to remain unchanged. Andrew rushed out of the car looking flustered. still wearing the same burgundy waiter's outfit he would had on during James' last encounter with him, and dashed straight toward the entrance. He grabbed someone nearby and asked, "Where is my older brother? Where is he? Is he all right? Is he seriously hurt? Speak up, where is he?" Andrew seemed on the verge of losing it, drawing glances from several people around him. James thought this whole scene was going to go all the way to the end. First came that young lover showing up dramatically to apologize, and now here came the real one, arriving in distress with tears on his face. "Hey, Andrew," James said. Andrew, still frantically clutching the stranger's arm, suddenly turned around. James pointed toward the upper floor and said, "Third floor." Andrew froze for a moment. "James, what are you staring at? He is on the third floor." James felt he had done enough. He still ended up helping someone else's relationship reach its next step. In truth, Andrew was stunned, or rather, staring at his clothes. Oliver, who had just arrived after the message came through too late, stopped at the doorway. It was early April, and the peach blossoms on either side of the peony pavilion entrance were in full bloom. Everyone around watched as a handsome man stood beside the peach tree in front of the peony pavilion, wearing a coat clearly much too large for him and one that did not belong to him. Later, it was rumored, no one knew exactly who first said it, that the young man who arrived that day was Andrew, the younger son of the Shu family. This young man had shared a close bond with Mr. Yuo since childhood, but their families opposed any relationship between them. James was truly just a replacement, while Andrew was the one truly cherished by Mr. Yuo. It was also said that Mr. Yuo's new favorite was unusually bold and harsh in words, pushing the young man to tears. Someone immediately remarked, "He is in trouble now, no matter how favored he is. When true love appears, it usually ends badly." Was he dumped? He will finally learn that some people should not be crossed. Then another person added, "Wait, did not I hear it was the young lover and Mr. Henry spent a passionate night together, with true love catching them in the act and breaking down in tears." A passionate night. Someone actually saw it with their own eyes. Really? Gossip is just gossip. It is what happens when a story gets passed around, changing beyond recognition over time. But even so, it did have some effects. Before the Shu family incident, James was clearly Mr. Henry's favored companion, at least in public to keep appearances. But now that the real person has returned and announced they are staying for good, the idea of James being a stand-in started sounding more believable by the day. "Do not you feel worried?" Nora walked over and tossed a towel at his face. James reached up, raised an eyebrow. "What is there to be worried about?" Nora snorted. "Everyone's saying you are about to lose favor. Do not you care about your future at all?" "What good would thinking do?" James said calmly. "I am publicly known as young Master Henry's man anyway. What happens next is up to him." They were in a seaside city just outside Shenzhen, lying on beach chairs now with a 5-star hotel right behind them. Henry was here for business, while James was just along for the ride. Everyone now knows he has been asked to join FUO Group. Even if his role hasn't been decided yet, still, Oliver and others have already treated him as one of their own. He was only here because there was no choice. Today was a rare clear day, the sky a bright blue and the breeze soft and pleasant. It just so happened that James and Nora both had free time this afternoon, so they ended up downstairs together. Nora was wearing a bold bikini, her figure clearly visible. But she clearly did not see James as someone who belonged in the same category as other men. She sat down on a nearby lounge chair right in front of him and started applying sunscreen, her expression showing clear disapproval at how he was lying there doing nothing. She kicked his leg and said, "When did you become so lacking in ambition?" "What exactly do you mean by ambition?" James turned to look at her. "Go up against Andrew, cannot you just let me live a little longer?" "Look at you, so easily intimidated." Nora tossed the empty sunscreen tube right at him. James softly closed his eyes in the breeze, a faint smile playing on his lips. "This has nothing to do with being afraid. Look at how clear this sky is right now. I am lying here basking in the sun, doing absolutely nothing. Do you know what makes that possible?" He turned toward her, not waiting for an answer before continuing. "It is because I know when it is best not to take unnecessary risks." Nora paused mid-motion. James, do you really think the second master can be easily influenced? Nora glanced at him, her voice calm. No, he cannot. You know that yourself. James settled back into the chair. So follow my lead. You are capable and driven. Do not throw away your future over someone who does not matter in the long run. In the story, Nora later took extreme actions, especially regarding Andrew. Taking such extremes inevitably leads to mistakes. Being moved away from the core of the group is only a matter of time. Nora would not miss the warning in his words. She gave him a sidelong glance and said, I cannot stand Andrew. He claimed he was here to rest after being ill, saying it was out of concern for young master's attack, but everyone knows what he really came for. James found this part especially hard to understand. If I did not know you had no feelings for young master, I would swear you saw Andrew as a rival. He is not worth my attention, Nora frowned. The real issue is how shameless the Issue family is. After Alexander's downfall, they came to the old residence that same night to apologize to the lady of the house, constantly bringing up old ties between our families. As if clinging to past goodwill could last a lifetime, disgraceful bunch. James did not dare cross her. Nora disliked Andrew mainly because she would learned firsthand what the Issue family was like, being close to Henry. But she had no idea that the Issue family had originally just been a thorn between the main characters, and Henry would eventually deal with it. But standing in between them only left her with nothing but losses. James knew about the Issue family's visit to apologize. When news leaked that Andrew had been secretly working abroad after returning home, the Issue family brought him themselves. In the name of family honor, even a beloved young master like Andrew had to step back. No matter how reluctant he was, he could not go against his parents who raised him and his older brother who doted on him. James had assumed this would break Andrew's confidence completely. Imagine being showered with love and attention, choosing to live on his own rather than be caught in the middle. When faced with something unavoidable, even a cheerful soul like him might still be worn down by hardship. But in reality, he turned out to be stronger than James had imagined. Just got sick for a while. With that situation in mind, going out together was the perfect chance to grow closer. So he was not even sure why he would come along himself. It was kind of ridiculous, really. James said, do not say I did not warn you. Issue family is Issue family, and he is just himself. Do not go stirring trouble. Nora was kind of a villain in the book, and she clearly did not like Andrew at all. But if she actually went after Andrew, James feared she would end up suffering just like she did in the story. So he would warned her more than once, both directly and indirectly. Nora gave him a sharp look. What do you take me for? I was just surprised he finally woke up to reality, realizing his family could not be trusted, so now he is rushing over like it is no big deal. The protagonist wants to build a bond, but someone who does not get along with them suddenly seems eager. James followed Nora's gaze back upward. Above them was a rooftop viewing cafe, where Henry was sitting casually with some local acquaintances near the seaside. Andrew was among them, sitting quietly like a clean-cut college student. James believed Andrew's concern was genuine. After all, that was just his nature. Back at the Peony Pavilion, he would clearly been truly worried about Henry. James looked away from the view above and turned to Nora. I have never figured out how Andrew found out that day at the Peony Pavilion. Oliver said he did not say a word. Oliver, who was key to the situation, had not shown up, but Andrew still knew. To uncover whoever Alexander left behind, we did plant a false report about Second Master being hurt at a specific time, Nora said, slipping on a large pair of sunglasses. He has been watching Second Master closely, so it makes sense he would hear something like that. James had nothing to say. He had not been involved afterward, but he would heard Andrew never even saw Henry in person. Because the Issue family got word and came straight away to take him back. Nora glanced at him. Are you really okay with this? What? Nora gestured behind her. Are you really just going to let it happen like that? What is there to be upset about? Nora looked at him. I hope you are not just saying that. James smiled. I said, young master is not someone who can be easily swayed, and I cannot control much either. Forcing fate to change, forget that. He would just stick to what he could do. Nora stood up quickly. Fine, I am done talking. Come on, let's go have some fun. Are you sure you want to compete with me? James raised an eyebrow, watching the waves. 20 minutes later, whistles and excited cheers echoed across the beach. People could see a handsome couple riding surfboards through the waves, bouncing up and down with striking looks, impressive builds, and equally skilled moves. As Mason's younger sister, extreme sports were one of Nora's biggest passions. James was not really into chasing adrenaline, but he would learn to surf early on back when he traveled abroad with a friend who arranged for him to get proper training. It had been a while since James last tried, but he quickly rediscovered that familiar rhythm and lost himself in the moment out at sea. Farther up on shore, faint sounds could be heard. Andrew had always struggled to join in the conversations between Henry and the others, so he sat alone at a small table nearby. There was a chocolate cake on top, something he would loved since childhood, just as he remembered it. Back then, Henry and Sebastian had already started managing the family business, things Andrew did not understand or care much about. But whenever he showed up, there was always a small cake like this waiting for him on the table. It was Benjamin who was thoughtful back then, always reminding the second brother to prepare it. Andrew smiled as he looked at the cake. He still did not understand the highly technical topics they were discussing and was not particularly interested. But during this time living on his own, he would come to realize how challenging life could be in so many ways. So when he chose to quietly observe Henry from afar, he realized just how much he had missed out on. But the good news was that it was not too late. This is what he thought. Lost in these thoughts, he heard distant laughter and whistles and turned to the waiting waiter with a question. "What is going on over there?" "Someone surfing," the waiter replied cheerfully, addressing the young man who looked a little pale but had an appealing presence. "This stretch of sea around us is the best in the city. Many people come here for their favorite water activities. Feel free to give it a try if you are interested." Andrew actually wanted to go take a look, so he glanced over at Henry. He was determined to get closer to Henry's life and try doing things they would never done together before. Lately, he would become more aware that somewhere along the way, he no longer felt brave enough to be impulsive around him, or to demand something just because he wanted it, like he used to as a kid. He was not sure if he would grown too afraid, or if Henry had quietly stepped back from letting him have that kind of freedom over time. This time, when he asked Henry to bring him along, he never expected James would be here too. But since that person seemed uninterested in this kind of gathering and stayed out of sight all day, Andrew's mood actually lifted for once. Then he heard someone nearby suddenly say, "Is not that James in the water?" Andrew's heart sank, and without thinking he glanced toward Henry. The people seated here were mostly old acquaintances of Henry's, and they had already met James during the earlier introductions. One immediately added, "Did not expect he would be so good at surfing." Another teased, "Henry, you really kept him well hidden. A Shengjing is not near a river or the sea. You should have brought him around more often for us to see." Henry sat in his chair, gazing toward the distance. Even from afar, under the sunlight, that person's energy and vibrant spirit seemed to radiate intensely, almost too bright to look at directly. Henry turned his gaze back with a faint smile. He picks up all sorts of things when he is still. He can stay locked in a room for an entire afternoon over one painting, but once outside, he is never quite himself. Upon hearing this, Andrew instantly lost any desire to go down to the beach. His cake now seemed completely unappealing. It was always James again, the same James. He was there at Ujing Garden, in his phone calls, in the main Ihuo family residence. Now, even when Andrew wanted to spend time alone with his second brother here, James still showed up. Lately, he felt like a persistent fly buzzing around him without pause, making him feel off balance and driving him close to frustration, almost wanting to scream at everyone, "Why is it always him?" "Sir, are you all right?" The waiter looked at him with clear concern. Andrew paused, only then realizing he had unconsciously clenched the fork so tightly in his hand. The tip pressed into his palm, leaving a small trail of blood. "I am fine," he said, quickly grabbing a napkin from the table and pressing it to his hand. His eyes held an expression of cold detachment he had not even noticed himself. He stood up and walked over to Henry, second brother. Henry looked at him and Andrew hesitated before saying, I am not feeling well. I would like to go back to my room to rest. Henry set down the spoon beside his coffee cup, his gaze glancing briefly over Andrew's hand. Andrew instantly pulled his hand behind his back. Henry spoke up, I will have someone escort you back to your room. Thank you, second brother. Meanwhile, James had been having a great time. He would stayed in the ocean for 2 full hours before parting ways with Nora, now walking barefoot along the sand, laughing and chatting warmly with a group of people he would just met. His surfboard was tucked under his arm, the wind blowing his soaked clothes tightly against his body, revealing the lean definition of his waist and abdomen. He casually tossed his head back to push his hair away, then shook it down low every so often, drawing laughter and playful complaints from those nearby. He always knew how to connect with people right away. The eyes of the surrounding men and women occasionally lingered on him. He reached the stone steps and caught Henry's gaze above before realizing the group had not dispersed yet. He gave a quick word to the people beside him, then stepped up the stairs in a few strides. Second master, his tone rose with ease. 2 hours in the water had left him glowing with energy and relaxed after all that movement. But he himself had not noticed it. The people nearby teased, I swear, is your whole focus just on your second master? We are sitting right here, 5 real live people, and you do not even see us. They were all young, which kept the mood light and playful. James had already noticed Andrew was not around. So he circled around to the side of Henry's chair, lounging carelessly on the armrest and saying right away, I am not just focused on my second master. My heart, lungs, and mind are all full of nothing but him. Did a wave hit your mouth or something? Are you feeling sour now? James looked down and asked, Second master, are you feeling sour? Henry reached around behind him with one hand, picked up the clothes set on the other side, and handed them to him. Put it on. I am not cold, James said. Henry's gaze swept over him. Do you think I am doing this just to shield you from the wind? After noticing Henry's glance, James looked down at himself and his first thought was, am I not in good shape? He was not unaware of what Henry meant. He would given him the jacket because he wore white, which had become see-through when wet. But it was the beach, and from a distance, most people were bare-chested. At least he would stay dressed throughout. Henry did not need to guess what James was thinking. He gave him a steady look and repeated, put it on. Look at you being so bossy, James muttered as he picked up the jacket and put it on, then said with a smirk, everyone who sees me is probably jealous of you after all. You get to have someone like me, who is truly one of a kind, and I never embarrass you. That got everyone nearby laughing. Having a good time, Henry did not react to James' self-praise but asked instead. James nodded, pretty good. Seeing the clear delight in James' expression, Henry gestured toward the distant shore and said, there will be a big bonfire gathering there tonight, only happens once a year. Feel free to go check it out if you are bored. Coincidence, James said, immediately understanding Henry's meaning and adding, something this rare, I definitely will not miss it. He thought he would not interfere with your evening at all. Go ahead and enjoy this rare moment you have earned together. One of the people sitting across from them was the hotel owner, who chuckled and said, if it is your first time here, you really should not miss it. There will be a lively gathering there at night. We are all used to it. Yeah, speaking of that, Henry seems to always arrive just in time for this event. I still remember back a few years ago when you came with Sebastian and the others, around 20 then. Back then, you actually enjoyed joining in the fun. Now, I do not have that kind of energy anymore. He would been here before, yet chose to come at such a specific time. James could not help wondering if this might hold some special meaning for him and Andrew. From the current situation, it seemed the only thing left to resolve between Henry and Andrew was his own presence. There would inevitably be outside circumstances pulling them together, creating moments that could lead to deeper feelings. James worried Nora might try to interfere. If she did something careless now, the effects might not show right away, but once Henry's opinion of her shifts, it could create trouble down the line. So he immediately said, then I will invite Nora to join me tonight. She has plans for later, Henry replied. James looked at him. What do you need her for at this hour of the night? Henry did not respond, just stared back. James immediately said, All right, I will admit it, my mistake. I will not interfere with your way of handling things. Then he added, but as a boss, you do not have to be so strict with your female employee. It is not fair to keep her busy late at night like that. Make her work for you, Henry said calmly, looking at him. James, you are really something. You are basically asking for her to turn on me. What kind of person are you? Henry patted his back and frowned. If you are going to sit down, just find a proper chair. No need to be all over the place with pointless talk. Then I will just move away from you, James said as he stood up from the armrest. You two carry on, I am heading back for a shower first. He rushed over with energy, circled around briefly, then left without hesitation. The sun was nearly setting. The path back to the hotel from the open-air cafe was short, and he soon disappeared at the far end. Henry turned his gaze away and heard someone chuckle beside him. Hey Henry, where did you dig up this guy? I have never seen anyone dare talk back to you like that. Henry leaned back in the chair, seemingly lost in thought. I would really love to know where he came from. What do you mean by that? Someone laughed. He is clearly not in the mood to talk, why even ask? James went back to his room and took a shower. This trip was unusual. He actually had a separate room instead of sharing with Henry. After washing up, he checked the time, just past 5 of the clock. Pulling open the floor-to-ceiling curtains revealed a fiery red glow, spreading across the horizon where sea met sky. In the distance, preparations for the bonfire gathering were well underway, with small groups of people heading over together. That scene brought back memories of his hometown, the city where he would truly grown up. He rarely reflected on the past, just like what his older brother once said in a dream, that he could make life work anywhere. But at moments like this, a faint sense of doubt would creep in. He would wonder if he was really living here, or just dreaming it all. When he woke up, his parents were still there. Though they often gave him a hard time, their care was always close by. His older brother had always let him be, and friends were around too. He would imagined how coming out might stir up trouble, but he believed his parents would eventually forgive him. If he never found someone special, he would stay alone for life, maybe even adopt his brother's child one day. And if he did meet a good match, they would probably walk hand in hand along this kind of golden beach under the evening sun. His thoughts drifted far off, until Sebastian suddenly called him on video, pulling him back to reality. He asked right away, I heard you went to heir City. Why ask me instead of going straight to second master? James tossed his tablet onto the bed, then turned to dig through his suitcase for something to wear that night. Sebastian appeared to be at home. The background showed a painting on the wall. He was sitting on the sofa, saying, I sent him a message but did not get a reply. You know how hard it can be to reach him. Yeah, he is here. James did not turn around as he picked up a casual shirt, then suddenly glanced at Sebastian and said, You called me specifically. Do not tell me you are here to say you have lost all my money. Sebastian looked at the person on screen and laughed out loud. No, I haven't lost it. Just relax, okay? Better not lose it. James grabbed his clothes and tossed them onto the bed. I am not saying I cannot handle it, but right now most of my funds are already invested. What is left with you is basically a safety net. If William ends up wasting all my money, then I would be counting on you to help me out. Come on, Henry would not let you go hungry. Sebastian knew about him taking William in. After saying that, he added, Still, you are really bold. William's just a kid to us, and you actually trusted him with this. Do not judge others by your own standards, James said. He will turn out to be someone impressive. Sebastian did not have much to say, really. Henry must have known about this already and had not spoken up, so they all had no right to interfere. Sebastian actually had something important in mind. He was there to talk about investment plans. After a brief discussion, they reached an agreement. Just as things were wrapping up, Sebastian suddenly asked him, How is Andrew doing? What? James frowned and asked. He wondered if he would misheard the name. Sebastian's expression on screen seemed a little uneasy. He cleared his throat and continued, I heard Andrew went with you guys, and also that he was really unwell a couple of days ago, so I just thought I would check in. James let out a sharp sigh of disbelief. Hey, Mr. Sebastian, do you even know who I am? Of course, James. No, I am James from Mr. Henry's side. If you are using that title to ask about Andrew, then let me be clear, he is gone, completely gone, not even a trace left. Another voice came through the video, clearly frustrated by what James had said. James sat on the bed. I knew it was you. Benjamin appeared in the frame. This was the first time James had seen him since the last incident. He seemed to have just walked out from another room, catching James' words mid-sentence. Standing behind the sofa, watching James silently, Sebastian turned to look. What are you doing here? Benjamin frowned. Why ask him anything? What good could possibly come from his mouth? Sebastian shot back. All right, enough already. I would not even be bothered if it were not for being your friend. Hey, both of you, James cut in. Look at me. There is still a real person here. Sebastian turned to James and said, James, do not get the wrong idea. We have known Andrew since we were kids, and Benjamin's been worried. He hesitates to ask Henry directly, so he did not mean anything by it. James said, so you think among everyone here, only I would know. Since we are rivals, I would definitely keep quiet about Benjamin's constant care for Andrew, especially from telling Second Master, right? Sebastian nodded awkwardly. James was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected logic. With his arms crossed, he said, Why do you think I would tell you anything at all? Sebastian gave him a weary look. No reason really, just my gut feeling that you are not the type. Thanks for that, James replied, but honestly I do not feel like talking about it right now. He was not some selfless hero. What happened between him and Benjamin was in the past, and seeing him again did not make him eager to talk. Benjamin stared back at him coldly. The bruise from their last encounter had faded completely. Sebastian felt stuck in the middle, caught between two sides. He instantly clasped his hands together and bowed slightly toward James. I am sorry, this was my fault, okay? I should not have blurted that out. Just stop looking at me like this. James gave Benjamin a cold scoff. James knew from the story that Benjamin was like this. A person deeply devoted to Andrew, someone who would gladly give everything as long as Andrew was doing well. He did not really want to interfere with others, but he could not help being concerned about him, looking out for him in every way, always wanting to know how he was, so naturally. Hearing he would fallen ill made him deeply worried. James almost wanted to applaud such dedication. He also found the situation before him utterly absurd. He said, all right, Andrew's doing great, better than ever. He will probably be spending the night with Second Master tonight. James felt satisfied seeing Benjamin's expression grow, even more distant. Finally, he said to Sebastian, it is good you thought to ask me that, just do not do it again next time. Then he snapped the tablet shut with a quick motion. Seriously, what is wrong with both of you? He muttered. Meanwhile, Benjamin stared blankly at the darkened screen in front of him, and silence filled the entire living room. Sebastian turned to his friend and said, I was clearly out of my mind a second ago, but are not you holding on to quite a strong grudge against James? You did mess up last time yourself. I will not deny that, Benjamin frowned. But tell me, do you think either James or Andrew is more likely to end up getting hurt? Do not worry about Andrew. He did not get enough last time, did he? The thought of it made Benjamin's expression darken. James had a fierce temper, and most of the blows landed right on his face, so much so that he had not gone out in a while. But one thing puzzled him. He frowned and asked Sebastian, when did you two become this close? Close? Sebastian paused. We are all right, I guess his attitude just matches mine pretty well. Benjamin, is it really true that he has always been this harsh, calling people worthless every time? Sebastian stood up and gave Benjamin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You managed to keep your distance from Andrew ever since he came back, so I think you might start seeing James in a new light. Benjamin said quietly, not a chance. Meanwhile, James stepped out into the evening glow. On his way, he ran into a few people he would met earlier that afternoon while surfing. When they learned he was heading to the bonfire party too, they warmly invited him along. James did not refuse. The bonfire gathering was truly grand and full of energy. People danced around the fire, some sang songs, others shared drinks. James held a small ceramic cup with an artistic design local specialty fruit wine, sweet and light, hard to get drunk from. He sat right on the sand with a few others, enjoying a relaxed, slightly dazed state. Throughout the night, many people approached them, both men and women. A girl sitting nearby teased him with a smirk. "James, is your luck with romance really this strong? Drink a few more bottles, and you might end up getting taken by some mysterious charm before you know it." A wave of laughter rippled through the group. James lifted his eyes slightly with a playful glint. "Really? Usually it is the other way around. I am the one being called the mysterious charm." "Wow, now that you mention it, there might be something to that after all. But are not you the one who is supposed to have found someone tonight?" James leaned back on his hand, brushing a strand of wind-tousled hair from his face. "Cannot help it, they are just not quite up to par. I have seen someone truly special, so it is hard to settle for less." Someone quickly chimed in. "How good could they be? Show us already." "Exactly." "Not a chance," James shook his head. "The one I have my eyes on is already taken. I would not dare make a move. Showing them would just be pointless." Just then, James felt someone crouch down beside him. Whispers and soft exclamations of surprise spread around. A rich, elegant scent reached his nose, something deep and intense, like dark night wine and a passionate dance, and he turned to meet a pair of light brown eyes. He was strikingly handsome, just the kind of good looks that catch your eye at first glance. Unlike Henry, who seemed calm and easygoing on the surface but kept people at a distance, this man was just as tall, with high cheekbones and sharply defined features. He looked to be no older than 30, and while his clothes and watch appeared simple, they were actually quite valuable. He stood out in any crowd as one of those effortlessly eye-catching, top-tier gentlemen. Kneeling on one leg and leaning in a bit too close, he smiled and said, "You look a lot like someone I know." James stayed in his position, propping himself up with his hands as he turned his head slightly to look over. "Even though your excuse has been worn out beyond repair, I will let it slide just because you are good-looking." Then he added coldly, "But I am not going to meet up with anyone." The man gave a soft chuckle and looked back up. "I am not either," he said. James found the man's behavior odd, friendly on the surface, yet there was something hard to put a finger on. At that moment, another sound came from afar, a group of people walking along the coastline toward them. The event was now in its second half, and everyone had let loose with little regard for appearances. When James glanced over, he instantly understood why the crowd had reacted so strongly. Because it was Henry and his group approaching. Besides the ones from the afternoon coffee shop, there were a few more James did not recognize. But anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Henry was not exactly ordinary. Just walking by, James noticed several people nodding in their direction. Either big bosses or heirs, and they came all at once. The noise level in the crowd dropped noticeably. James even spotted Andrew trailing behind them at about 10 meters distance. A romantic encounter in the crowd. He had not yet pulled his gaze away when he realized Henry had spotted him. He waved casually, then watched as Henry's expression turned icy in an instant. In the next moment, James watched helplessly as Henry approached, stepping up beside him and glancing down with a sharp look. "Get up," he said, frowning. James looked up at him, gave a soft "oh," and stood. At the same time, the man crouching beside him also rose to his feet. "Mr. Henry," he said, offering a handshake and giving James a deliberate glance. Henry's expression grew even colder, then he reached out to shake hands. "Mr. Samuel." "Mr. Samuel, last name Chin." James froze in place. "Samuel," he looked up at the man who had just given him a warm, friendly smile. The moment the name was spoken, both men turned to look at him at once. James' heart tightened, and he instantly stepped closer to Henry. He said earnestly, "I swear I have absolutely nothing to do with him." All James could think about was keeping as far away from this man as possible. Samuel was no ordinary figure. He was Henry's greatest rival, the most formidable and heavily featured male lead in Andrew's inner circle. Though he eventually lost everything to Henry and ended up ruined, what made him dangerous was his instability. Unlike Benjamin, who quietly waited in the background, Samuel operated on a completely different level, aggressive and forceful in pursuit of what he wanted. His backstory gave readers full understanding for his later actions. Parents gone too early, fortune stolen, forced to live under the roof of a cruel uncle who mistreated him relentlessly. Yet he was deeply patient and skilled at hiding his true nature. After growing up, he reclaimed what was his, becoming a feared leader within the Qin family. The long-standing rivalry between the Qin and Huo families, two old dynasty clans, ran deep in business circles. And from the start, Samuel's interest in Andrew was never sincere. Like a fierce animal's clash for dominance, he could hurt Andrew badly, or even consider ending his life just to weaken Henry, while at the same time falling deeply and unexpectedly in love with him. He would speak gently and deceive him with false promises. When the truth came out, he would suddenly turn unpredictable and erratic. A mix of destructive impulses and deep emotional desire coexisted in this character. Readers could not help but say, "I get it." James just wanted to put as much distance between himself and the situation as possible. Not only was he Henry's longtime rival in business, but also a romantic rival. James would have known better than to show up at Henry's doorstep with such a risky move, let alone getting involved with Samuel. But he had forgotten that, in the first place, he should not even have known Samuel. Yet he blurted out Samuel's name without thinking. That was, in itself, an open admission of guilt. Samuel looked intrigued, glancing at him and saying, "I did not expect you to know me." James scolded himself for being so careless while still inching closer to Henry, then said, "The Qin family from Shengjing is a prestigious name, mister. Samuel's face often takes up half the front page of newspapers every day. Who would not know him?" Samuel seemed to accept that explanation. Henry glanced at James and noticed the subtle shift toward him. He felt the coldness on his face fade slightly. James let out a quiet breath, relieved by his quick thinking. In reality, he never read newspapers, but he remembered from the book that Samuel was quite different from Henry's low-key demeanor. His name regularly appeared in magazines and news outlets. It felt like the media in Shengjing had watched him rise step by step, overcoming challenges to reach his current position. He did not care about what others thought, on the contrary, he seemed to want everyone to witness it firsthand. Samuel smiled and turned to Henry. "What a coincidence, I just returned home less than a week ago, yet I am running into Mr. Henry here in heir City." Henry said, "Mr. Samuel is always swamped with work. Coming here would not be for leisure or vacation." "Same could be said for you." In just those few words, James felt like he could almost see invisible weapons and icy glares in the air. Sure enough, they were the two main figures from the story, clashing head, on meant smaller players would inevitably get caught in the crossfire. Like himself, for example. Samuel glanced at James but spoke directly to Henry. "Honestly, I did not expect that, mister." Henry had picked up such a capable person on his side, especially after being away from the country for just 2 months. James answered on Henry's behalf. "Mr. Samuel is too kind. I haven't been at the second master's side for long, but I imagine we will be seeing quite a bit of each other in the near future." Every part of James seemed to radiate unity and shared resolve. He was practically telling Henry, "Your enemy is mine. Not in this life, nor the next, nor the one after that, would I ever have anything to do with anyone from the Qin family, no matter how small it might be." Samuel's smile did not reach his eyes due to James' attitude. A soft chuckle came from deep in his throat as he said, "They say the second master values loyalty above all when choosing people. Seems that saying holds true after all." James felt a heavy weight drop in his chest upon hearing those words. Samuel's uninvited arrival on the beach earlier made it hard to tell if he would already done some research and deliberately reached out. After all, James now stood as the most noticeable figure in place of Andrew. Just thinking that Samuel might be comparing him to Andrew sent a chill down James' spine. If he became the target instead, James felt he would collapse from sheer distress. But showing loyalty clearly had its benefits. Samuel would no longer try to draw him in secretly or manipulate him. Instead, he would treat James as an opposing figure standing by Henry's side. Being directly targeted was actually less worrying. He still had Henry's support to fall back on when things got tough. But Samuel's kind of affection, no ordinary person could handle it. Someone who says they care deeply while planning harm behind the scenes, a truly calculating mind. James thought it might have been better to just say right away, "Yes, I am Henry's man, go ahead and do what you want with me." At that moment, the atmosphere grew strangely tense. A voice called out from behind the crowd, "Brother Chin." Andrew pushed his way through the crowd and slowly appeared. He had just recovered from an illness, his face looking pale and worn, but the moment he saw Samuel, his expression lit up with surprise and joy as he stepped forward, saying, "Is it really you? When did you get back?" As Samuel turned around, the tense look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a perfectly harmless and gentle expression. "A little book, what a coincidence," he said. Then he reached out to gently ruffle the other's hair, his expression flawless. "Why do you look so pale? Did you catch an illness?" James immediately turned to look at Henry. Henry glanced back at him, asking, "What is it?" James' face clearly showed, I feel really awkward for you." James knew from experience that Andrew and Samuel had actually met overseas, not just casually, but through deliberate arrangements by Samuel himself. Andrew had no idea who Samuel truly was the entire time. To Andrew, Samuel was someone he could trust completely, a figure much like his two older brothers at home. In the atmosphere Samuel carefully created, he listened patiently to Andrew's small, everyday worries, always paid attention to his feelings, and even helped him solve problems that seemed impossible to fix. Eventually, the truth was revealed. Andrew cried out in disbelief. Even when he had been injured and covered in blood during the dangerous situation created by James, he still clung to Samuel's hand, begging him not to deceive him anymore, saying he would always regarded him as his closest older brother. That pure and sincere trust finally cracked through Samuel's cold heart. But now, the two of them were openly performing a dramatic meet-cute scene in front of everyone. James could not help but feel embarrassed for Andrew. Andrew had no idea what kind of situation he was in. He kept answering Samuel's questions with a forced smile, saying, "Nothing much really, just a regular fever and not feeling like eating." As the only one who called Andrewilitli book, Samuel truly acted like a caring older brother. He frowned, clearly disapproving. "How can you not eat properly when sick? Without proper nutrition, your body will not recover easily." Andrew's face showed sincere warmth from being cared for. He suddenly remembered something. He tugged gently on Samuel's sleeve and said, "Chin brother, I would like to introduce someone to you." Andrew turned toward Henry, then noticed James standing nearby. His expression dimmed slightly for a moment before brightening again. He stepped beside Henry and said to Samuel, "This is my second brother, Henry. Henry, this is a friend I met while studying abroad. He is surnamed Chin. He has always looked out for me." The two men locked eyes at the same time once more. James covered his face right there and then. He thought to himself, this situation was truly unbearable. Samuel was excellent at acting, then he smirked and asked Andrew, "Did you really kiss your older brother?" "Of course not." Andrew's face turned red, looking flustered and shy. "We have just grown up together since childhood." "Oh, so you are childhood sweethearts," Samuel said with a teasing smile. Andrew felt even more embarrassed. Henry, who had accidentally been ignored by both of them, clearly was not in the mood to play along. He spoke up, "We know each other." Andrew's expression froze instantly. He glanced between them, as if at a loss for what to say. James decided to add fuel to the fire. Standing beside Henry, he said to Samuel, "Really, I did not expect Mr. Samuel not only runs his business so successfully, but also has such outstanding acting skills." His sarcasm was obvious in every expression, his face glowing with the firelight from the beach bonfire, making him seem full of life. Before Samuel could respond, Henry quickly grabbed his back collar and pulled him away. "Keep quiet," Henry said. "James, oh." Samuel's gaze swept over, and Henry calmly shifted sideways, meeting his stare without flinching. Andrew finally realized the tension between the two and quietly lowered his gaze. 10 minutes later, Henry led the group back. Andrew did not follow right away. He watched James stumbling slightly as he was guided along, remembering how he had been constantly moving in and out behind Henry these past few days, but the older man had never touched him before. In his memory, the second brother rarely gave him a cold look or showed anger. But he was different with James. From their first meeting, James had always been at ease in front of the second brother, skilled with words and unafraid of his stern expression. Yet upon reflection, it seemed the second brother had never truly been angry. Andrew stood in the wind and spoke slowly. Chin, elder brother, do you think he is really impressive? Do you mean James? Samuel tilted his lips upward as he glanced at the distant figure without directly answering Andrew. Instead, he said, little book in this world, anything you want has to be earned through effort. Andrew turned to look at him, his eyes slightly red. Does that mean you will definitely get it if you try? You like him, do not you? Samuel looked at him with a mix of gentle concern and quiet pity. He patted the top of Andrew's head. I cannot teach you much, but there is one thing I can tell you. Yes, if you truly care deeply, then you have to fight for it. Because if you do not try, you will never even get to wonder whether you might succeed. Andrew's hand by his side slowly clenched into a fist. Do you feel like those thoughts inside you are changing who you are? Samuel asked him. Andrew looked at him with eyes that felt seen through. Samuel let out a quiet laugh. You are still too innocent. Did you really go looking for me on purpose? Andrew asked. Second brother said you two knew each other. Samuel raised an eyebrow. Actually, you are smarter than I thought. Then it must be true, Andrew said slowly, his voice carrying emotion, but he quickly lifted his gaze to meet Samuel's again. Still, I really appreciate you talking to me like this. Can we count as friends? Samuel nodded. Of course, what I said about protecting you, that promise will always stand. Andrew had once thought Samuel's words were just a small comfort, but now they sounded far more serious. Why would you want to protect me? He asked, stunned. Samuel was unusually quiet for a moment, then smiled. Because I keep my promises. When I could not before, now that I can, I will. Though the words sounded strange, Andrew quickly smiled again. Thank you, I think I know what to do now. Samuel looked at this young man named Andrew. He had once described the Shu family's young master, sent abroad by Henry, as someone completely out of touch with the world, almost blindly innocent, like a blank page. He had not understood why someone like Henry would care about him, not until today when he saw James. He realized his judgment might have been off by a little. The situation did not go as planned, but he now found himself curious to see whether that bold James would still wear the same defiant expression if he were brought down to his knees. And what about Henry's reaction? He let a subtle smile curl at the corner of his mouth in the dark. James had no idea what kind of trouble he would got himself into. He felt slightly dizzy, and the wind only made it worse. But instead of going on a date, Henry grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. What are you doing? James tried to pull away. Are you dragging around some stray dog? Henry glanced at his frowning, squirming expression and asked, Do you really love drinking that much? Just a little fruit wine, James said. As soon as Henry let go, he jumped back, barefoot on the sand, adjusting his clothes while looking at Henry's tense face and asking hesitantly, still mad. What do you think? Henry asked. They were now at the edge of the beach, about to step back onto dry land. Above them hung a thick curtain of vine with tiny purple flowers, blocking the glow from the seaside streetlights and casting everything in shadowy light. James could not make out his expression, so he squinted and leaned forward slightly. Are you really upset? James was practically leaning right into Henry's face, still feeling lightheaded. He reached out and gently cupped Henry's cheeks instead. Sir, take my advice. Sure, Samuel may be a tough opponent, but you are definitely the one who will come out on top. Let's not let him get under our skin. Henry looked at the face before him, flushed with color. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, Do you even realize what you are saying? Of course I do, James said. I know you are really upset right now. Someone's tried to take your place, but you cannot take it out on me, can you? You are drunk, Henry said, pulling James' hand away, causing him to stumble and bump into his chest. James leaned in, wrapping his arm around Henry's neck. Henry leaned back slightly to avoid him, saying, Do not act reckless. I am totally clear-headed, okay, James said, staring at the chin before him. Henry let out a soft sigh and asked, Why do you know Samuel? James claimed he was clear-minded, but he did admit to feeling a bit unsteady. He thought to himself, what fool told him that fruit wine would not get you drunk? The aftereffects hit hard. But he was not completely out of it yet. He paused, then said, I already told you it is from the internet. Still lying. I did not do it. Do you know you tend to widen your eyes when you are lying? James said with confidence, That is so you can clearly see I am not hiding anything. Henry seemed uninterested in arguing. All right, let's go back to the hotel. James was still thinking that he must have been singled out because Henry was in a bad mood, and calming him down had become his top priority. So he patted Henry's back gently and said, I know you are upset, but look, when someone tries to take your place, you just come back to the hotel and fall asleep with me. That is still a win for you. James, hearing his full name again, made him pause. James kept patting, there, calm down now. The next moment, he was pushed back by a firm grip on the back of his neck. Tried being close, did not work. Being gentle, still did not help. James was forced to lift his chin slightly, emboldened by the alcohol, and muttered with a sigh, All right already, you are really hard to comfort. The young man named James, who had been frequently seen at a He family, second son, sighed recently, was said to have angered the second son during their trip to heir City. Someone had clearly seen him left alone in a hotel room the day before returning to Shengjing, and then saw the childhood friend from the He family and the second son boarding the return flight together the next morning. That confirmed the rumors of his falling out of favor once and for all. But on Monday, everyone was surprised to find that the young man had shown up for work. Not only him, but even the He family, young master arrived at the Ifuo Group office building just a short time after him. It was such a big news first thing in the morning that there was an instant buzz, with everyone clearly eager to hear more. Ifuo Group's headquarters in Shengjing is located in the city center and stands at over 60 stories high, making it one of the city's most recognizable landmarks. Since Henry has been involved with family affairs for quite some time, the recent upheaval within the He family branch did not shake the company's foundation. To most people, it felt more like a thorough house cleaning. Mr. Ayo, said the administrative secretary in the president's office, a young woman barely 25, quickly stopping Oliver as he rushed by. I was wondering if both of today's guests should be assigned to their roles. Oliver paused mid-step. They are both here already. Yes, the secretary replied, pointing toward a distant glass-walled office. Over there. Oliver glanced over in that direction and then checked his watch before saying, I am swamped right now. Why do not you go to HR yourself and handle their onboarding paperwork? Their positions have already been confirmed. The secretary nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Mr. Ayo, the young secretary whispered cautiously, Can you let us in on what is going on? Everyone really wants to know. Oliver kept signing a document passed from beside him, not looking up. Go ahead. The young secretary leaned in slightly. Could you give us a hint about what is behind all this? Everyone's dying to know. Oliver looked up at her briefly. Everyone wants to know. The secretary quickly nodded. I think you are just looking for trouble, Oliver said, tapping the file folder lightly on her head. Stop obsessing over what is going on upstairs and get back to your work. The young woman rubbed her head reluctantly as she walked away. When the administrative secretary arrived at HR, she suddenly realized Oliver was right. A chief assistant and an operations manager, this arrangement felt anything but straightforward. The HR supervisor was a woman in her 40s, handling the matter personally. She handed the new employee file to the young woman and said, Ifuo Group and He family have been deeply entangled for decades. Whether they want to strengthen ties or cut contact completely is not easy now. Since the He family sent their younger son here as operations manager, you can show respect and be careful with him, but absolutely do not order him around, got it? Got it, said the junior secretary, hugging the file to her chest. I know about Andrew Issue. He really was raised like a pampered heir from an elite family. And with recent rumors that Mr. Henry might be joining forces with the Issue family through marriage, I guess this is all about being close at hand for better connection. The HR woman snorted, how naive. She tapped the other file in her hand. Take a look at this. The secretary suddenly remembered. Right, our company's chief assistant positions were already filled, so why did they even bring in James like this? Mr. Henry gave the direct order. The secretary's mouth fell open in shock. The personnel supervisor tapped the documents on the desk and said, This chief assistant role may not carry much authority, but it is still a position right by the boss' side. Rumors have been circulating that Mr. Henry might be replacing someone close to him, but I would say that is probably not true. This person is truly one you do not want to offend. The secretary's face turned slightly flushed, clearly struggling to speak. Muttering under her breath, I always thought Mr. Henry was someone who kept a distance from personal relationships. I never expected that with the marriage connection already in place, he would still bring someone outside the family into such a visible role. The female manager replied, the engagement news came directly from the Ashu family. Their influence has clearly been declining these past few years, so who really knows what is going on? But tradition says those kept outside are always looked down upon. The female manager gave her a sideways glance. Now that person lives in a Ujjing garden, the official residence. If you think about it carefully, which one holds more weight, a vague engagement promise or someone already living under the same roof? The secretary covered her mouth. Really that powerful? Just by looking at his appearance, you can tell he is not someone to mess with. James had not expected landing this job would cause double the reaction because of Andrew. He had not seen Henry since returning from heir City, yet the man still remembered to have Echloi wake him up early in the morning, absolutely strange. James even started wondering if he would been punished for being too blunt during that night in heir. He sat in a vacant glass-walled office on the 30th floor, relaxed in his chair with his feet up on the conference table, eyes closed. What stood out was that he wore a bold red suit and had messy hair tied back far from someone arriving for work, more like a fox showing up to nap openly during business hours. Still just a very bold fox. In contrast, Andrew wore a neatly tailored black and white suit, a classic young noble who seemed out of place in this bustling modern office space. Through the glass door, he could hear footsteps passing by, voices from conversations, and the steady ring of landline phones echoing through the halls. James knew this kind of setting better than anyone. Even though his older brother managed the family business, James had always treated the office like his own home whenever he walked in. Later, when he started his own film investment company, though small, it was fully structured with all necessary departments and staff. He just rarely ever sat still in the office. More often than not, he would end up napping in his brother's workspace. These days, he would been either at a Ujjing garden or at the main He family residence. Suddenly finding himself in this kind of environment gave him a real sense of living in the present era once again. Of course, it would have been better if Andrew were not across from him. After sitting in silence facing each other for half an hour, Andrew finally spoke up. He said, "Why are you here?" Me, James lifted his eyelids slightly to glance at him. "If it is because of why you are here, that is exactly why I am here." Ever since he ran into Andrew today, he would already figured it out. After a trip to heir City, rumors about him being replaced spread widely, followed shortly by news of an alliance between the Ahuo and Shu families. The news has now reached every corner of the Ahuo group building, and with Andrew suddenly appearing here, there is only one possible explanation. The Ashu family is behind these moves. Andrew tightened his grip on the table, frowning at James across from him. "Is it because you cannot stand that I chose to stay in the country and joined Ahuo group?" "Yeah," James yawned. "That is exactly why I am here, to stir things up for you." "James," he stood abruptly. James glanced over, slightly annoyed. "What now, Mr. Ashu, you want something?" "Fine," Andrew nodded. "If you are determined to compete, then let's do it openly and fairly. I have made my decision clear. I joined Ahuo group solely to support my second brother's ambitions. But I need to be upfront with you. If you ever resort to underhanded tactics again, I will not hesitate to respond in kind." James had not expected Andrew, being the protagonist, to fight back with such honesty. The once fragile and innocent young man, shaped by family hardships, had grown into someone resilient. No misunderstandings, no secrets. Instead of getting rid of him right away, someone seen as an obstacle, he came straight to the main character's company to face off in a battle of endurance. James let out a soft laugh. "Tell me, is it genuine ignorance or are you pretending?" "What?" Andrew frowned. James chuckled lightly. "You have gone all noble, so why hasn't it occurred to you to speak up and say the marriage rumor is completely false? Do not tell me you are totally in the dark, unaware of everything." According to the story, the Ashu family was greedy and had a falling out with the Ahuo family. Not long ago, rumors said Henry and Andrew could not be together due to family issues. Now suddenly there is talk of an alliance. This news just does not make sense. Andrew truly has grown a lot. He remained especially calm. Not everyone thinks as narrowly as you do. Rebuilding ties between our families would benefit both of us greatly. Oh, James said flatly. So this marriage alliance is just a show for the public. You think your high education and lifelong exposure to privilege will easily outshine someone like me, someone from a humble background who only knows how to play the game, and that you will eventually rise to stand by Henry through hard work and prove yourself worthy. Yes, it is just a matter of time before everyone sees your true nature. I will also make it clear to all that you are absolutely not the right person for young Master Henry. James felt a wave of discomfort hearing this. Do whatever you want, good luck, I will be watching. Andrew's face turned pale. James never really wanted to come in for work in the first place. Now with Andrew being such an unwelcome presence, he felt even less inclined. He knew repairing family ties was impossible. It was just something Andrew dreamed of. The two brothers from the Issue family will not give up so easily. As a major obstacle between the main characters, how could one rumor of an alliance possibly heal their deep rift? At that moment, someone tapped twice on the glass door from outside and pushed it open. 2 minutes later, James looked at the employment documents in his hands, his expression unreadable. Andrew's face turned even darker as he asked the young woman handling the paperwork, "What is going on with HR? Why was he assigned to the chief assistant position?" The young woman looked flustered. Stammering, this was an upper-level decision. No one would think Henry personally intervened in hiring matters. After all, Andrew had followed the proper procedures himself. So he asked, "Where is Chief Assistant AO?" "Chief Assistant AO is busy." Andrew reasonably suspected someone had tampered with the process. As he looked at James, his tone was firm, as if accusing him of a serious betrayal. "You actually tried to influence Oliver." James leaned against the door, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Maybe it was Second Master's own choice. "Impossible," Andrew said with certainty. "Second Brother is not someone who would lose his principles like that. And aside from Oliver, no one else could directly place you in the chief assistant role and have direct contact with you. James, you are digging your own grave." "Hardly," James said, glancing at the young woman beside him, her head nearly down to her chest, but clearly straining to listen in on the conversation. "I think any means are fair when you are aiming for power." "You would better stop right there," Andrew glared at him. "Do you even know who Oliver is? You are playing with fire. This kind of move will not be tolerated. I will not allow you to damage Ifuo Group's reputation, manipulate someone close to Second Brother, or harm the Second Master himself." James realized he really needed to revisit Red Flame and take another look at Andrew. He decided it was time to take another close look at Andrew. As the central figure throughout the story, Andrew had always been like a guiding light, bringing warmth to many men. Now that William had passed away unexpectedly, Andrew secretly believed he might have played a role in it. Yet when facing William, he still remained innocent and straightforward, almost like a simple-minded puppet. But now, Andrew was fully focused on joining Ifuo Group, showing clear signs of taking center stage. That made perfect sense, and in fact, it was exactly what he had been working toward all along. Yet at the same time, he seemed to be slowly transforming from a carefree young heir into a career-driven man version of a modern office survivor. Being so strongly confronted like this made James feel almost guilty. Too bad, James thought. Justice always ends up in the hands of the hero. So James gave a half-smile, saying, "You wanted an open and fair challenge, did not you? But honestly, I am not really interested." He straightened up and continued, "Go ahead and keep working hard, aim to reach the floor soon. I have used a few small tactics, so I will be moving ahead of you, sorry about that." The floor was Ifuo Group's executive office. Under Andrew's cold stare, James gave the girl's trembling shoulder a light pat. "Excuse me, could you show me the way?" The girl did not look up, but her tightened lips revealed how excited she was to be witnessing the drama firsthand. "This way," the girl gestured. James nearly bumped into Oliver as he stepped out from inside on the floor, giving him a sideways glance. Oliver rubbed his nose. Did they start fighting? "Of course not, people think I bribed you," James said, annoyed. "The Second Master did not even warn me before bringing someone in. If he keeps lecturing me for half an hour, I really will not be able to hold my temper anymore." Oliver stood beside him and said, "You do not know Samuel got involved with the Eshu family affair, do you?" Samuel, James frowned. What is he doing getting mixed up in this? The second master originally had no intention of taking action against the Eshu family, but once the Chin family got involved, things got complicated. Now that the Eshu family has brought someone in, the second master handed me full responsibility. Oliver was being unusually open with James now. I can tell you straight, the second master clearly does not want to get involved with Andrew joining a FIO group. But we all agree Samuel has a plan up his sleeve, so for now, James wondered if the timeline was somehow forcing him into this kind of situation. Adding Samuel in like that, dragging the two of them together against their will. But that did not stop James from shooting him a sharp look. You all do not want to deal with it, so you just left me there this morning and ran off. I really am busy, Oliver said with a small smile. James snapped back. Busy, right. Next time you try to pull that on me, I will make sure you regret it. After giving Oliver a sharp retort, James frowned again. What about my position? Are you trying to make Andrew dislike me even more? Oliver quickly shook his head and pointed toward the closed door inside. This has nothing to do with me. I am just following the second master's decision. Huh? Did he really decide it? Oliver looked at him. Did not you beg for this role yourself? The second master agreed, so I had to reassign one person from the original executive assistant team. You will need to work hard. You know how much effort it took for me to make this happen. Then he finally remembered that casual comment he would made that night. So he is getting what he deserved. Damn it. The floor symbolizes the central power of a FIO group. Besides Henry, there is only Oliver's assistant team and Nora's secretary squad left, forming a unique gender-based dynamic that has never been seen before in the outside world. Nora's team consists entirely of slender, elegant women. Each one is skilled at handling business deals and excelling in social settings. As the special assistant, Oliver's team handles a broader and more detailed range of responsibilities. The balance had been stable until James arrived, then things started to shift subtly. On the surface, he is just one of Henry's assistants, but everyone knows what kind of relationship they actually have. Oliver did not tell him directly that this role was taken from someone else. His real intention was to remind James that no matter if the person was transferred or promoted, he still entered through connections rather than merit. In any workplace, there are unspoken rules. Just because someone has joined does not mean they will stay. Mr. Second Master does not use female assistants and sets high standards. Those who have managed to stick around as his assistant at a FIO group have solid experience, and their responsibilities are quite broad. Oliver gave him a quick tour of the office area, explaining as they walked, but since you are new, your main focus should be observing and learning supporting work tasks for now. James had his hands in his pockets as he walked beside him. Like what? Oliver pointed to the man sitting at the desk behind, assistant. The man called assistant stood up and looked over. Owen, he handles all of Mr. Second Master's daily life and travel needs, mostly routine matters. You will start with that part. Oliver said to him while turning toward Owen, show him the ropes, focus on sharing key tips, just have him follow what other new assistants do. James glanced at Owen, mid-20s, about meters tall, with strong eyebrows and bright eyes that gave him a lively look. Hi, James said, offering his hand. Owen stared at the man before him, so strikingly handsome that he paused for a few seconds before reaching out to shake hands. Hi. Oliver turned to Owen. You are definitely the sharpest one in the office. Do your best guiding him. If James messes up in front of Mr. Second Master, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Wait, Owen's mouth dropped open and his whole face scrunched up. James glanced around the floor where fewer than 10 people worked. He realized Oliver was giving him a graceful way out, so he smiled at Owen and said, do not take Oliver's threats too seriously. He would be first to run if anything actually went wrong. Oliver, is this how you repay my help? The ease between him and Oliver greatly eased the awkwardness of James' arrival, and he quickly greeted everyone in the office and settled into his seat. All assistants were stationed in the outer area. Oliver had placed him right opposite the door to Henry's office. James pulled his chair back, glanced behind, and said to Oliver, you really do not want me to take any shortcuts, do you? Master will see you the moment he steps out, Oliver said. I thought you would be happy about that. Well, thanks a lot for that. Oliver glanced at the time. I have got other things to take care of. This is all I can do right now. From here on, it is up to you. Go ahead and go, James said, casually crumpling a scrap of paper into a ball and tossing it into the trash beneath his desk. You know, I never took this job all that seriously. Whatever reason Henry had for bringing him up, he probably did not really expect James to be much of an assistant. James was not interested in getting involved with Efuo Group's core operations. If he needed a role during his time by Henry's side, whether it was as an assistant or something else did not really matter to him. He used to treat him as his boss. Now he is officially the one in charge. Back then, it was at home where everyone coddled and waited on him. Now he just has to deal with that same treatment outside too. He has got plenty of experience. After Oliver left, James had just settled into his seat. Print this stack of documents. A pile at least as thick as a pair of chopsticks landed in front of him. Get them sorted, bound into books, and ready by end of day before I leave. James glanced up lazily. The man standing in front of him was not Owen, he was someone else. James had noticed him earlier, the only one among all the people who had greeted him who had not even looked his way. He seemed about Oliver's age, but unlike Oliver, who could sometimes fake a polite smile, this man wore a rigid, serious expression. Especially now, the furrowed brow in his gaze held clear disdain and irritation. James reached out and flipped through the stack of documents on his desk. Is it really urgent? He asked. Of course it is, the man replied. James raised an eyebrow, pulled out a single file at random, and leaned back in his chair. A market survey from 10 years ago. Do you need it to push forward new ideas or just use for comparison? Or is it based on outdated data so it is useless anyway? You are handing me what is essentially a pile of junk. If that is not meant to insult me, then why throw it in my face? Owen was seated right next to James. He immediately slid his chair closer and tugged gently on James' sleeve. Something wrong, James looked over. Owen glanced nervously at the man beside him, then whispered quietly, Do not argue back, this is Assistant Lincoln Amatzeo. His authority ranks just below the senior assistant. Amatzeo stared at Owen with a cold smirk. Owen, you have been kind-hearted too long and clearly do not know your place. You are not even smart enough to pick the right person to flatter. Owen's expression darkened. Assistant Amatzeo, what are you doing? That was really harsh to say. If it bothers you, then stay out of it, Amatzeo said, turning to James with a smirk. That is right, I am the one assigned to dump all the low-priority tasks on you. If I gave you anything important, would you even understand it? I cannot control why Senior Assistant Henry brought you in, nor do I care about your connection with Mr. Henry. Here, anyone who gets in through unfair means gets treated this way. Everyone else in the office was watching silently. James tossed the files onto the desk. He stood up, leaning forward with both hands on the table. Assistant Lincoln, do you have an issue with me? The more Amatzeo stared at his face, the more he disliked it. He sneered, with a look like that, maybe you should focus on improving your skills in handling personal relationships. Those kinds of arrangements outside work are what really matter. If you built your position this way, you must be quite experienced. So why come here to act tough? The entire office fell completely silent. It was not just offensive. It was a clear, undeniable insult. James seemed used to such treatment. He had heard worse behind the scenes before, so being personally attacked on his first day did not faze him at all. In fact, he even managed a calm smile. That is exactly it. This is the kind of power I am here to show. James leaned in slightly more. His sharp, upturned eyes sparkled with challenge as he smiled. Do you know why? Because I will not work hard just to earn your respect, and I do not care what you say, it does not hurt me. After all, this face was given by my parents. If everyone looked the same, how would anyone get to see someone like you reacting so strongly to me? How noble of you, is not it? Owen turned bright red beside him. Giggles could be heard from other directions, barely held back. Amatzeo's face turned dark with anger. What are you all staring at? He snapped. Then turning to James, he said, Fine, let's see how long you can keep this up. After Amatzeo stormed off with a furious expression, Owen finally leaned in again. You really took a big risk, he said. James looked at him. You are really afraid of him, are not you? Owen said, To be honest, it is not exactly fear. Amattheo's got a short temper, but he is also very capable, otherwise, he would not have reached his current position. You have crossed him today, things might get tough for you. James gave a casual smile. People who think like that are plenty, James said. It is just that some of them know better than to say it out loud. Owen gave an uneasy smirk and glanced at him sideways. Would you tell Mr. Henry about this? James noticed most people at work called him Mr. Henry or the boss, but he did not pay much attention to it and casually asked, "Tell him what? That someone insulted me." Yeah. James looked at him. Are you worried that one day you might accidentally upset me and I would have second master get rid of you? Owen really did not want to admit it, but in the end he nodded anyway. Yeah, James said. What? I not only keep badmouthing him every day, but I will also use a little notebook to write down each person one by one. One fired today, another tomorrow, and eventually replace everyone in the office who does not go along with me. Then I will break into the inner circle of the group, take the second spot at a FUO group's leadership tower. If I get even stronger, maybe I can replace second master too. Do you believe that? Owen went from stunned to speechless to completely flustered. You are nothing like I thought you would be, he said. James raised an eyebrow. How so? Is not that exactly what a scheming lover should do? Because even as you say it, your expression makes it look like you are totally clueless, and I have noticed you talk too much and can be kind of sharp-tongued. James pushed the stack of documents Theo had handed him to the side. Thanks for the honest feedback, James said. I know I am just an assistant, not some big deal. With Mr. Henry's attitude, if I really brought up something like this, he would not fire you, he would fire me first. Owen quietly muttered, Yeah, Mr. Henry is pretty strict, everyone's afraid of him. Yeah, I have got it tougher than you all. James stood up from his seat. What are you doing? James raised an eyebrow. First rule of being promoted, being thoughtful enough to bring the boss a coffee. Owen, isn't tea that kind of scary? 5 minutes later, everyone watched as he confidently knocked on the CEO's office door. A murmur spread from behind him. Owen, what were you two just talking about? He said he is going to bring the boss a coffee. Only his first day, and already acting all charming. What do you think they are talking about in there? I bet Theo's in trouble. I do not think so. Smart people would not go that far on day one. Then how long do you think it will take him to come out? 10 minutes. Half an hour. I will bet half a day. James did not hear the murmurs, but he could easily guess what they were about. But they would never see him walk in with a coffee, take a sip right away, then head toward the inner office desk while still drinking. Henry's office was spacious and well insulated. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, James could see the bustling city streets and the neatly arranged skyline. He stepped onto the black carpet and stopped only when he reached the desk. Henry had taken off his coat and was wearing just a black shirt, sitting in front of the computer. He glanced at James briefly, then looked away again without saying anything. James moved closer to check the screen. Only stock charts filled the display. He was not interested in standing back, so he asked, You really want me to do this? Henry finally paused his actions and looked up at him. Seeing that James was still sipping from the coffee, he shook his head and asked, Do not you want to? Got into trouble already. There is trouble, sure, but you know I do not care, James said as he pulled a chair in front of him. It is just the reputation that bothers me. Henry released the mouse and leaned back, resting against the chair. You are not worried about trouble, but you care about the consequences, right? Come on, do not make me sound like I am completely heartless, James said. I truly do not want anything bad to happen to a FUO group. I rely on you, so I naturally want you to do well. Your success means my success, does not it? A hint of amusement appeared in Henry's eyes as he nodded. I get it. What do you mean, I get it? Leave the rest to me. Just focus on being your assistant. James knew the role of assistant was pretty much settled, and if Henry did not mind the potential reactions from staying on the ITHA floor, well, he would already reported it, so he would go ahead with it. James lightly nudged Henry's shoe with his foot. Mr. Second, can I ask you something else? Henry glanced at him and pulled his foot back. Ask properly, no more little tricks. Okay, James said, pulling his foot away. He placed his coffee cup on the table and leaned forward. About Andrew, can you give me some direction? What kind of direction? Henry looked up at him. Look, I have followed your request and joined the company. Out in public, I am both your assistant and, well, in a close position, nothing wrong with that. But now the Shu family's young master has arrived. I will admit I was not exactly polite to him before, which built up serious tension between us. Now we are constantly running into each other. Without some guidance from you, I do not know how to handle this situation. Henry folded his hands over his waist and looked at him. What do you want to do? It does not really matter what I would like, James said. The key is the second master. James studied this version of Henry, the first time he would seen him sitting in his office, compared to that fearless Mr. Henry who stood firm before Yuo family's senior leaders. Today's Henry, called Mr. Henry by everyone, seemed even more composed. Probably because the Yuo family was now more stable. All their sharp moves in the office had been replaced with careful reasoning and strategic planning. James found himself more uneasy facing this kind of Henry, someone who stood above everyone, harder to read. James pulled in some of his casual tone and said seriously, I dislike Andrew deeply, and I mean that, but I know clearly that if it were not for the second master's protection back then, there would be no James at all today. I cannot just walk away now. Samuel has stepped in too. I suspect he wants to use Andrew to weaken the FUO group, but Andrew seems more focused on me. He does not understand Samuel's intentions. He only really cares about you. Second master. Henry held his gaze for a long time. James now seemed very different from the man who had held his face gently on that beach night, but in some ways, still exactly the same. He was astonishingly clear-minded. It felt like a string was always taut inside him, constantly reminding him of his identity, his duty, and the purpose he served. Henry had not felt anything about it before, but now something in him stirred with quiet irritation. He should have been pleased with someone like this, someone disciplined and composed, when James first showed that side. But as time passed, Henry realized this mindset was like a blade. No matter the motive or belief behind it, James had handed the hilt right to him. If used poorly, that same James could be ruined beyond repair. No matter James' stance or intentions, whether out of necessity or belief, he handed the reins to Henry, and if things went wrong, James would face serious consequences. James did not know why Henry suddenly looked so angry. Immediately he said, Relax, I may not like him, but I will not do anything serious. What I mean is, what exactly should I do? Should I use my role as your assistant to protect his position in the company? Or should I try reaching out to Samuel to distract him from Andrew? Henry's voice turned heavy. You want to get in touch with Samuel. If you agree, I am fine with it, but you have got to promise to protect me from getting hurt. That is the condition. Shut up, Henry snapped, his brow tightening and a vein twitching on his forehead as he scowled. You still expect me to protect you. Honestly, you are not afraid of anything at all. James knew that right now Henry probably still cared more for Andrew than anything else, more like loyalty than affection. And he did not hate James nearly as much as the original version did, maybe even had a decent impression of him. But now with Samuel showing up and going after Andrew, James figured Henry's mood would not be good at all. Still, he just sighed. Why are you taking it out on me? Henry glanced at him. Stay put, do not do anything, I have got things under control. Okay. Leave now. Okay. James stood up and turned to leave. He was called back after taking 2 steps. Henry looked at him, then glanced outside, frowning. New here, do not let yourself get taken advantage of. Got it, who is even going to mess with me? When James stepped out of the office, the outer room fell silent for a moment. Owen had been assigned to guide him, one of the few who actually spoke to him all day. He would ordered lunch for him at noon, told him what to do, and gave him an overview of the company's structure. Others were not as openly cold as Amatseo, but they kept a polite distance, hardly more than a passing nod. They looked down on him, yet were afraid to actually provoke him. They were wary of his background, so they chose to keep their distance. And this was only on the ETHA floor. You do not have to take it personally, Owen said the next day at noon, when he decided not to order lunch but instead took James to the cafeteria on the ETHA floor. As 2 coworkers from another department saw James sitting nearby and quickly walked away without a word, Owen gave an awkward smile. They just do not know you yet. James let out a soft laugh. No need to comfort me, I did not feel anything at all. Really? Owen noticed the ease in his smile and visibly relaxed. He led him to a window seat and had him sit down, saying as he did, I have actually come to think you are really good people after spending time with you these past few days, nothing like what they say. What exactly are they saying? James asked. Owen ran a hand through his hair and set down his plate, saying, They say you are really good at manipulation, full of tricks and also. Go on, James said. Owen straightened up and blurted out, They claim, Mr. Henry was going to marry someone else, that you were already let go by Mr. Henry, but then you somehow used underhanded tactics to come back and join FUO group. Some even called you a deceitful man. James did not seem to have much of what it takes to be an effective assistant. He was not like Oliver, who was always smooth and adaptable, nor was he as humble or considerate as Owen. Even Amatthew had the edge with his strong work skills, but James was different. He truly seemed to lack ambition. People's first impression of him was always that striking face, followed by his bold presence and personality. Take the situation with Amatthew, for instance. Amatthew was on the 8th floor. Though his department did not interact deeply with Henry directly, most people coming up had to go through him. A few casual words from him could easily affect James' position throughout the entire company. Getting on Amatthew's bad side right away was not a good move, naturally. Just like now, the probing stares from around them made Owen feel uneasy. But when he looked at James across the table, he saw something distant in him, as if James did not even notice he was the center of attention. Or maybe he truly did not care deep down. Hearing that Mr. Henry had let him go and still showing up to join FUO group anyway, yet managing to smile through it all. And smiling in a surprisingly cheerful way too. Are you really not bothered by that? Owen asked. James leaned against the iron bench in the cafeteria and said casually, Bothered about what? They called me a queer once. If they stop fearing me and no longer scold me one day, then being dumped would not be far off either. He could not quite think of a reply, and yet somehow felt there was a hint of truth in it. A sound came from the cafeteria entrance nearby. James glanced over and locked eyes with Andrew, who stood at the center of a group. The young master from the SU family had only been here for 2 days, but seemed to be doing quite well. Though an assistant manager did not hold much real power, the fact that 7 or 8 people were following him and showed he had a good rapport with others. Andrew noticed him too and quietly looked away. That indifferent glance seemed to say that although they both joined a FUO group at the same time, given their current situations, Andrew had already won. James saw it clearly and could not help but smile slightly. Andrew really had improved. Compared to the earlier Andrew, who seemed clueless and unaware, acting purely out of kindness, this version was clearly an upgraded addition. Owen also turned away from the scene and quietly said to James, I heard he gave expensive gifts to everyone in his department right after arriving, organized team building events, treated them to dinner several times. Now a lot of people are saying he is down to earth with no nobleman's airs, easy to get along with. James looked at Owen, who was giving him an expectant glance. Do not look at me, I am not going to treat you to dinner. Owen muttered, Why? I do not have the money. The look of hurt quickly turned into sympathy. James glanced up, What is with that expression? Owen whispered, You really have it tough, I never thought Mr. Henry would hold back on something like this. James paused without responding, letting the blame fall squarely on Henry's shoulders. Besides, no one would dare speak ill of him behind his back, he would not even know. After lunch, they headed back to the office together. James had just stepped inside when he noticed Andrew had already arrived. He was now standing by Amatthew's desk, talking with him about something. When Amatthew saw James and Owen return, he let out a cold snort from his nose. Then he turned to Andrew, raising his voice by half an octave. I think your suggestion is excellent. No wonder you are a student at a prestigious overseas university. Just 2 days on the job and you have already put together such a strong proposal. Most people could not pull that off. Andrew gave a modest chuckle. Mr. Ide is too kind. I just threw out a small idea, something I am familiar with. Honestly, I only wanted to offer it as a reference for everyone. Amatthew stood up deliberately and said seriously, Our company is always a place that welcomes talented individuals. We are always happy to have young people like you actively involved. I have heard your academic projects during your sophomore year were quite impressive. Your current position was decided after careful internal evaluation. You truly are an outstanding individual. Everyone in the office could not help glancing toward James. Amattheo's words carried a hint of intention. Bringing up Andrew's work from his second year at university was clearly meant to compare him with James, aiming to put James in an awkward position. But everyone watched as James simply walked back to his own seat. He dragged his chair back, sat down, then bent over and pulled out a light blanket from under the desk, covering himself, clearly planning to take a nap. Andrew glanced casually in that direction and decided not to continue talking with Amatzeo. Instead, he asked, "Today is Mr. Henry in the office. I need to talk with him about something." "Mr. Henry?" Amatzeo paused, suddenly remembering the rumors at the company about Ifuo Group's boss planning a marriage alliance with the Shu family. He felt a slight unease but replied anyway, "Mr. Henry is not here, he is out attending a meeting. But do not worry, I will personally deliver your proposal to his office." Andrew's expression became noticeably strained when he did not see Mr. Henry. His true intentions were too obvious, leaving Amatzeo, just moments ago praising him, feeling a bit embarrassed. He disliked James because he believed James had not earned his place fairly. Andrew at least had gone through the official interview process, and while Amatzeo was not blind to how ordinary the proposal was, nothing particularly outstanding, it still felt better than James' presence, making Andrew seem like a more diligent and deserving individual by comparison. But clearly, Andrew's real reason for coming here went beyond just work duties. Just thinking about it made Amattheo's lips twitch involuntarily twice. Visiting Mr. Henry in person during work hours requires approval from the executive office. You cannot come here on your own initiative. If it is not for official business, you are welcome to reach out to Mr. Henry privately. No one noticed James' lips twitching upward slightly as he sat quietly with his eyes closed. Amatzeo had similar experience to Oliver, but there was a reason he would never reach Oliver's position. Whether you called it lacking emotional intelligence or being too blunt, rules were rules. People like him were often needed on the ITHA floor. But when facing Andrew, the situation became quite dramatic. Sure enough, Andrew almost lost his smile at those words. The young master had been pampered since childhood. Everyone around him always treated him with care. Even now that he was striving to improve himself and join Ifuo Group, he had not faced any real hardship. Meeting someone like Amatzeo all of a sudden must have been quite overwhelming for him. Andrew had not been without hesitation when joining Ifuo Group. Once he became an official subordinate, the old relationship had to change. Before, he could freely enter a Ujing garden using their childhood bond and call his older brother whenever something came up. But now, it felt like a new barrier had formed between them. That made getting closer much harder. He could not just call him on a whim anymore, and trying to meet him meant being turned away at the door. Andrew felt a brief moment of embarrassment. But when he looked at James, he thought again, no, he was right. If someone like him could stay in Ifuo Group, then he would do even better. He was born superior to people like that. He had no reason to lose. "Please take care of the proposal, Mr. Ide." Andrew forced a faint smile. Amatzeo nodded, "Do not worry." At that moment, a loud commotion erupted outside. Several secretaries rushed in with about half a dozen large men, and the female secretary shouted as she ran, "Gentlemen, you really cannot enter the CEO's office like this. Mr. Henry hasn't been here today." "Stop right there." The man at the front was a tall figure wearing a bright yellow t-shirt with a close-cropped haircut. His arms and legs bulged visibly with muscle, and his face showed an intense, aggressive expression. He shoved the glass door open forcefully, storming in with his group, causing a wave of panic and loud cries. The man quickly scanned the entire office floor, then roughly threw the secretary who was holding him to the ground. "Where is Henry? Get him out here." Everyone in the office gathered together, facing off against the group. James was the last to go around the table. He stepped forward and helped the female secretary up from the floor. "Are you okay?" he asked. The secretary looked at him and, using his help, stood up quietly. "I am fine," she said. "What kind of people are these?" James asked. The secretary frowned. "They are from the rival company involved in our group's recent merger. They have caused trouble before, but this time it feels like they were hired specifically to break in, probably up to something serious." Got it, step back, James gently pushed her aside. Go get the security team. The secretary nodded and ran out to call for help. Meanwhile, both sides faced off in the office. Andrew, clearly shaken by the scene, still stepped forward with a trembling resolve, frowning as he asked, "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here?" "And who exactly are you?" The man at the front sized him up. Andrew said, "I am Andrew from the Eshu family of Eshengjing. You can tell me what is going on, but please do not cause trouble here." The tall man studied him, rubbing his chin with a smug smirk. "Surname Eshu, I have heard quite a bit about the rumored alliance between the Ehuo and Eshu families. Could you be that person he is linked to? You do have a decent face, so I grabbed you just to see if Henry can still act like a coward." The man suddenly reached out to grab him. Andrew, clearly unused to such rough behavior, turned pale at once. He tried to move forward again, but felt his wrist caught firmly. Following the direction of those unusually elegant hands, he turned to look beside him. "Come here to cause trouble, then stop acting like a bully. I will give you one piece of advice, stay away from him," James said, his tone sharp with annoyance. James muttered to himself. He would just watched a scene between Amatzeo and Andrew when suddenly trouble broke out at the top floor of a Fuo group, with intruders storming straight up. Whether Andrew had triggered some chain reaction was unclear, but one thing was certain: wherever there was a main character, chaos always followed. The man immediately set his sights on Andrew. Looking at James, he snapped, "Mind your own business, I am not backing down today, I am taking him." James thought to himself, "Then you are in real trouble." But he could not say that out loud. Instead, he said, "This is not meddling, it is my duty. If you want to cause trouble today, you will have to get past me, James. I will admit defeat if you manage that. But if you even think about making a move, you will not make it out of this building in one piece. Wanna test me?" James stepped forward without hesitation. Owen and the others instantly rallied behind him like they would found their anchor. Even Amatteo stared at him several times. James was not the strongest, did not have the thickest arms, and his eyes were not the fiercest. But simply standing there, that same bold, attention-seeking attitude, he would shown everyone before now transformed into a calm presence that spread through the room like quiet reassurance. It felt as though crossing him to reach the door behind was not just difficult, it was impossible. No one expected Andrew to suddenly step forward again. "Did not you want to catch me? Then go ahead and come for me." He looked terrified, yet he still forced out, "It is not anyone else's fault, Aha." Andrew cried out as the man yanked him forcefully into the desk, clearly seasoned troublemakers with no respect for authority. The scene erupted into chaos after that moment. James was annoyed by Andrew's recklessness, but seeing the fear on his face as he was pinned to the desk, he cursed it under his breath and rushed forward in a few quick steps. He grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him away, then swung a punch. "Get back," he shouted at Andrew over his shoulder. Among them, only James had any experience with self-defense. The situation was already heated. There was no choice but to face it head-on. Andrew clutched his clothes, staring at him with shock, fear, and a quiet defiance. James could not tell if the man had frozen in terror or what. When he called out, the other did not move. When the glass door behind them shattered, James instinctively stepped in front of him to shield his back from the flying shards. The loud crash echoed through the space, leaving everyone stunned into silence. A dozen security guards finally arrived, stepping carefully over the scattered glass. Several men were knocked to the ground. "James, are you okay?" Owen ran over and grabbed his arm, looking at his face with concern. James pressed the side of his cheek where it ached, noticing blood. Owen pulled his hand back. "Do not touch it, that is a cut." Then everyone watched James, whose cheek below the eye had been sliced open with a thin line of blood, as he wiped the wound and walked toward the man pinned on the ground by security. He knelt down on one knee. He grabbed the man's hair and pulled his head up, speaking with a harsh tone. "I just want to know which fool hired you. Did I not say that if anyone dares to act, none of you will leave here in one piece today, huh?" These security guards were not Mason's men. Mason always stayed close to Henry personally. Wherever Henry was, that is where the protection followed. Now this head guard realized James was in charge here. He directly asked him, "What should we do next?" James was furious. His lunch break had been ruined completely. Deal with them, then send them to their boss. Do you not think about calling the police? Still remember to call the police? James shot a cold glance. Letting someone like this in, by the time you were notified and arrived, it has been at least 10 minutes. Even the gatekeepers move faster than you. The security guard was nearly brought to tears. This whole incident was clearly their main responsibility. But he would have been scolded like that without even knowing who this man was, the one shouting at him so fiercely today. He is quite handsome, really stands out. With blood on his face and eyes flashing with anger, he looked wild and intense. Call the police. James finally let go of the person in his hands and stood up. He turned to look at the mess on the floor, then at everyone in the office watching him. Speechless, what are you all staring at? Are you going to wait here for Mr. Henry to return and handle this, or should we wait for him to teach you how to do it? You really do not want to keep working, do you? His 3 questions set the entire office into sudden motion. 10 minutes later, James crouched in the stairwell, holding a round mirror handed by the female secretary, one hand pressing a cotton swab against his face. The antiseptic caused a sharp sting. He muttered under his breath, "What an idiot." Then the ash fell onto his knee. As he shook his leg, he muttered again, "Damn it." He seemed a bit flustered. The door at the far end of the hallway creaked open, and he assumed it was Owen. Without turning around, he said, "Is everything taken care of? Get those people looked into. Young master will definitely ask when he returns. Do not say I did not warn you. This whole situation is going to draw criticism. Be ready for that. Knowing you will get in trouble too." A familiar voice spoke from behind, and before James could turn around, he was pulled to his feet. He held the cotton swab up, staring at the man with a serious expression in front of him. "Sir," he said, still dazed and not quite registering what was happening. Henry appeared to have just returned. He frowned, pulled the cigarette from James' mouth, tossed it aside, then scanned his face carefully. His thumb gently brushed across James' lower eyelid. It felt a little ticklish, and without thinking, James rubbed his face against the man's hand. He did not seem to notice, but Henry paused, his expression softening slightly. "Does it hurt?" he asked, frowning. James shook his head and frowned again as he glanced into the mirror. "I am ruined," he said, pressing his face forward. "Can you get me some scar treatment cream?" Henry held his chin gently, studying the face with a slight pressure. "Is that really all you want to talk about right now?" he asked, tone sharp. James thought for a moment. "There are definitely things I need to say, but honestly my looks come first." It was still Henry's office. He took off his jacket and sat on the sofa with his legs apart, rolling up his sleeves halfway. Grabbing the medicine from beside him, he tore open the packaging and dipped a cotton swab into the liquid before saying to James standing upright, "Come here." "I have already disinfected it," James said, clearly unwilling. Henry gave him a quick glance. "Those 2 little pokes did not do much. Are not you the one who was so worried about your face just now?" James reluctantly moved forward and crouched down in front of Henry. Complaining, "This medicine has color, it will look awful on my face," he muttered. Henry did not argue the point. "This one will not irritate your skin, it is completely painless." Henry was careful with his movements, and James barely felt anything, only occasional light brushes of Henry's fingers against his face, sending a faint warmth. James looked up at Henry's jawline. Unlike last time on the seaside beach, when it was too dark to make out much beyond a sharp silhouette, seeing this face so close now made James think the creator must truly favor certain people. There was not even a single flaw to be found. Henry finished applying it and looked down. "What are you staring at?" "You are just really good looking." "Huh, I thought you would think you were the only one in the world worth looking at." James reached out and took the cotton swab from Henry's hand, tossing it into the nearby black trash bin, then said, "Yeah, but that does not mean I cannot think you are pretty nice to look at too." Henry told him not to move. He gently held James' chin and turned his face back before lifting it again so he could apply the bandage. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Henry asked while continuing his work. James knew this was the moment for accountability. After a 2-second pause, he said, "Which security company is handling this building? I think we should consider switching." And as for that rival firm, I do not know who they are yet, but judging from today's events, they are not going to back down easily. We really need a long-term solution. Also, anything else? Everyone was caught off guard today. Maybe we should not hold anyone responsible. James asked in a questioning tone, eyeing Henry carefully. Henry glanced at him and nodded. Good job, thinking about the company, coworkers, even the security firm. Why do not you tell me why you rushed to the front? Henry had reviewed the surveillance footage from the office disturbance. He also knew why James had gotten hurt on his face. The one who kept saying he hated Andrew was still the first to step in front of him. Henry's gaze grew serious. Did you forget what I told you yesterday? Just stay put, do nothing, ignoring my words like they are just noise, huh? James stayed in his crouched position, looking up at Henry, and touched the spot on his face where a patch had been applied. Wait, let me sort this out, James said. Henry's words had left him dazed, and he was tired from crouching. Instead of getting up, he simply sat down on the carpet by Henry's feet, turned around, and leaned against the sofa beside him. One leg bent, the other stretched out to rest against the coffee table ahead, his head tilted back onto the sofa. In that brief moment, a whirlwind of thoughts passed through his mind. According to the original plot, misunderstandings between main characters usually led to sudden events that sparked emotional growth. Now, without the family feud storyline, Andrew had still ended up joining a FUO group over issues tied to a Shu family and a man named Samuel. He realized he had been going about it all wrong. He had originally thought that his role required him to ensure Andrew's safety, so Henry would not have any complaints. Even if he eventually left the position of being a dependent and settled things later, Henry would not be able to pin anything on him. But the key point was that he had already taken the hit for Andrew. What business did Henry have in this? James suddenly realized it clearly. As long as it was not something he caused himself, and he had not deliberately targeted Andrew, any trouble Andrew faced would naturally be handled by Henry. At the very least, there were young master and brother to step in. Henry told him not to get involved, so as long as he stayed out of it, everything should be fine, right? He tilted his head sideways and looked up. Henry turned to look at him. James said, let's suppose, just hypothetically, if today Andrew got attacked by a group of troublemakers or even taken away completely, and I was there but did not help him at all, would you hold it against me? Helping someone starts with ensuring your own safety, Henry said coldly. You do not have a duty to do so, whether it is Andrew or anyone else in the office, it is no different. I was wrong. I will make sure not to meddle again next time. He would unintentionally block your chance to shine, really sorry about that. James did his best to make it up, tilting his head upward and saying, Andrew looked really scared, he is as pale as the wall over there. James could not think of a better way to phrase it. From his point of view, Andrew's innocence needed others, patience and effort just to stand out. Being the main character in a story as dramatic as Red Intensity, anyone connected to him was bound to face endless trouble. He is basically a walking problem, James' natural opposite. Henry heard him and said, so. Go comfort him then. Henry remained expressionless as he said, you have been misunderstanding the relationship between me and Andrew all along. Whether it was sending him abroad or bringing him into a FUO group today, there is no situation where he would be scared and need my comfort. Henry, why are you staring at me like that? Indeed, the author was not lying. James' love story in Red Incandescent was always awkward. Every chapter focused on complicated relationships. Even the forced separations and heartbreaks James created felt inevitable, as if a powerful figure naturally overshadowing a gentle soul. Henry's words right, then only confirmed that idea even more. He reached out to touch James' forehead, frowning. What nonsense are you talking? Well, too bad. The sad part was, he could not escape being trapped in that role himself. No matter whether Henry likes Andrew or not, the ending will still end up with them together anyway. So all he could do was stick to what he felt right, like helping Andrew. He might dislike the guy personally, but others saw things differently. That is why he chose to step in today, because he could not predict what unexpected results might come from doing nothing. The fact that Henry could say he was not obligated to do it at all gave him a bit of relief. It meant he would been doing okay lately. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. Nora walked in wearing high heels. She greeted Henry first, then turned to James. "You okay?" "Nora," James said, rubbing his face. "I have lost my face." Nora gave a dry laugh. "Told you not to show off." Then she tossed a small bottle into his arms and said, "This is a great scar treatment. Use it twice daily, morning and night. Do not forget." "Knew you would still be the dependable one." "Aninther had it sent for you," Nora said. James paused, then rolled his eyes. "Aninther picked me out because of this face right now. It is practically his personal possession, so going through the trouble expected." "You have said enough," Henry said, tugging at him. "Do not stay on the floor." Nora must have something important to say, so James stood up to leave. Henry said, "Stay right here from now on. No need to go into the company every day. Just follow me when there is something urgent, no more office hours." Nora looked at Henry with surprise. James was taken aback, not just an assistant. "Personal assistant," Henry said, looking at him. "You will only answer to me. Wherever I am, you will be there too." Henry had several assistants, but each had different responsibilities and areas of focus. Even Oliver, who was always close by for work-related matters, only dealt with professional tasks. His personal life stayed untouched. So strictly speaking, Henry did not have a personal assistant at all. He valued privacy highly and would not want anyone intruding into his private life. For daily matters, Jackson usually handled things. But now James said, "This does not seem right." "Those 2 days were meant for you to get used to the company's rhythm," Henry said, as if he were not issuing a big order. "Just do it." That meant James would have to follow him at work, during outings, and even when returning home. Beyond his duties, James would need to know everything about Henry's daily routine. This was not like being someone's favorite companion. It felt more like having life itself tightly gripped in a vice. But others clearly did not see it that way. Owen's look after the office scene hinted at admiration. Amatho stopped giving him trouble, and even when he heard James would be joining Mr. Henry as a personal assistant, he did not call him a scheming flirt. That playful comment about being a personal assistant turned out to be taken seriously by Henry, who made it happen in full detail. And within just half a day, everything else followed: tightened security, legal action against the rival company, and all other consequences were put into motion. Everyone was silently screaming inside, "Mr. Henry really spoils his little favorite." Rumors about James being abandoned by Henry vanished. The office mood became peaceful. Coworkers from other departments started greeting him by name, and even the cafeteria lady's spoon seemed to move more smoothly when she served him. James was back in the spotlight once again. It all happened so suddenly. But as soon as James returned to Udging Garden that night, he got scolded. Chloe was the one who did it. Especially after learning Andrew had been involved in the incident, her expression grew even more frustrated and disappointed. She gently peeled back the covering on his face, frowning at the mark as she said, "You went to work like everyone else. Why did you have to get hurt right here in such a noticeable spot? What if it leaves a scar?" "It is not deep," James said, pinned against the table with half a dozen servants around him like they were watching some unusual act. Struggling only made things worse, so he tried to calm down. The second master found something that works pretty well. Ever since Henry came over late one night for dinner last time, the number of people showing up at this courtyard has steadily increased. He did not cook at his own place, so he usually came here to eat in the evenings. Jackson even arranged for a few people to move in here permanently. There was a girl under 15, Hazel's daughter from the main kitchen, named Lucy. Chloe liked her very much and would have her over on weekends. The girl was talkative and clever, and James had met her a few times. He also liked her, which made her visit more frequent. She leaned close to him right beside Chloe now. With a playful grin, she said, "James, that mark looks pretty bold on your face." "Do not make up names," James patted her head. "Call me brother." "Lucy, no way I am calling you that. I have to call every older person brother, and it is so boring." "James, then call me dad." He got a slap from Chloe right after. "Unruly speech," Chloe scolded him. James rubbed his shoulder, looking hurt. "I am not married or planning to have kids. What is wrong with wanting a free older sister like this?" You are barely old enough to be someone's dad yourself. Lucy, exactly. Daughter? No way. Daughter? No way. Just as they were bickering, someone called out from the doorway, "Young master." The next moment, Henry stepped inside. Seeing a group of people gathered, he clearly paused for a second, then spotted James being held in the center and walked over. The circle around them automatically parted. Even Lucy, that fearless girl, instantly fell silent at Henry's presence and moved toward the other adults. Only heir remained standing. Having served the elder lady for years, she felt a slight maternal regard toward Henry. Seeing Henry step forward and gently touch James' face to check the bruise on his cheekbone, heir finally spoke with an uncommon tone of mild disapproval and concern. "Young master has so much on his plate that I should not be speaking up, but James is still under your care. It is unacceptable for someone to get hurt like this in broad daylight. What if next time it is more than just a face?" James froze, tugging at heir's sleeve. "Heir, you are overreacting." In heir's eyes, the mark likely looked just as serious as if it had been deliberately inflicted, and with Andrew involved, her dislike of James only grew stronger. The scratch was about half a finger long, no real harm to James personally, though it did stand out on his face. But heir's concern meant something different. She felt like family to him. Still, he did not want heir and Mr. Henry, someone she would grown up with, to have any conflict over him. Henry did not react with anger, but instead spoke calmly. "It was my oversight." Heir's expression softened. "Please sit down for a while, young master. I will have dinner prepared." heir handed the medicine she had been about to use to James and whispered, "The young master still cares about you. Talk things through with him honestly." James held the medicine, staring at Henry. "Give it to me," Henry said, reaching out and taking the medicine from James before sitting down beside him. James did not object. He turned his face toward Henry and asked, "Why did you come by so late, young master?" "Just checking in." He did not say what he was checking on, instead glancing at the doorway and saying, "Your place is quite lively these days." "It is mostly because of the children." "Do you like kids?" Henry asked. James did not know why they would suddenly started talking about this, but he answered honestly, "I do not particularly enjoy them. Tiny ones or older ones are okay. But when it comes to the noisy age, I might just want to send them off." Henry said nothing as he tended to James' wound. The cut looked long at first glance, but the edges were just faint lines. Only the middle section appeared a bit deeper. Henry quickly finished dressing the wound, closing the lid as he spoke. "Have William pause the project he is currently planning to move forward with." James paused, startled. "Is there a problem?" It was the one he would been most confident in before. Henry gave him a quick glance. "The project itself is not an issue, but the real estate company they are working with is heir. James immediately understood, frowning. Connected to the group that caused trouble today. Since the partnership hasn't been officially announced, not many people outside know about it. Henry noticed James' tightened brow and added, "But I can share another piece of information with you. Consider looking into the alongside development in the city center. If you are willing to take on that risk, your current financial troubles could be resolved within 3 months." James looked up at him. He never doubted the truth behind Henry's information. In fact, this kind of opportunity is not something money can buy. What surprised him was that Henry knew every detail about his financial movements. That part was not unusual, but James wondered why such small actions would be worth Henry's attention. "Why are you helping me?" James asked. Henry said, "What do you think?" James said, "Workers' compensation." "That compensation could cover creating countless faces like yours," Henry said with a hint of teasing before adding, "I have told you before I can give you any privilege within reason. Heir's downfall was only a matter of time, which is why I let those past incidents slide. Now I am telling you this because you need to know." James touched his face, feeling dazed by the sudden news. Knowing Henry never exaggerated, he was certain that if he acted decisively within 3 months, his financial troubles would be solved. After calculating what funds he currently had access to, the final number turned out to be astonishing. James had never experienced such a sudden windfall before. He got another taste of the thrill that comes with being someone's close confidant. James could not hide the smile on his face as he turned fully toward him and said, "Master, how should I repay you? Whatever you ask, I will do it, no challenge too great." Henry glanced at him. "Just pocket money, no repayment needed." "Pocket money? People say I do not even cover the cost of your meals out." James clenched his jaw. "Owen." In an instant, his expression changed. "Those rumors are completely false." James leaned forward, hands on his knees, looking up at Henry with a soft voice. "How could they understand Master's kindness? Only I know he is amazing, the best, and especially generous to me." Henry pushed him away at once. At that moment, a sharp cry rang out from outside. James recognized Lucy's voice, and his expression changed instantly. He stood up and rushed toward the exit. His courtyard was also two-part, with ample space, complete with rock gardens and pavilions. The young girl was clinging to Chloe's waist in the yard, sobbing uncontrollably. She pointed toward a small water channel nearby, then buried her face in Chloe's chest as she cried out weakly, "Over there, someone's there, there is a body over there." James' face turned pale in an instant. He took a step forward toward the spot. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed him. "Stay still," Henry said, his expression dark. He pulled James back and positioned him behind himself before stepping forward. People ahead had already lifted a figure dressed in white robes onto the grass. A moment later, when they turned it over, it revealed a faceless mannequin. Before anyone could breathe easy, James caught sight of the bold, red letters on the clothes from afar. "A few group, may they all meet a tragic end." In this day and age, a century-old family had just changed its leader, and the newly designated estate was now left with something like this. James felt stunned at first, but could not help recalling that night when Benjamin locked him in the EUO family ancestral hall. A cold chill ran from his heels up to the top of his head, and a shiver crept down his spine. Henry glanced around the courtyard, his expression unreadable. When his gaze landed on James, he turned to Chloe and said, "Have someone clean this up, no one should stay here tonight." The only areas in the Jade Capitol Garden that had been cleaned were James' quarters and Henry's main residence, heir.He courtyard. With such an unexpected situation at night, everyone had no choice but to move there temporarily. Chloe refused to prepare a room for him. "Who would want to live alone?" Chloe said firmly. "It is not healthy for young people to be separated so early. It could harm the bond between couples." James felt a wave of frustration. "Did not you just tell me to keep my head on straight earlier? You said whoever stays by young master's side will come from a strong family. Now you are pushing me forward. Are not you worried I will end up in trouble later?" "Spoken like someone with bad luck," Chloe shot back. "After all this time, I have finally figured it out. You have been by his side through many difficult moments. Even the lady of the house has nothing against you. Now that you are his personal assistant, what is the point in me stopping you? It would only make things harder for both of you." James chose not to comment on Chloe's mindset. "I still want to stay alone." "Why?" James was caught off guard. "Because someone always makes him sleep on the floor or the sofa. He just wants to rest on a proper bed. What is wrong with that?" But he could not say that directly to Chloe, so he replied, "Look at how superstitious things have gotten tonight. Young master is still dealing with this matter and hasn't returned yet. I am worried about disturbing his rest if I stay here." The mention of that caused Chloe's expression to darken instantly. Frowning, she said, "The deeper the family ties, the more sensitive they are about such matters. Back when our elders were still alive, something similar happened before. People whispered that the matriarch's persistent heart discomfort was due to a curse. That is why young master is especially opposed to superstitions. Tonight, many in the front courtyard might not sleep well. You will stay in the young master's room. I will have some nourishing herbal tea prepared for you tomorrow morning, Lucy." James had not expected this to be the first time, and it was linked to the late matriarch of the EUO family. What surprised James most, though, was that Henry, someone who despised such beliefs, had not reacted badly when he would mentioned having a dream from an old fortune teller in front of him. After a chaotic night, James did not want to keep arguing about where to sleep. He finally gave in. "Fine, I will stay here. You should get some rest too. It is late." "Emilia and I will be sleeping with Lucy tonight," Chloe said, glancing at him with concern. "Are you sure you will be okay alone?" James chuckled. What could possibly go wrong? "You do not look well," Uchloe said, gently brushing a strand of hair from his face and frowning as she looked at him. "You just got hurt outside, the house is unsettled now, and this incident happened right in your courtyard. There is no telling if it was meant for you. I cannot help but feel uneasy." "It is clearly targeted at the Ahuo family," James said without doubt. "Still, it might have something to do with his recent high visibility. The place he lives in has more people now than before, but it is still quite spacious, unlike young Master, whose side is always guarded by either a housekeeper or a bodyguard, making it easier for someone to act without being noticed. The fact that the doll was discovered right when young Master arrived proves the real target was still the Ahuo family. He was at most just caught in the crossfire." James urged Uchloe, "Let's stop thinking about it. Go to bed now." "All right," Uchloe said, giving his arm a light pat. "Get some rest too. Do not wait up for young Master Henry. He might not make it back tonight." "Got it." James stood by the bed in Henry's room, wondering whether he should just stay on the mattress or go sit on the sofa instead. The room was arranged much like the one James had lived in back home, large and spacious. Though Henry had not been there long, it seemed he had been staying here lately, leaving behind a subtle trace of his own presence. That is why James had not gone with Henry to check on the situation. He genuinely was not comfortable with such matters, and besides, he thought it might involve family tensions, so it was better left for Henry to handle alone. 2 minutes later, James decisively pulled back the blanket and climbed into bed.